186. After Chin Pingon fainted completely, the boy in green finally let go of the girl in pink's arm at the staircase between the first and second floors. The latter sprinted over with tears all over her face. She cried like a little kitten as she took Chin Pingon's pulse and checked the movement of his soul. She turned her head and sobbed, "Why did you stop me? You're ungrateful and heartless. If Master dies, I'll fight you to the death." The boy in green's face darkened. "You're not convinced that you're a fool. If you recklessly disturb Chin Pingon's chi circulation, you'll be treated as an enemy by that sword chi. Not only will you be beaten half to death, you'll also delay Chin Pingon's opportunity to attain the Tao. Who knows, it might even kill him. What was originally a good opportunity has turned into a disaster because of you." The girl in pink sobbed sadly. "Master is covered in blood, and he's about to die. Are you satisfied now? I'm not a fool. You're just greedy for Master's snake gallstone. Master shouldn't have brought you back. You're too heartless. Master has been so good to us." The boy in green jumped gently and squatted on the bamboo railing. He snapped, "It's not up to you to decide whether Chin Pingon is dead or not. What do you know with that little bit of Tao of yours?" The cries of the little girl in pink grew softer and softer because she noticed that the two vital energies within Chin Pingon's body seemed to be chaotic and irritable at the beginning, but they gradually stabilized like the meeting of mountains and rivers. Even the water and rock collided at the beginning, causing thousands of ripples that surged endlessly and caused a dangerous scene. It had already become stable and tranquil as time passed. His soul that was trembling intensely from the pain was pacified as well, and it started to turn from sorrowful howls into sobs. Chin Pingon was deep in sleep. His twisted and hideous dark face returned to normal bit by bit. In the end, he slept exceptionally soundly, like a baby in swaddling clothes. The girl in pink was overjoyed. Her face was covered in tears as she whispered to the boy in green, "Master is fine. He's really asleep." The boy in green rolled his eyes and stood up. Using the railing as a walkway, he began to take a stroll. After Chin Pingon fainted, the girl in pink had completely lost her backbone. She could only ask the boy in green for help. "What do we do next?" The boy in green paced back and forth on the railing in silence. To be honest, he only had a vague idea of how to deal with Chin Pingon. He did not dare to make a conclusion. It was true that he coveted Chin Pingon's snake gallstone, but to say that he would take advantage of the situation when he was down, he had underestimated his good brother. He would rather kill Chin Chin with a punch and then openly snatch the mountain of snake gall. He would not do such a sneaky thing. Calm. If you want to mingle in the pugilistic world, you have to be righteous. This was the rule that he had always abided by. Once, when the Water God brothers were dead drunk, they said something very knowledgeable to him. There can't be too much morality in the Jianghu, but there should always be a little. If you don't talk about it at all, even a true dragon will drown in the Jianghu sooner or later. The boy in green felt a chill in his heart. Then his vision darkened. He looked up and saw a white-clothed immortal standing beside him. He had a smile that deserved a beating and was looking down at him. The guy called Wei Pai smiled at the boy in green. "Little water snake, I'm very surprised that you didn't want to kill your master." The green-clothed child couldn't stand this fellow's handsome, smiling face the most. It was as if the two of them were natural enemies. Especially when Wei Ba used a condescending tone to tease him, he couldn't help but curse, "I didn't fuck your mother back then." "I regret it." Wei Pai waved his sleeves and jumped down from the railing. In between, he patted the boy in green's head. He chuckled and said, "Naughty." It seemed like a casual pat, but the boy in green slapped him so hard that he fell on the railing. He clutched his crotch in pain and grimaced. If it was any other place, even a mountain of copper or iron would collapse under him. However, this bamboo building was not just any ordinary sturdy. Wei Pai sat beside Chin Pingon. He held Chin Pingon's wrist with one hand. His pulse was stable. It was a good sign. The girl in pink asked softly, Immortal Master Wei, it's cold outside. Do you want to move my master into the house? Wei Pai smiled and said, You're a flood dragon. You have an innate resistance to extreme heat and cold. That's why you don't feel it. Actually, there's an advantage to this bamboo building. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. Even if an ordinary person takes off his clothes in the bamboo building on a snowy day, he won't be frostbitten. Therefore, it's more appropriate to let your master lie here and sleep. Don't touch him at all. The girl in pink heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly bowed to Wei Pai to express her gratitude. Wei Pai did not mind. He smiled and asked, Did Qin Pingan bring a change of clean clothes? The girl in pink shook her head and said, Master probably didn't plan to stay long on this trip up the mountain. He didn't put any clothes in his basket. Wei Pai frowned, looking at Qin Pingan's clothes that looked as though they had been soaked in blood. It would definitely be bad if he woke up wearing those clothes. He suggested, You can go to the small town to buy clothes or go to Mud Bottle Alley to get clothes. Go quickly and return quickly. Qin Pingan should wake up before long. The girl in pink acknowledged and was about to leave. The green-robed boy glared at Wei Pai with a dark gaze. I don't trust you. Wei Pai thought for a moment. You stay then. The green-robed boy tossed a gold ingot to the girl in pink. Other than buying new clothes for master, prepare a few sets for us too. The girl in pink smiled. I don't need it. The green-robed boy said with a straight face, I'm just being polite with you. The girl in pink was a little sad. She ran down the bamboo building and down the mountain. After that, the green-robed boy sat on the railing with his back facing Qin Pingan, who was lying on the ground, and Wei Pai, who was sitting deep in thought. Qin Pingan slept for a full day and night before he woke up. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he felt refreshed. He did not wear straw sandals and stood barefoot in the corridor of the second floor of the bamboo building. The soles of his feet were covered with a layer of calluses that were as thick as iron and stone. The earliest calluses he had when he was young were made by rough straw sandals. Later, they were made thicker by mountain rocks, gravel, grass, and thorns. Qin Pingan's hair was pinned with a white jade hairpin with 8 small words carved by him. He hugged the Chinese scholar with sword and looked towards the south, lost in thought. Wei Pai returned with some medicinal herbs. He asked the girl in pink to help him boil the herbs to nourish Qin Pingan's vitality. Qin Pingan was used to solving everything by himself, so he wanted to do it himself. However, she would not let him. With her red face scrunched up, she looked pitiful, as if a storm was coming. Qin Pingan could not stand it, so he could only give up. The green-robed boy ran around like a ruler inspecting his territory. He walked up the mountain today. There was a mountain temple at the top of the mountain where a strange mountain god with a golden head was worshipped. The temple was not completed yet, so there were still some finishing touches. Therefore, there were officials from Dali's Ministry of Works, cultivators who were in charge of helping out under the orders of the imperial court, young and strong citizens of the small town, and survivors of the felons. Wei Pai was standing beside Qin Pingan at this moment. He smiled and said, I didn't suffer in vain after all that messing around. You're almost at the 3rd level. Qin Pingan nodded and said, It's much faster than I thought. I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Hard to talk to. Boring. I'm leaving. Wei Pai could not help but laugh. He shook his head and walked away. This time, he did not fly around. He walked down the stairs step by step and left in a leisurely manner. After Wei Pai's figure disappeared, Qin Pingan patted his chest and said to himself, I know you're not satisfied. You don't want to stay with me. Qin Pingan said in a low voice, That sword cultivator Chao Jun must have something extraordinary about him. That's why you're so agitated. It's normal. A sword cultivator of the 8th or 9th level, an immortal on such a big mountain. Of course, he's much stronger than me, but there's no other way. You were given to me by Master Wunsheng. So before I die, you can't go anywhere." Chun Pingon felt a piercing pain in his chest. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chun Pingon clenched his teeth and forcefully swallowed the mouthful of blood. He said vaguely, "Although I don't know the truth, I can roughly guess that you can easily kill me. But for some reason you can't kill me. So you're in an awkward situation, right?" After a while, Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and wiped away the 2 streaks of blood flowing from his nostrils. "It's okay. I still have a few sets of clean clothes on the mountain. Moreover, I have a little maid who's a fire python. She can wash the clothes immediately after taking them off. Then she can dry them on the spot and wear them again. If you have the ability, then continue to run around in the Chi residence. This little bit of suffering, Chun Pingon, am not bragging to you. It's really nothing. I've tasted even more powerful things when I was 5. A wave of cramping pain came from his abdomen. Chun Pingon stood barefoot in the corridor. He hugged the scholar with sword to his chest. His eyes were firm, but his voice inevitably trembled. "If I cry out in pain, then you'll be my ancestor. 18 Chi residences, 18 passes. Between the 6th and 7th, and between the 12th and 13th, there seemed to be 2 insurmountable moats. Previously, when Chun Pingon circulated his Chi, he could only pass through 6 acupuncture points in one breath. Although his Chi hadn't reached the point of exhaustion, it was as if there was no way forward. He could only smash his head into a wall and return without any success. This time, after inexplicably integrating the silver sword embryo into his heart, he still couldn't smoothly touch the 7th pass. But between the 6th and 7th, some kind of bottleneck seemed to loosen. It was as if someone was conscientiously building a road and paving a bridge. The scene on the other side began to be faintly discernible, getting closer and closer each time. Moreover, compared to the tempering of the body by practicing martial arts, the effect of the sword Chi rampaging through the body was more obvious. It somewhat forced Chun Pingon to have no choice but to cultivate both inside and outside. It was like a great mountain. Before, Chun Pingon had always wanted to open up the mountain and build a road, but he didn't know where to start. He cut through the thistles and thorns, and his progress was extremely slow. In the end, after the sword embryo entered his body, it was like a little boy in blue robes had revealed his true body. Wandering between the mountain ridges, an extremely rough mountain road naturally appeared. Chun Pingon only needed to follow behind it, but constantly mending, digging, and filling in. Chun Pingon wasn't afraid of suffering, but there weren't many people in the world who liked suffering. Chun Pingon was no exception. But if suffering could be exchanged for benefits, Chun Pingon wouldn't hesitate to ask for it. Because he had lived alone for so many years, living bitterly, Chun Pingon understood a principle. In life, there were many people who did many things. Suffering was suffering, and it was only suffering. You reap what you sow. It depended on whether God, who liked to nap, agreed or not. He still had to put most of his belongings in Miss Ruan's blacksmith shop. There were too many people in Luapa Mountain, and Chun Pingon was really worried. Previously, if it weren't for Li Shisheng, Chun Pingon would have suffered a great loss even in front of his own house in Mud Bottle Alley. No wonder the little boy in blue robes kept repeating that catchphrase. Jianghu was dangerous. Chun Pingon's head swayed to the side, and he suddenly reached out his hand to cover his mouth. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Chun Pingon breathed heavily and opened his palm. There was a pool of scarlet blood. Chun Pingon said angrily, "Next, I will go down the mountain and build a grave for my parents. During this time, let's have a temporary truce. How about it?" The sword embryo that was about to collide with another Chi mansion's aperture wall slowly calmed down, as if it had acquiesced to Chun Pingon's request. After that, Chun Pingon went down the mountain alone. Carrying a basket with most of his belongings, he found Wan Xiao at the blacksmith shop. He had no choice but to ask her to help him put the items back into the yellow mud house. After hearing that Chun Pingan wanted to build a grave, Wan Xiao wanted to help. Chun Pingan shook his head and refused, saying that it wasn't a big deal. He just needed to spend some money to hire some craftsmen, and he could afford it. Wan Xiao didn't insist. She only said that if he needed help, he didn't have to be polite. Chun Pingan said with a wry smile. If he was really polite to her, he wouldn't have made this trip. The girl smiled. Chun Pingan no longer had any worries. He took the money to the small town and quickly found someone. Afterwards, he asked the old craftsman about the rules and etiquette of building a grave. After discussing the price, he picked an auspicious day and started work. Chun Pingan watched from beginning to end. If he could help, he would. If it wasn't convenient, he wouldn't interfere. Everything was arranged according to the instructions of the old craftsman. It was probably because the young man gave enough money. Moreover, the craftsman felt that the young man's heart was sincere. Therefore, everything went smoothly without any setbacks. In the end, the grave was carefully built. It wasn't any better than an ordinary family's. It couldn't be said to be luxurious. Moreover, the words on the tombstone were carved by Chun Pingan himself, staying up all night. After paying the bill, Chun Pingan bowed to the group of craftsmen to express his gratitude. The last person brought the offerings back to the grave. When Chun Pingan was preparing the offerings, he hesitated for a moment. Then he brought a pot of good wine. When he was toasting his father, he looked at his mother's grave and scratched his head. "Mother, father doesn't seem to have drunk wine. Let him drink it once." Then he turned his head slightly and smiled at another adjacent grave. "Father, if you're not used to drinking wine, or if you make mother unhappy, just send me a dream. Next time, I won't bring you wine." Chun Pingan finished pouring the pot of wine and wiped his face. He grinned. "Father, mother, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." After that, Chun Pingan went to the immortal tomb and worshipped a few statues. Chun Pingan didn't build roads and bridges. Instead, he chose the immortal tomb. In the name of Wan Xiao, he hired craftsmen to repair the broken statues. He would pay, and she would do it. Wan Xiao didn't know why, but she didn't ask anything. She just nodded and agreed. After the last catastrophe, all the people in the town could hear the explosion of the immortal tomb at night. It was similar to the sound of firecrackers. The statues were getting rarer and more broken. Chun Pingan listened to Wan Xiao's suggestion. In principle, the large-scale renovation was to repair the old statues and maintain the original appearance as much as possible. If it couldn't be guaranteed that the statues would be restored, they would only make sure that the newly erected statues wouldn't collapse again. They couldn't be tampered with. Therefore, temporary bamboo sheds were built to shelter them from the wind and rain. Occasionally, Chun Pingan would go to the two shops in Dragon Riding Alley to sit. Then he would be busy. Before the eve of the new year, Chun Pingan made a special trip to Luapa Mountain to find the little boy in green and the girl in pink. When Wan Xiao heard the news, she said that she was going to keep an eye on the construction of the Xinxiu Mountain. So she went to the mountain with Chun Pingan. However, they didn't part ways. Instead, she changed her mind halfway. She said that she wanted to see the bamboo building of Chun Pingan's family. Last time, she saw it carelessly and wanted to see it again. Of course, Chun Pingan wouldn't refuse. When Chun Pingan and Wan Xiao appeared at the foot of the mountain, the little boy in green stood on the railing and clicked his tongue in wonder. Majestic confrontation. The scenery is beautiful and spectacular. The girl in pink stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. She wondered, there aren't any peaks south of Luapa Mountain. The little boy in green turned his head and glanced at her. He smiled mischievously and said, "You're still young." He hugged the back of his head with both hands. His feet were rooted to the ground. His body swayed back and forth on the railing like a swing. He muttered, Where can I find such a good girl? She's clearly the only one in the world. Master, if you don't know how to cherish her, you'll be punished by the heavens. Really, what I said is true to my conscience. The girl in pink deeply agreed and said, Miss Xiao Xiao is really very good. Chun Pingon and Wan Xiao slowly climbed up the mountain. Wan Xiao said that she had received a letter from the Pillow Inn. After that, there was indeed a blind old Taoist who brought the lame boy and the round-faced girl into the small town. They went to the shop at Dragon Rider Alley to look for her. However, the three of them quickly continued north. They said that they wanted to try their luck at Dali's capital. Chun Pingon remembered the old Taoist who had gone through thick and thin together. He thought of Lin Shui and the Cloud Gem book that he cultivated. He asked her about the Five Thunders execution. Unfortunately, Wan Xiao was never interested in these things. She didn't know much and could only tell him what she heard. As they chatted along the way, Chun Pingon learned that Master Wan had taken in 3 registered disciples this year. One of them was a young man with long eyebrows. His surname was Xie. Although he had lived in Peach Leaf Alley for generations, in his generation, his family had declined. If he didn't enter the blacksmith shop, he would have to sell his ancestral home and move to another alley. He also had an older sister and a younger brother, a young man who didn't like to talk. He was the last to become Wan Xiao's father's registered disciple. In the first heavy snow of winter, he knelt by the well for a day and a night, begging Wan Xiao to take him in as a disciple. He didn't move an inch and was covered in snow. Perhaps it was because sincerity could move metal and stone. Wan Xiao agreed to let him enter the shop to forge swords and iron. After the young man with the surname Xie, a young girl from the Wind Snow Temple became the second disciple. According to Wan Xiao, the young girl was of average talent in the Wind Snow Temple. She seemed to have made a big mistake and was expelled from the sect. She then went to find Master Wan, who had established her own sect. Wan Xiao said that she was actually undetermined. She subconsciously wanted to find a way out first before doing anything. She could stay and even teach her swordsmanship, but she wouldn't take her in as a disciple. She worked as a handyman in the blacksmith shop for a long time. One day, she chopped off one of the thumbs of her hand that held the sword. She went to Wan Xiao with a pale face and said that, from that day on, she would start practicing swordsmanship with her left hand and start all over again. Speaking of this, Wan Xiao's expression was always calm, as if she was talking about an old hen and her nest of fluffy chicks. Chun Pingon was blind under the light and didn't realize this. In his impression, this young girl was very good. So good that he couldn't find any fault with her. At that time, Chun Pingon was thinking more about the mountain. Chun Pingon knew that as long as one could become a cultivator, no one was simple. He had Lin Shui by his side. Yu Lu and Xie Lingwei were even more favored by the heavens. However, through Cui Dongshan's words and Wan Xiao's chat, Chun Pingon roughly understood one thing. Even if one successfully went up the mountain and became an immortal in the eyes of the common people, they would still be divided into different grades and ranks. It turned out that cultivation was difficult at the beginning, difficult in the middle, and difficult all the way to the end. In this regard, Chun Pingon had some experience recently, because after the tomb was repaired, the sword embryo began to cause trouble. It was even more aggressive. In Chun Pingon's aperture acupoints, it was simply rampaging with irresistible force. Therefore, in the small town's mud bottle alley, there was a guy who often staggered as if he was drunk or inexplicably squatted by the immortal tomb and coughed. Otherwise, he would shut himself in the ancestral house and roll on the wooden bed. Approaching the bamboo house, Wan Xiao asked, "Will you also spend New Year's Eve on the mountain?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "No, I will definitely go to Mud Bottle Alley to celebrate New Year's Eve. After that, I will go back to the ancestral house to put up spring festival couplets, the word Fu, and the door gods After the New Year's Eve dinner, I will keep vigil and set off firecrackers in the morning. Besides, the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley also need to be put up. There are too many things to do. Wan Xiao asked, "Can I help you?" Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. No, it just sounds busy. In fact, it's very simple. The boy in green and the girl in pink did not have any objections when they heard that they were going down the mountain to celebrate New Year's Eve at Mud Bottle Alley. When Chun Pingon was packing his luggage, he suddenly asked, "Will it be ugly to put up spring festival couplets and door gods in this bamboo house?" The boy in green said decisively, "Of course it will be ugly. Red with green, it's simply vulgar. Master, I will definitely not agree to this." The girl in pink nodded gently, agreeing with the boy in green's opinion. Chun Pingon said helplessly, "I was just saying, if you don't like it, then forget it." The boy in green probed, "At most, you can put up the word chun or foob instead." Chun Pingon smiled. "Forget it." The boy in green felt a little guilty. "Master, you don't hold a grudge against me, right? If you really want to make it feel like New Year's Eve, we can discuss it properly. For example, as long as you give me an unusual snake gallstone, I will take the initiative to help you put up the spring festival couplets. It won't be a problem to put them up all over the bamboo house." Chun Pingon tipped him with a chestnut. "Thank you." After leaving the mountain, Wan Xiao parted ways with them and went to Shinxiu Mountain. Unknowingly, it was already New Year's Eve. They went to the grave mound and returned to Clay Bottle Alley. When they were about to put up the spring festival couplets, the boy in green and the girl in pink said that they were crooked and that they were not. This made Chun Pingon a little flustered. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Chun Pingon, who had prepared a sumptuous meal, did not forget to give each of them an ordinary snake gallstone. The boy in green threw it into his mouth without a word. He chewed on it crisply and smiled like a flower. The girl in pink lowered her head and ate reservedly, her face full of happiness. At night, there was a small stove with enough charcoal under the table. The 3 of them put their legs on the edge of the stove and changed into new clothes. On the table, there was a large pile of pastries from his shop. In front of Chun Pingon was a book, bamboo slips, and a carving knife. He wanted to keep vigil. Year after year, it was the same. However, it was different this year. Chun Pingon was no longer alone. The girl in pink was munching on melon seeds while the boy in green rested his cheeks on his hands. He looked at Chun Pingon and asked with a smile, Master, it's the new year. Will you be happy and reward me with another snake gallstone?" Chun Pingon read, seriously under the light that was brighter than previous years. He did not even raise his head. No, the boy in green was not upset. Instead, he smiled happily and asked again, "Master, let me set off the firecrackers tomorrow morning?" Chun Pingon raised his head and nodded with a smile. "Sure." He turned to look at the girl in pink. She quickly put down the melon seeds in her hand and made a playful gesture of covering her ears with both hands. Chun Pingon made a face at her and then continued to read his book. The 2 little guys looked at each other and smiled. Then they looked at the top of the young man's head in unison. There was an inconspicuous hairpin there with 8 small words written on it. The content was related to scholars. Regarding this, it was like whether the couplets were crooked or not. They had a private dispute. The boy in green felt that it did not match the master at all, while the girl in pink felt that it could not be more suitable. After midnight, it was a new year. The boy in green went to bed early and fell asleep. Under Chun Pingon's persuasion, the girl in pink leaned on the table and dozed off. Chun Pingon kept vigil alone. There was only the soft sound of pages flipping in the room. The first ray of dawn appeared between heaven and earth. Chun Pingon got up gently and opened the door. He looked up to the east. Suddenly, he could not help but cough lightly. Then Chun Pingon opened his mouth and spat out a snow-white rainbow about an inch long. It was a small and bright flying sword. It hovered quietly in the courtyard. It showed off its abilities. 187. This flying sword no longer had the crude appearance of a silver ingot. Other than being extremely small, it was no different from a sword. However, it was between illusion and reality, crystal clear and full of immortal chi. Under the morning glow, the small and exquisite flying sword shone with layers of dazzling halos. Chun Pingon was stunned for a long time before he finally said, "What? It's the new year. You want to come out for a breath of fresh air? Why, do flying swords also pay attention to festivals?" The tip of its sword moved slightly and spun slowly. Chun Pingon's heart tightened, and he was ready to escape at any time. After it spun, once, the tip of the sword tilted slightly, and the hilt fell, as if it was trying to get to know this strange world. The sound of a green-robed child yawning came from inside the house. The flying sword whizzed and swept between Chun Pingon's brows. It was so fast that it left behind an afterimage, dragging a slender rope-like luster in the air. It was far beyond Chun Pingon's imagination, and there was no way to avoid it. In the next moment, Chun Pingon felt a chill between his brows. He reached out to touch it. Not only did the flying sword not make a hole, it did not even leave a mark. It entered his body and returned to his acupuncture point easily. It was as if a sword immortal from the land was opening a path on the battlefield with his sword, entering a realm where there was no one. Chun Pingon planned to go back and ask Miss Ruan if all flying swords in the world were so mysterious. At the door, the green-robed child was eager to try. He carried a bundle of bamboo tubes that he had prepared long ago and stepped over the threshold with a sleepy girl in a pink dress. He kicked her lightly, and the girl in a pink dress quickly patted it. This was the new clothes that the old master bought for her. Then she glared at him. "What are you doing?" The green-robed child stood in the yard and sighed. "Are you stupid? As a fire python, you are innately proficient in fire spells. Why don't you quickly light a fire to burn the firecrackers?" The girl in a pink dress blinked. So, fire spells could be used in this way? Along the way, the old master always made his own fire for cooking. It was the same even on rainy or snowy nights. So, she had never thought of this. Chun Pingon had never mentioned it, so she had never thought of it. The green-robed child probably couldn't be bothered to explain. Under the cooperation of the two little guys, they lit up the firecrackers and bid farewell to the old year. Firecrackers were soon heard from other places in Clay Bottle Alley, echoing the firecrackers. The boy in green was having a great time. The girl in pink waited for the last bamboo stick to burn before going to the house to get a broom and prepare to sweep the floor. Chun Pingon smiled as he took the broom. Leaning against the wall, he turned the broom upside down. It turned out that according to the customs of the Dragon Spring town, on the first day of the new year, every household stood on their brooms upside down, indicating that they would not do anything today and would just rest. Chun Pingon stood by the wall and looked at the deserted courtyard next door with mixed feelings. He hesitated for a moment, but still went to get an extra spring festival couplet and the two characters of Fu from his house, and went next door to put them up. The boy in green asked with a smile, "Is he a very good friend of Master?" Chun Pingon said softly, "I hope he's not an enemy," returning to his own courtyard. Chun Pingon stood at the entrance of the alley and looked at the two painted door gods on the door. One was a scholar, and the other was a warrior. The scholar held a jade tablet, and the warrior held an iron mace. Chun Pingon felt that it was strange, no matter how he looked at it. In the past, the town sold paper door gods of all kinds at the end of the year. Other than the scholar and warrior door gods, there were also the god of wealth door gods and many other immortals. However, this year, all the door gods in the town were the same. According to the shopkeeper, it was a rule set by the yamen. In the future, when the town was going to build a new temple of literature and martial arts, the golden figures worshipped inside would be the two painted on the paper. Chun Pingon thought of the words that old Yang had said, and his feelings grew deeper. Chun Pingon swept away the haze in his heart. He sat in the courtyard and began to bask in the sun, not thinking about anything else. The girl in pink continued to sit on the stool and eat melon seeds. The boy in green walked in circles in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He was full of ambition, shouting that he would cultivate diligently this year and must make master, and the silly girl look at him in a different light. Then, by the end of the year, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the town. He would no longer be afraid of the Boolsh *T sword cultivators of the 8th or 9th level. In the end, the boy in green smiled flatteringly. "Master, as long as you give me a few more good snake gall stones, I'll be invincible in the town tomorrow, not to mention the end of the year. At that time, Master, you can take me to the streets to bully men and women. You can be a lawless local tyrant and drag any pretty girl you see to Mud Bottle Alley. Ha 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 ha. Master, are you happy just thinking about it?" Chun Pingon grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the girl in pink and nodded. "As long as you're happy." The boy in green's longing smile suddenly collapsed. He sighed and sat beside Chun Pingon, with the girl in pink on his left and right. They were like two little door gods. However, he felt that it was a bit unlucky to not have a good start on the first day of the new year. Therefore, he took out an ordinary snake gall stone and began to chew on it. He could only try to make a good start for himself. At this moment, Chun Pingon suddenly took out two exquisite little bags from his sleeve. They were some of the New Year's goods sold at his Dragon Rider Alley's New Year's shop. He handed them to the two of them and joked, "Take it. It's Master's New Year's money for you." The boy in green did not think that there would be any surprises. When he opened it, his eyes could not be any rounder. It was a snake gall stone of excellent quality. Its color was as brilliant as the sunset. The one in the hands of the girl in pink was also a snake gall stone of excellent quality. At that time, the green-clothed little boy clearly saw that after removing the 80 to 90 ordinary stones, when Chun Pingon returned to this ancestral home, there were still 11 priceless snake gall stones left in his bag. Then he gave them 2 each, which meant that there were no more than 4 stones left. Now that he took out 2 more, wouldn't that mean that half of the stones were gone? Chun Pingon, did you really think that you were the child of fortune who was trying to build good karma? Although he gripped the snake gall stones tightly in his hands, the boy in green could not help but remind him, "Master, if you give away things like this, you won't be able to save up a rich family fortune. How are you going to get a wife in the future?" The girl in pink held the New Year's money with both hands. She lowered her head and did not say a word. Tears streamed down her fair and tender cheeks. The boy in green hesitated and asked, "Master, aren't you afraid that my cultivation will skyrocket after I eat these 3 snake gallstones? In the end, you won't be able to catch up to me for the rest of your life?" Chun Pingon asked in return, "If you had a friend who was doing well, would you be happy?" The boy in green nodded. "Of course I'd be happy. The friends and brothers I've made in this life are not just for show." Chun Pingon asked again, "If your friend was doing much better than you, would you be happy?" The boy in green hesitated. Chun Pingon munched on sunflower seeds and smiled. "I'd be even happier." At this moment, the boy in green was in a daze. He suddenly felt that the pugilistic world he had been in for hundreds of years was completely different from Chun Pingon. Was his pugilistic world too deep? Or was Chun Pingon's pugilistic world too shallow? After Chun Pingon said that, he did not think too much about it. It was just a casual conversation. On the other hand, the boy in green was sullen. After the girl in pink put away the stones, she was also somewhat silent. Chun Pingon was somewhat regretful. Could it be that he had given the wrong New Year's money? Or should he have given it out later? He was troubled. In this Mud Bottle Alley, after Song Ji's Exan Jigue, Guken and his mother left, a new family appeared. Before the end of the year, they took the initiative to take out their ancestors' house deed and ran over to the Longquan County Yamen. The Yamen wanted to carefully inspect it because every inch of land in this small town was worth an inch of gold. Who knew how many people outside wanted to squeeze in? Even if they couldn't buy a house, they were willing to rent a house and live here. Therefore, the county Yamen wanted to be careful and not let any crafty people take advantage of this loophole. But soon, Wu Yuan, who had been promoted from the first county magistrate to the first governor of Longquan County, personally came to the county government and took over this matter. Soon, a young man named Chao Jun appeared in Mud Bottle Alley. His ancestors had moved out from this place, and now he had returned to his hometown to work. Chao Jun lived in seclusion and almost never showed his face. The neighbors were rather curious about this, due to the fact that many of the town's residents had participated in the construction of the mountain and the regulations from the county government, and the county government, the people of Longquan, had no choice but to believe that there were immortals in the world. In the beginning, they guessed that the handsome and extraordinary Chao Jun might be one of the immortals. But when they thought about it, an immortal living in Mud Bottle Alley wasn't a little too worthless? But today, two strangers came to Mud Bottle Alley. One was an old man from a rich family with a green silk rope around his hand, and the other was a young man with a long sword behind his back. They walked in from Gu Ken's house, so they passed by the courtyards of Song Jisun and Chun Pingon. The courtyard walls were low. The old man glanced at the boy in green and the girl in pink with a playful smile. The girl in pink was a little confused and did not take it seriously. The boy in green looked indifferent, but in fact, he was praying silently in his heart. Could it be another old immortal or great demon? The young swordsman smiled and waved his hand. Chun Pingon, we meet again. Chun Pingon stood up and opened the courtyard door. He smiled and asked, "Are you here to pay a New Year's visit?" The young swordsman shook his head. "I have something to deal with, but it's fine to pay a New Year's visit." The old man smiled and said, "I heard that it was you who caused my family's ancestral house to be trampled on by a mountain-moving ape. Then you paid to fix it?" The elder of the sword cultivator Chao Jun's family, Chun Pingon's heart tightened, and he apologized. "Sir, I'm sorry. It's indeed my fault." The old man waved his hand. "I know. It's just a rundown house. If it's not fixed, it will definitely collapse. Why are you apologizing? It should be our Chao family thanking you. Previously, that Chao Jun fellow wanted to snatch your things, right? Don't worry, I'll go teach him a lesson. Haha. I forgot to say, Happy New Year." In the end, the amiable old man actually took the initiative to cup his hands and shook them slightly as a New Year's greeting. Chun Pingon hurriedly returned the greeting. The young swordsman frowned and quietly stepped forward. He stood between the old man and Chun Pingon and put his arm around the latter's shoulder. He smiled and walked towards the courtyard door. He turned his head and said to the old man, "Sir Chao, you go home first. I'll visit you later." The old man narrowed his eyes and nodded. He didn't care and slowly left alone. After a few hundred years, he finally visited the old place again. The two painted door gods on the courtyard door. After Chun Pingon and the young swordsman crossed the threshold, the little spiritual light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye disappeared. After the young swordsman entered the door, he whispered, "In the future, when you're in Jianghu, remember that a man needs to hold his right hand with his left hand. This is called auspicious greeting. Otherwise, it's a taboo. It's easy to bring bad luck to the other party." Chun Pingon suddenly looked at the young swordsman. He said casually, "Just remember these rules. There were only 3 small stools in the house." The girl in pink quickly gave them up. The young swordsman didn't hurry to sit down. He smiled and said, "It's not right to come empty-handed on the first day of the new year. I'll just give you 2 small gifts." He stretched out his hand. There were 2 wordless jade plates in his palm. However, The four corners of the jade plates were engraved with the unique cloud seal pattern of the Song clan. They're called peaceful jade plates. You can hang them around your waist. They'll be useful for you too when you're staying here in the future. If you're going on a long journey, it'll be more convenient for you to travel through Dolly territory. The little boy in green was a little envious because he knew how precious these things were. The girl in pink didn't know the reason. She just looked at Chun Pingon. It was up to her master whether to accept them or not. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Accept them," after the girl in pink and the little boy in green received them. They bowed to the young swordsman to express their gratitude. After the young swordsman gave the gifts, he immediately bid farewell and left. Chun Pingon didn't know how to make him stay. He could only send him to the entrance of the courtyard. At the Chow family's old residence, the rich old man stood beside the pool in the house. A red fox sat at the entrance of the courtyard on the roof. Chow Jun sat on a chair with his legs crossed. He glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to greet him. After the young swordsman walked in, the old man smiled and asked, "You're on good terms with that young man?" The young swordsman smiled and said, "With Elder Chow's cultivation and status, you actually attacked a young man from a shabby alley?" Chow Shi laughed and said, "It's just a light punishment. At most, the family will be plagued with bad luck for a year. It's nothing. Even ordinary people with more ancestral lean and stronger young energy can withstand it. Besides, didn't you interfere and help the young man get rid of that bit of bad luck?" The young swordsman shook his head and didn't say anything else. The affairs of the world were so absurd. Xieshur was also a big shot from the Black Pearl Grotto heaven. His character was honest, and his reputation had spread across several continents. He was recognized as a grandmaster. To be able to stand out in the Julu continent, where sword cultivators were everywhere, and Taoism was on the decline, he had the potential to become a powerful heavenly lord. Even Xieshur's enemy cultivators would admire him. On the other hand, Chao Shi had a strange character and a bad reputation. Everyone said that he was mean and ungrateful. It was only because of his good fortune that he rose up the ranks. But Chao Shi, a sword celestial who came from an unorthodox background, chose to stand on the same side as Dolly. Xieshur was about to do something dishonorable. Chao Jun stood up and smiled. "I know you. You're Su Ruo from the Mo family. You've been roaming the Jianghu for many years in the Central Divine Continent. You're very famous and have the reputation of being a dragon in the human world. I think the reason why Wei Jin from the Aquarius continent roamed the Jianghu all year round and didn't like to stay in the mountains is probably because he learned from you when you were young." The swordsman thought of the high-spirited young sword, celestial in the wind-snow temple. He shook his head and smiled. "He didn't copy me." Chao Shi suddenly remembered something. He jumped into the dried-up pond and turned over a green stone slab. There was an ordinary rusty copper coin hidden inside. This famous sword immortal of the land laughed heartily and put the copper coin into his sleeve. He clicked his tongue and said, "Good omen, good omen." Chao Shi raised his head and looked at the young swordsman. "In my opinion, the broken natal porcelain was caused by Dolly and Longquan. It was your fault first. However, Dolly made compensation and the other party accepted it. Logically speaking, this matter should be considered settled. But now the buyer is going behind the scenes and finally used Xieshur, the great bodhisattva, to scare people. This matter is not done properly and is quite unscrupulous. In fact, it's very easy to solve. Kill Xieshur in one go, with me, you, and Saint Wancheng, the three of us working together. Not only will Xieshur lose, he won't even be able to escape. Xieshur is looking for death. He can't blame anyone else." The young swordsman asked, "Even if Xieshur is killed, this falling Liju cave will be completely destroyed. What will happen to Dolly?" Chao Shi said casually, "The effect of killing Xieshur is great. It's not inferior to building a Baek Okkyung building. The young swordsman did not answer. Chao Shi continued to bewitch people. Isn't Dolly going to the south soon? After killing Xieshur, how many old tortoises of the 10th and upper 5 realms in the Great Sui Kingdom will be left? I bet it won't be more than one hand. If I, Chao Shi, lose, I'll take care of all the remaining old tortoises. What do you think? The young swordsman was puzzled. Do you have a deep hatred for Xieshur? Chao Shi shook his head and said, No, we're just from the same hometown. We're not from the same generation and have never met. Our ancestors don't have any disputes. I just can't stand Xieshur bullying Dolly because of his cultivation. He's too ungrateful. After all, he's from Dolly. It's fine if he doesn't remember the kindness of raising him, but he's even going against Dolly. Chao Shi, can't stand such a person. Bullsh *T. The red fox on the roof revealed the truth and sneered. The Melo Chun clan of the South Saw continent was one of the branches of the Central Divine Continent. The real Chun clan has always been at odds with Taoism. Killing Xieshur is the greatest betrothal gift in the world. Not to mention marrying a Melo Chun clan descendant to Chao Jun. Even if the Central Divine Continent's main family marries another girl to Chao Shi, it's fine. You blabbermouth. Chao Shi scolded with a smile and waved his hand. The fiery red fox exploded with a bang, turning into fine powder. The time it took for it to return to its original appearance was obviously much longer than when it was dismembered by Chao Jun's flying sword. It lifted a tile and threw it at Chao Shi as fast as lightning. Then it turned around and ran away. Chao Shi gently caught the tile and threw it back to its original position. In fact, the tile was already broken. The Mahist hero named Su Ruo rejected Chao Shi's suggestion. I can't make the decision on my own. Chao Shi rolled his eyes and said, Then who can make the decision in Dolly's? Su Ruo smiled and said, His Majesty the Emperor, the vassal Song Zhengqiang, the imperial tutor, and Cui Dong. These 3. Chao Shi said angrily, Then one of them should come. What's the point of you? Su Ruo, just watching the show without doing anything. Since Xieshur dared to come alone this time, he must have something to rely on. Just in case, the 3 of us can't let him escape even if we work together. When he achieves his goal and runs back to the Julu continent, the 3 of us poor creatures and the Song clan will all be finished. Su Ruo nodded and said, He will come. Chao Shi instantly became silent, because he always liked to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. He was afraid that after Dolly took care of Xieshur, they would take care of him. Moreover, the Song clan was not a gentleman. A real gentleman, a guy who was more powerful than Chao Shi and Xieshur, was already dead. He died right here. Of course, the Dolly dynasty could not be blamed for this matter. The Song emperor could not be blamed for being a coward. However, Chao Shi just felt that it was too unlucky and inauspicious. On the way here, he received a spy report from Dolly about the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. It mentioned that his ancestral house had collapsed and was being repaired. This made Chao Shi even more unhappy. If it was not for the Mellow Master Chen's words, he was actually not willing to be a dragon crossing the river. Especially until now, Chao Shi still had not figured out the dead end of Qi Jingchuan's sure death situation. This made him feel uneasy as soon as he walked into Longquan County. Therefore, he hoped that Xieshur's death could lure him out. At that time, even if the worst result was predicted, there was still the Song clan, the sage Wan Tung, the Wind Snow Temple behind him, the Mellow Master Chin behind him, and the Master Chin of Middle-earth behind him to share the risk. Wealth and fortune were found in danger. It was the same at the foot of the mountain and on the mountain. The Xie clan's ancestral house was in Peach Leaf Alley. The descendants of the clan were not flourishing. In this generation, the clan had already declined. If the long-browed young man had not become Wan Tung's unofficial disciple, They would have already reached the point where they had to sell their ancestral house to survive. A middle-aged man began to knock on the door. It was a young girl who opened the door and asked, "You are?" The man answered seriously, "I'm your ancestor." The young girl with delicate features looked graceful, but she was actually shrewish. She immediately said angrily, "It's the first day of the new year. Why are you scolding me? Do you believe that I won't beat you with a broom?" The man's expression was, as usual, "Go through the family tree and find the Jiasu book. There will be a person called Xie Shi on it. That's me. The word sherb is missing a bit." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone in the Xie clan knelt on the ground outside the clan's ancestral hall. Xie Shi ignored the trembling juniors of the clan. Without saying a word, he pushed open the door of the ancestral hall and went in to burn 3 incense sticks. Then he said in a deep voice, "Those with longer eyebrows than ordinary people can come in and burn incense. The rest of you can go back. In any case, the ancestors will be angry when they see you. They don't need you to burn incense." Outside the ancestral hall, a woman's face was full of surprise. She was so excited that tears streamed down her face. She grabbed her son's arm and covered her mouth with one hand to prevent herself from crying out loud. The long-browed young man took a deep breath. After his mother let go of his hand, he stood up and stepped over the threshold of the ancestral hall in fear and trepidation. He walked step by step toward that figure. On the post road outside the town, a carriage was moving slowly. The coachman was Lu Yu, who had stopped a swordsman in the Chiduan mountain. In the carriage sat an elegant old man who looked like an old teacher and a young girl with natural cold and sharp eyebrows. The imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and the palace maid, GQ. Or was it old Cui Dong and Wang Zhu? In the small courtyard, the little boy in Siam began to howl again. Why was the small town at the foot of the mountain so annoying? It was only the first day of the new year, and there were 2 powerful people who he couldn't see through. Even if he used his knees and buttocks to think, he knew that they were the kind of terrible people who could kill him with one punch. The little boy in Siam used to think that he had been through a lot. Now that he was here, he realized that the previous storms were nothing compared to the small puddles in the mud bottle alley outside the door. He began to sincerely admire Chinpingan. It was not easy for him to live to this day. Sure enough, someone who could become his master was not a simple person. No wonder he had such a ferocious disciple by his side. So, the little boy in Siam grabbed Chinpingan's hand with tears in his eyes and said from the bottom of his heart, "Master, I will definitely treat you better in the future." Chinpingan pushed his head away and laughed. "You are the most afraid of trouble. Don't you feel ashamed?" The little boy in Siam looked at the simple-minded, silly girl from the corner of his eye and felt that he was quite ashamed. He silently sat back on the bench and sulked. The girl in the pink dress was indeed more generous than him. She held the delicate and warm peace plate and couldn't put it down. Of course, the one with the most generous heart was their master, Chinpingan. He took out pieces of bamboo slips engraved with characters and placed them on the yellow mud wall between the 2 courtyards. It could be considered as drying the bamboo slips. 188. Chapter 2. The bamboo slips lay quietly on the wall of the courtyard, basking in the warm sunshine of early spring with their owners. Then, an unexpected guest came. Dong Shuijing. Dong Shuijing, the simple young man who was unwilling to travel with Li Baoping and the other 2 classmates to the Great Sui Kingdom, chose to stay in the small town. Shi Chunjia, the little girl with pigtails, chose to move to the capital of Dali with her family. The last 5 people who stayed in Mr. Chi's school parted ways and went their separate ways. After seeing Dong Shuijing, Chinpingan hurriedly invited him to sit down in the courtyard. The girl in the pink dress nimbly brought out some snacks. Dong Shuijing was a little reserved and a little embarrassed. He was like a child who had made a mistake, sitting in the school and waiting for his teacher to punish him. Chen Pingan really did not think that Dong Shuijing was wrong to stay in the small town at that time. During the trip, he was called by the timid Li Huai at night to take a dump together. He heard Li Huai talk about Dong Shuijing's background. He said that the reason why he was named Dong Shuijing was because when his mother was pregnant with him, she went to the Iron Lock well to fetch water with her big belly. In the end, she gave birth to Dong Shuijing when she bent down. Because of that, he became the laughing stock of his classmates. Dong Shuijing never deliberately explained anything. Others laughed at him and just let them be. As for the fact that Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui both liked Li Huai's sister, Chen Pingan knew very well. As for whether it was true or not, Chen Pingan was not very interested. Song Jisun, who lived next door, said early on that in the small town, the young masters of Fu Lu Street and Peach Leaf Alley already had maids to sleep with. For those in Dragon Riding Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, the matchmakers might have already helped them find partners. It was normal in the small town for those who were 1 or 2 years older to become fathers. As for the poorest alleys like Mud Bottle Alley, it was possible for men to be single until they were 30 or 40 years old. Dong Shuijing briefly talked about the new school in the small town, and Chen Pingan followed up with some interesting stories about the trip. He did not dare to say anything too strange, for fear that Dong Shuijing would think too much. After all, an honest person did not mean that he was stupid. When Dong Shuijing learned that the small town would have its own courier station in the future, he asked Chen Pingan for the mailing address of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. The young was very happy and said that he must write letters to Li Baoping and the other 3. But in the end, Chen Pingan did not say anything and kept Dong Shuijing was alone and might not be able to afford it. But in the end, Chen calm. Dong Shuijing left happily. The little boy in green clicked his tongue and said, "This big blockhead isn't bad. I thought he was here to freeload food and drink for master. If he dares to open his mouth." He subconsciously looked at Chen Pingan and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He changed his tone and said, "Then I'll persuade him nicely. I'll definitely reason with him and tell him that one should put oneself in his shoes." Chen Pingan smiled and patted the head of the little boy. "It's been hard on you." On the second day of the first lunar month, the custom of the small town was to visit relatives. Chen Pingan had no relatives to visit, so he simply took the 2 little guys to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain was located in the southwest direction of Longquan County. The 3 nearby mountains were of different sizes, but their scale was far smaller than Luopa Mountain. They were called Leaping Fish Mountain, Fuyao Foothill, and Tiandu Peak. Each of them was bought by immortal forces outside of Dali. In order to build a unique mansion, it was still in full swing before the New Year's Eve at the end of last year. Today, when Chen Pingan and the other 2 passed by Tiandu Peak, the mountain was finally quiet. In this year, on each of the major mountains, there were mansions, palaces, pavilions, courtyards, tall pavilions, viewing platforms at the top of the mountain, long bridges suspended between the 2 mountains, and so on. There were all kinds of strange and luxurious buildings rising from the ground between the mountains, which made people gasp in amazement. As for the opening of Luopa Mountain under Chen Pingan's name, because almost all of it was the fixed expenses of Dali's Ministry of Works, and he, as the mountain lord, had no additional construction needs. So, although the mountain was big, it seemed relatively lonely. Luopa Mountain, which was guarded by a mountain god, was like this, not to mention Bayou Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Lifeless. It made the cultivators in charge of supervising the nearby mountains feel funny every time they looked at their neighbors. It was too absurd to have big money to buy a mountain, but not small money to open a mountain. When Chen Pingan and the others approached their own mountain, Wei Pai appeared mysteriously again. Chen Pingan handed Wei Pai a small bag which contained a high-quality snake gallstone, and asked Wei Pai to help deliver it to the fierce black snake from Chiduan Mountain. Wei Pai smiled and accepted the New Year's money, saying that he would deliver it and would not be greedy. Climbing the mountain together, Chun Pingon asked Wei Pai about the school. Of course, Wei Pai knew more inside information than Dong Shuijing, so he told him tirelessly. As it turned out, it was a family school opened by the Chun clan of Dragon Tail Creek. However, it was open to everyone, and it did not charge any fees. Even many young felons of the Liu clan could enter the school to study. This was equivalent to saving several dozen lives all at once. Otherwise, it would really be hard to say whether those physically weak children would be able to make it through the cold winter next year. With the prosperity of Longquan County, there were also a large number of clans that had migrated from the nearby counties. Most of them were influential clans that did not lack money or people. They wantonly bought houses and land in the small town and the surrounding areas, spending a lot of money. The large houses on Fallu Street and Peach Leaf Lane were naturally the first choice. Now, even in the area of Dragon Riding Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane, many old houses had changed owners one after another. In just a short year, the school had over 100 students, and the teachers were all eminent writers. Speaking up to this point, Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Do you feel that there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" Why would those scholars who usually put on airs be willing to leave their homes and come here to suffer? Moreover, the target of their teachings is only a bunch of children and youths? Chun Pingon nodded and asked, "Did the Chun clan of Dragon Tail Creek spend a lot of money?" Wei Pai laughed aloud and waved his hand. "It really isn't about money. Among those scholars, there are two sages. How could they be after money? They're just hoping to enter Cloud Padding Mountain because an interesting place called Linlu Academy is about to appear on the mountain." The boy in blue interrupted from the side. "You said before that you're staying on Cloud Padding Mountain. Don't tell me you're doing odd jobs in Linlu Academy. Go away. Go away. I'm talking about world affairs with your master." Wei Pai waved his sleeve and made a shooing gesture, then continued to talk to Chun Pingon. "Actually, even a blind person can see that Dolly is planning something big. Linlu Academy is clearly competing with the Great Sway Kingdom's Cliff Academy. Once Dolly goes south smoothly, and the Great Sway Kingdom's Gao clan is destroyed, Linlu Academy will be the second academy in the Aquarius continent after Lakeview Academy. Therefore, the earlier you enter Linlu Academy, the more likely you'll be able to become an official of the Emperor. The difference between being an official of the Emperor and being an official of the Emperor is like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no other way. If a scholar wants to fulfill his ambitions and help the country and the people, he has to have a seat in the imperial court. Otherwise, it's all talk on paper. Of course, if you can't squeeze into the imperial court, you can take a step back. If you're poor, you can take care of yourself. It's not bad to be a scholar. You can preach in the local area, educate the people, and guide their customs. But compared to the former, it's more lonely." Wei Pai spoke casually. As he ascended the mountain, his two sleeves swayed incessantly, like two white clouds floating to the peak. The girl in pink couldn't take her eyes off him. She imagined that her master would also be so charming in the future. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, "Wei Pai, are you a mountain deity now?" Wei Pai smiled knowingly. "Chun Pingon, I've been waiting for you to ask this question." The boy in blue curled his lips, his face full of disdain. "Mountain deity? I have a water deity brother who rules the great river." Wei Pai pointed in the direction of Cloud Padding Mountain. "I'm temporarily the mountain deity of Cloud Padding Mountain." The boy in blue, who was walking side by side with the girl in pink, secretly shook his head and acted mischievously. Wei Pai added, "If there are no accidents, Cloud Padding Mountain will soon be promoted to Dolly's North Peak." Chun Pingon stopped and asked, "North Peak? Isn't it South Peak?" Wei Pai shook his head. "It's North Peak," the girl in pink exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration. The 5 mountain deities, that was really a great deity. Furthermore, it was the great mountain deity of the Dali dynasty. The boy in blue swallowed his saliva, moistened his throat, and quickly walked to Wei Pai's side. He raised his head and smiled. Immortal Master Wei, are you tired from walking? Do you need to sit down and rest? Do you want me to help you massage your shoulders and legs? Wei Ba smiled and said, "Oh, why aren't you bickering with me?" The boy in blue said righteously, "Immortal Master Wei, you are my master's good brother, and my master and I are family, so we are half friends. Is this appropriate? Immortal Master Wei?" Wei Pai reached out and pinched the little water snake's cheek. Naughty! The boy in blue's smile stiffened, and he did not dare to resist. There was no helping it. If Wei Pai was not lying, then he and his master could be considered to be living under someone else's roof. No matter how many mountains Qin Pingan had, as long as he was still in Longquan County, he still had to rely on someone else. As the mountain deity, a sneeze could make the mountains under his jurisdiction tremble. He could intercept spiritual energy, dig up the mountain roots, and so on. He could do it without anyone noticing. Wei Pai asked with a smile, "There's a lot of activity at Shinxiu Mountain. Even if the mountain opening has not been interrupted today, Chun Pingan, do you want to go take a look? It's very interesting." Chun Pingan was rather expectant. He nodded vigorously and said, "Sure, I've always wanted to go take a look." Wei Pai whistled. Very soon, a series of noises came from the mountain. The activity grew louder and louder. In the end, a huge black snake with a golden thread growing from its abdomen slithered over and appeared in their field of vision. The boy in blue and the girl in pink were both rather nervous. It was very normal for flood dragons to kill each other. Moreover, this black snake had already made a name for itself, displaying the aptitude to transform into a flood dragon. Many of the flood dragon descendants who had cultivated a human body and reached the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th realm did not even have the slightest sign of transforming into a flood dragon. The boy in blue often said that they relied on talent to cultivate, and that it was not entirely an excuse for their laziness. He was at least half right. Wei Pai tossed the bag to the black snake. "Chun Pingan gave you your New Year's money. Don't be in a hurry to eat it. Next, you'll take us to Shinxiu Mountain." The black snake's eyes were extremely calm. It did not struggle or resist at all. It slowly lowered its head, showing sufficient docility and kindness. The group of 4 stood on the black snake's body. They crossed Luapa Mountain and descended from the northern foot of the mountain. During this time, the black snake carefully bypassed the mountain god temple. After leaving Chiduan Mountain and arriving at Luapa Mountain, the black snake's violent temperament had become much more restrained. It was obvious that Wei Pai's contribution was the greatest. As they rapidly advanced, the white-robed Wei Pai pointed to a group of people at the foot of the mountain in the distance and explained with a smile, "Those are the disciples of the school of Mo, who are skilled in the art of mechanisms. There are also a few yin-yang practitioners who are skilled in geomancy. They were all hired to come to the mountains of Longquan County. These 2 groups of people often appear together and cooperate seamlessly. They are the key people who must be used to establish a sect and build an immortal mansion." Afterwards, halfway up the mountain, they saw a few huge gray toads with bulging bellies. They were snow white and were slowly moving up the mountain. As it turned out, they were the river-swallowing toads that could hold several tens of thousands of kilograms of river water in their bellies. When they reached the mountain, they only needed to open their big mouths towards a pool that had been excavated, and water would continuously flow into the pool. There was also a type of toad that was slightly smaller in size. It was called the path-opening toad. Its bellies were extremely tough. As it crawled, it could crush out a suitable width of the mountain path. However, they did not see the several young mountain-moving apes that Wei Pai mentioned that were raised by the Dali Imperial Court. Afterwards, in the area of Yellow Flower Peak, Chun Pingan and the others encountered a group of Taoist priests. They were currently commanding several yellow turbaned strongmen that were 6 meters tall to break through the mountain and earth and move huge rocks. As it turned out, it was almost impossible to avoid the Taoist talisman sex cultivators in order to build a heavenly paradise. In their hands, talisman paper after talisman paper turned into puppets the moment they fell to the ground. With a bit of spiritual intelligence, they were able to follow some of the most superficial and simple instructions. They did as they were told and did not need to rest or sleep. Once their spiritual energy was exhausted, they would automatically turn into a pile of talisman paper ashes. Wei Pai took Qin Pingan to Wudong Mountain. Even if one looked at it from afar at the foot of the mountain, it still made one feel that it was a magnificent sight. This was because the entire top of this continuous mountain range had been flattened. When the black snake carried them to the top of that dusty plateau, they heard from others that this plateau occupied an area of 4 to 5 li. In the future, it would become a ferry port. However, the ferry port for the people at the foot of the mountain was for boats, while the ferry port for the cultivators on the mountain was for the sea of clouds. As for what a big boat was, Wei Pai deliberately kept them in suspense. After passing through Wudong Mountain, they were not far from Spiritual Grace Mountain. In between them, there was only the Treasure Steel Mountain under Qin Pingan's name, and the Oxhorn Mountain bought by a cultivator from Southern Stream Kingdom. Oxhorn Mountain was not high, but the terrain was very solid. From the foot of the mountain to the top, one building after another extended in succession. Wei Pai jumped off the black snake's back and asked Qin Pingan to come down as well. Then he instructed the black snake to stay at the foot of the mountain and not move around. At the foot of the mountain hung a plaque with the words "Bundle Shop" on it, shining with a golden light. Wei Pai was an expert in this field. As he walked, he said, "This place is both a pawn shop and an antique shop. There are all kinds of strange things here. Anything can be sold, and anything can be bought. As long as the price is agreed upon, one hand gives the money, and the other hand gives the goods." In the beginning, the founder was a poor and destitute wild cultivator. He could only carry a bundle with a pile of junk on his back and travel around, buying and selling to earn the difference in price. After he made a meteoric rise, he simply named it Bundle Shop. Oxhorn Mountain is a branch of their shop. Every building sells different kinds of antiques and treasures. Now that the building is almost finished, only a small part of the goods have been transported here. They should be waiting for the Wudong Mountain ferry port to be completed before they can be transported on a large scale. From top to bottom of Oxhorn Mountain, whether it was the steward of Bundle Shop with real power or the wandering cultivators who came here to sightsee, when they saw this white-clothed man who was about to become the great god of Dolly Mountain, they were all respectful and respectful. They were so polite that they were almost flattering and humble. As a result, their journey was smooth and unimpeded. A graceful woman even specially came out of Bundle Shop to personally lead the way for them and explain the treasures of each building. Qin Pingan's horizons were broadened. In One Piece building, there was a special kind of poetry jar. It was engraved with poems from Taoist classics. There were 7 jars. The tallest one was about half a person's height, and the shortest one was about the length of an arm. It was said that there was spring water inside, all drawn from the world's 100 famous springs. The spring water was as clear as jade and flowed like a rainbow. It was most suitable for brewing tea and entertaining guests. A man can go without grain for a day, but he can't go without water. Water is the essence of food. That's why people say that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Drinking water is the most important. Our Bundle Shop has specialized cultivators who accurately measure the spring water from various places. They use a small silver square bucket and a small scale to measure its weight. It is light, clear, and sweet. Only when all 3 are present can it be stored in these jars. I don't dare to say that it is nectar, but it can guarantee that it is full of spiritual energy. every caddy of spring water will definitely not flow into the secular world. Although the woman's appearance was not peerlessly beautiful, her voice was gentle. It was like the tinkling of spring water, pleasing to the ear. In spectacular building, as soon as they crossed the threshold, they saw a set of screen scrolls that were as tall as a person. There were 12 peerless beauties drawn on it. They were all from a continent or a country, and they were all drawn from the works of great artists. What was even more extraordinary was that the beauties were vivid and lifelike. They either lowered their heads to play the zither with their sleeves flowing like water, or supported their cheeks as they gazed over, or held a fan to catch butterflies. At a glance, the screen was filled with peerless beauties. Each of them had their own merits. It was too beautiful to take in all at once. There was also a climate screen painted with the 20 solar terms. The hibernation awakening was a scene of lightning and thunder. During the Qingming festival, there would be drizzling rain. During the Mid-Autumn festival, there would be a full moon hanging in the sky, shining with pure light. All sorts of wonderful ideas made the onlookers unable to help but praise them. Because Wei Pai was present, the woman made an exception and brought Chunpingan's group to visit the private spirit garden. At the time, there were still farm cultivators carrying rare flowers and herbs working in the fields. Cultivating a spirit garden, in addition to being able to sell precious flowers and trees, could also preserve the fate of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, it was pleasing to the eye. Therefore, it had always been favored by the immortal forces. After seeing these incredible scenes, Chun Pingon finally understood what it meant to be really rich. After thanking the woman who had not introduced herself, they went down the mountain and walked out of the memorial arch building. Wei Pai first asked Chun Pingon to turn his head to look at Oxhorn Mountain. He reached out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Chun Pingon's eyes. He said with a smile, "Look again." "What's the difference?" Chun Pingon looked over and found that the entire Oxhorn Mountain was shrouded in a layer of greenish-gray fog. From time to time, wisps of snow-white lightning flashed past. Wei Pai explained, "This is the so-called Great Mountain Protecting Formation. The formation of Oxhorn Mountain comes from the famous steaming cloud Dream Swamp. It was originally a landscape painting by a scholarly sage. Later, it was constantly deduced and perfected and finally turned into a formation. In addition to protecting the mountain and resisting attacks, it also has the effect of placing feng shui stones. It can block evil and evil aura and turn turbid aura into pure aura." Chun Pingon sighed. "That's really amazing," Wei Pai said with a smile. "Do you suddenly feel that you're too poor?" Chun Pingon shook his head. "I don't feel that I'm poor, but I feel that I'm not rich." Wei Pai laughed heartily. The group jumped back onto the black snake's back and continued to go to Spiritual Grace Mountain. Wei Pai told Chun Pingon that it was not that there was no real gold and silver for transactions on the mountain, but it was basically just a number. This was because unless both sides had rare and precious items, it was too troublesome. This transcendent artifact cost 800,000 taels of gold. What could they do? If it was converted to silver, it was bound to be even more exaggerated. Therefore, there would be special coins for large transactions on the mountain. Very soon, they saw the Spiritual Grace Mountain in close proximity. The Spiritual Grace Mountain was too high. If not for the fact that there was also the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, this mountain was the most tall and handsome, enough to suppress the other mountains. Chun Pingon asked, "Is Miss One on the mountain?" Wei Pai shook his head and said, "She's not." There was a steep mountain wall on the Spiritual Grace Mountain. Under the cover of the billowing sea of clouds, there were 4 big words engraved on it: Heavenly Grace Mountain. Unless one flew with the wind, even if Qi refinement warriors looked up, they would not be able to see the true appearance. This was because Master Wan had set the rules back then. Within the territory of Longquan County, no cultivator was allowed to fly with the wind without permission. This caused a lot of trouble for the chi refinement warriors around Dali. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were complaints everywhere. Back then, in the far north outside the Aquarius continent, a mighty group of sword cultivators headed south. When they passed by the sky above the small town back then, they still lowered their altitude to show their goodwill. Other than expressing their recognition of the sword forger Wan Ting, it was more to respect the two words of this vast world, rules. This imperceptibly added a layer of power to Wan Fei. Among the group of sword cultivators that went to the inverted hanging mountain, there was more than one land sword immortal. Since this was the case, Wan Fei's status in the Great Li Dynasty rose. Some of the objections that were not allowed to begin with completely disappeared. In this world, once one became an immortal on the mountain, they could be very free and did not have to abide by many secular etiquette. However, one should not forget the existence of the three great academies of Confucianism, the 72 academies and the 9 majestic towers, the demons and sword immortals of the mountains and seas, the 9 majestic towers. There was nothing that could not be suppressed. The rules set by Wan Ting himself, even if he came from the Wind Snow Temple and was not a disciple of Confucianism, as long as it was in line with the larger rules and the great Tao of Confucianism, then the ruling power of Confucianism would be bestowed to Wan Ting. In the end, it would help Wan Ting's small rules to form a kind of silent deterrence. Both sides complemented each other and eventually complemented each other. This was the great rule of heaven and earth that the Sage of Rites personally set back then. It could not be seen or touched, but it was everywhere. Wei Pai did not climb the mountain. Instead, he let the black snake turn back the way they came and sat cross-legged. He sighed. Just like here in the territory of any dynasty, there are many mountains, immortal mansions, and sections. In the mountains, they are the mountain leaders, and in the water, they are the dragon kings. Some kings see them as vassals of the dynasty. Some emperors think that they are independent forces that only listen to orders. They are kings of different surnames, local emperors, and their tails are too big to be shaken. However, due to the power of the mountain, they have no choice but to feign civility. However, in the end, it is still thanks to the Sage of Rites that we are able to maintain peace on the mountain. And at the foot of the mountain, Chun Pingon sat beside Wei Pai and said softly, "These are too far away from me." Wei Pai smiled. It can be said to be far away, but it can also be said to be close. Chun Pingon looked back at the spiritual Grace Mountain and muttered, "I see." In Clay Bottle Alley, a girl in green stood outside Chun Pingon's ancestral home. She looked at the scene of the closed courtyard door and sized up the spring couplets and door gods. She planned to turn around and go home. Then 3 women walked over quickly, dragging 2 10-year-old children. When they saw the girl, they smiled and said, "Miss Xiuxiu is also here." Wan Xiu turned a deaf ear and ignored them. In fact, she was somewhat annoyed. The women in the marketplace did not care. Although they did not know who the girl's father, the Master Wan of the blacksmith shop, was, they generally knew that Master Wan was extraordinary. There were many mysterious rumors about how the county magistrate was on equal footing with that man. In any case, it was not that they did not believe it, but they were only willing to believe half of it. It was just that they went to the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley many times and dealt with the girl a lot. At first, they were anxious and uneasy, but now they felt at ease. They did not think that she had a bad temper, just that she did not smile much. Wan Xiu wanted to act as usual and hold back from speaking. However, she couldn't hold it in today. She looked at them and said coldly, "It's fine if you went to the store to buy things for free. I can keep it from Chun Pingon and help you calculate it on my own account. However, why did you come to Chun Pingon's house to make trouble?" "Oh, my Miss Xiuxiu," sigh. "You don't know our relationship with little Pingon. When we were young, we had a good relationship with his mother. So after little Pingon's parents passed away, not to mention other things, just the 2 funerals, which of us did not have the money and strength to contribute. Later on, little Pingon was all alone. If it were not for the help of us kind neighbors, the little child would have starved to death. How could there be such a rich life today? That's right, that's right. When little Pingon saw me, he had to call me second aunt. Back then, when he was at my house for free meals, I was reluctant to eat the fish and meat, and I was reluctant to let my child eat. I would put everything into little Pingon's bowl. This kindness is not worth much, but now little Pingon is rich. Not only does he have 2 big shops, I heard that he even has a few mountains. He can't burn the bridge after crossing the river, right? He can't care about us ants. Okay? How heartless can he be to do that? Miss Shosho, we know that you are from a rich family, and we are polite to you. You can't deny it, right? But Miss Shosho, you really don't know the difficulties of us poor families. The children have to go to school, and the dragon kiln is not doing well. We are suffering. Besides, we are not asking little Pingon for thousands of taels of silver. It's New Year, and we are asking little Pingon, the elder brother, for a few dozen taels of silver as New Year's money. Miss Shosho, touch your conscience and tell me this is not too much, right? Wan Shio's face was cold, and she directly said, I think it's too much. The atmosphere in the noisy alley suddenly became very awkward. A woman slapped her thigh. Miss Shosho, you can't say that. After little Pingon left the town last time, Miss Shosho asked someone to send us some gifts as thanks. We will not go against our conscience. Yes, we did accept some things, but those things can't be exchanged for copper coins. Poor families live their lives without money to buy rice, and they have no food to eat. How can they live? Forget about us adults, but the children are still so young. Miss Shosho, look, my son's arms are so thin, not better than little Pingon when he was young. Wan Shio nodded with a straight face. I can bear it. The women were all dumbfounded. A woman came back to her senses and said softly, let's not talk to her. Let's look for Chun Pingon. If he has the nerve to be stingy, we will poke at his spine and see if he still wants to keep his reputation. The other 2 women nodded. This method was definitely feasible. One of them was beaming with joy, and she lowered her voice and laughed. Chun Pingon is most afraid of people saying bad things about his parents. This is the most effective method. Get out. Wan Shio stretched out a finger and pointed at the end of Mud Bottle Alley and said expressionlessly, or I will kill you. 189. 10,000 words seal. An old voice came from behind Wan Shio. Why did you beat them to death? Don't you mind dirtying your hands? When they saw the old man appear, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was a familiar face to the people of the small town. After so many years, every family, no matter how rich or poor, had to deal with the old man. Or, rather, they had to deal with the Yang family's medicine shop where the old man worked. After all, even if the king of hell wanted to recruit people, he had to first ask the Yang family's medicine shop if they agreed, or not. However, it was a little too harsh on the fees, which made people unhappy. Wan Shio turned to look at the old man and did not speak. Old man Yang took big puffs of his pipe and looked at those gossipy women. They weren't vicious, but they were far from being kind. When Chun Pingon was in trouble when he was young and lost his parents and almost couldn't survive, there were indeed many neighbors who helped him. After all, Chun Pingon's parents were kind and honest people. People's hearts were made of flesh. For example, Gu Kan's mother and a few old people who had passed away now often took their children to eat at their home. The food wasn't good and the weather was cold, so they gave them some old clothes to sew and mend. But at least it helped to prolong their lives. However, there was a chewy part in the world. Those who really helped didn't want to receive any rewards. When they saw that the young man was successful, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts and were willing to tell their juniors that good people will be rewarded. They said, "Look, God has opened his eyes. Isn't this the son of the young couple? Now all the blessings have fallen on his son. Even they had some expectations and hope for their lives, thinking that their family could be so lucky in the future. On the contrary, those who didn't contribute much money and effort at the beginning probably made a lot of sarcastic remarks. After the young man became successful in Mud Bottle Alley, they really tried their best to ask for exorbitant prices. They all thought of themselves as bodhisattvas who saved people. For example, the three people in front of them often went to Dragon Riding Alley to get free food, and even dragged their families along. The young girl, Wanxiu, endured it. She didn't want Chen Pingan to be gossiped about and didn't want the business of the shop to be bad. So she had to take out her own money to fill the hole. The amount was not too big, about 400 to 500 taels of silver in a year. However, this amount of money was not small at all in a poor place like Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, where one could barely touch a few grains of silver all year round. Old Man Yang looked at one of the women who didn't bring her children and said, "Go tell your man who works in the county government, and tell him to tell the person behind him that the heavens are watching what people do. Don't overdo disgusting things. Be careful that you don't give birth to a son who doesn't have eyes. If he really becomes a disaster, no one will be able to bear the consequences." The woman was a little guilty. "Old Yang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Forget it if you don't understand." The old man blew out a misty smoke ring. "Then I'll say something you all can understand. In the future, when you go to the shop to get medicine, the charge will be doubled. If you encounter a fatal illness, the doctor of the Yang family shop will not come to the door of your three families. He will directly prepare the coffin." The women were suddenly stunned. Old Man Yang glanced at a child with delicate features and strong bones. The child was standing beside his mother timidly. He shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity that the 100 taels of silver I gave your mother forcefully cut off her path to immortality. In the future, when you can't establish a foothold in the mountains in the west and have to leave your hometown, think about what I said today." The old man left directly. "Miss Xiuxiu, if they still don't get out, then you can really beat them to death. It's reasonable and reasonable. No one can find fault with it. After you beat them to death, you don't need to collect their bodies. Just remember to throw them out of the Mud Bottle Alley. After you dirty your hands, just wash them in the Dragon Whisker River." Wanxiu had a good impression of Old Yang before, but not very good. She always felt that he was covered by clouds and mist and couldn't be seen clearly, so she was a little afraid. But now her good impression of him suddenly increased. She smiled and said, "Next time, I'll go to the shop with Chin Pingan to pay a New Year's visit." Old Yang nodded and didn't refuse. The old man walked in the alley and passed by old houses. Most of them were dilapidated and ownerless, like the Chow family's ancestral house. But in the end, there were only a few houses like the Chow family's. Many of them had withered, and their family line was cut off. A family was gone just like that. When the old man thought of Li Er's shrewish daughter-in-law and looked back at such a reasonable little girl, his mood was a little complicated. It was mixed between good and bad. In this small town, perhaps only that stupid woman had the ability and the courage to talk nonsense to the old man. The point was that the old man couldn't beat her in scolding. The old man was really badly scolded by the woman at the door. He couldn't help but ask Li Er to control his daughter-in-law's rotten mouth. As a result, Li Er held back for a long time and said something that made Old Yang even angrier. "Master, if you really can't stand it, just beat me. Remember not to hit my face. Otherwise, when you get home and your daughter-in-law sees it, she will scold you again." If it weren't for the sake of Li Er's daughter, Old Yang really wanted to slap that woman into meat paste. The three women in the alley didn't dare to stay any longer. They came in high spirits but left in disappointment. When they got out of the alley, they started to quarrel. They blamed each other, scolding and pushing and shoving. The child who was singled out by Old Yang was always calm when his mother was scolding others. The child turned his head and looked at the narrow and deep alley. He only felt empty in his heart. He couldn't tell why. but it was like he had lost something very important. For example, the woman lacked salt when cooking, or the woodcutter lost his chopper when going up the mountain. After the women left, Wan Xiu found that the two painted door gods in Chen Pinggan's house had somehow lost a bit of their true spirit. This was very strange. Even if it was an ordinary paper door god sold in the market, as long as the painted door god had not disappeared in the long river of time, the golden body still existed, and the incense still existed, then it would contain a bit of Reiki. However, this Reiki would soon be scattered by the wind and rain. It could not resist too much evil wind and evil spirit. Therefore, new door gods would need to be replaced every new year. It was not as simple as adding joy to the spring festival. However, in Wan Xiu's eyes, the two paintings depicted the civil and military sages were the creators of the surnames of Yuan and Chao, two great pillar states of the Great Li dynasty. Currently, their families were flourishing in the Great Li dynasty, and their incense was at its peak. Logically speaking, their true spirits should not have faded away just after they were painted. Wan Xiu frowned and walked forward. She stretched out her palm and lightly brushed across the coarse colored paper. Very soon, the paper was flowing with golden light, giving off an awe-inspiring air. The girl in green then left with satisfaction. As for the situation of the door gods in Song Jisen's house next door, she did not even look at it. She walked all the way to the alley of Lu Xianyang's house and whistled. Soon, a dog ran out happily and circled around the girl. She smiled and threw a fragrant fiery red pill. The old dog ate it quickly and followed behind the ponytailed girl. Its footsteps were light and silent, and it gently wagged its tail. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. It could be said that comparisons were odious. However, if a qi cultivator saw this scene, it was like comparing a dog to someone else. It could even anger someone to death. Wan Xiu was originally a little disappointed that she could not see the person she wanted to see. At this moment, she began to feel happy again. See, he wanted her to take care of him. Whether it was the coop or the dog, she took good care of them. The girl in green walked on the green flagstone road. Her hair was tied into a ponytail by Qing Ju. The sky was far away, and the scenery here was unique. After sending Chen Pinggan back to Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai disappeared again. However, he did not return to Mount Biyun. Instead, he went directly to the top of Luopa Mountain. In his line of sight, there was a majestic mountain temple. The square was huge, and it was paved with a kind of luxurious stone that was like white jade and fine iron. The golden body in the temple had been sculpted, but it had not officially accepted the people's incense. Wei Pai's sleeves flowed like water, and he walked confidently. A travel-worn minister of Dali's Ministry of Works hurried over to greet him after hearing the news. Wei Pai looked at the Dali official with a tired face and frostbite on his fingers. Wei Pai walked while talking with the official about the progress of the project. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The Song clan was able to rise step by step from a small country affiliated to the Lu dynasty to dominate the north. It was definitely not just illusory luck. The minister-counselor did not walk into the mountain temple. He just stayed outside the door. After Wei Pai crossed the door alone, the official immediately left and continued to personally oversee the construction matters. He personally took care of all matters, big or small. In the Dali officialdom, two sleeves like the wind, free and unfettered like a deity. This was used to describe the officials of the Ministry of Rights, eating large pieces of meat, killing people with sharp knives, and breaking through formations to open up new territory. This was used to describe the martial artists of the Ministry of War, eating dirt, eating dust, and drinking the northwest wind. This was used to describe the officials of the Ministry of Works. However, as a minister-counselor with real power and born into a rich and powerful family, to be so cautious and conscientious was a scene that other dynasties could not imagine. Wei Pai gently waved his sleeves and closed the door. There was a refreshing fragrance of fine wood within the mountain temple. The head of the mountain god of Luopa Mountain that was worshipped in the main hall was made of pure gold. A man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared and floated out from the statue. On his neck, a face appeared a pale gold color, but it was not as prominent and eye-catching as the statue. The mountain god was Song Yuzhang. This was the former Longquan kiln supervisor, the Mud Bottle Alley youth Song Jisen, who had lived in the small town for more than 20 years. He had once been mistaken for his illegitimate son. The covered bridge that hung the plaque "Wind Stirs, Water Rises" was personally supervised by Song Yuzhang. In the end, Song Yuzhang left this place and returned to the capital to take up his post. When he returned to Longquan town, that dolly sent people to twist his neck and hide his head in a box, killing to silence, getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone. Nothing more than that. Song Yuzhang knew too much about the scandals of the Song clan. From the start, he knew that he was going to die. Even when he was on the way back to the capital, this dolly civil official, who was worthy of the name Bone Bone Bone, was prepared to suddenly die on the way back. Being loyal and devoted, generously facing death, was nothing more than that. That was why Wang Yifu, the general of the fallen Lu family, who had been sent by Dolly to silence him, said those words from the bottom of his heart. So it turned out that scholars also had great heads. As the mountain god of Luopa Mountain, Song Yuzhang bowed to the future northern mountain god in front of him. Little god pays his respects to the great god. Wei Pai laughed involuntarily. He moved to the side and waved his hand. "Mr. Song, there's no need to be like this." Song Yuzhang followed and moved the direction of the bow. "The rules are like this, there's no exception." Wei Pai could only accept this bow completely. He said helplessly, "You scholars are really stupid. It's the same when you're alive and when you're dead." Song Yuzhang straightened up and smiled calmly. Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Did the people from the Ministry of Rights and Kinyanjian tell you about the things to pay attention to when you're the mountain god?" Song Yuzhang said self-deprecatingly, "They didn't dare to say much. After the god investiture ceremony ended, they left the mountain early. They didn't treat me as a mountain god, but as a plague god. I'll have to trouble the northern mountain god to clear up my doubts." Wei Pai nodded and let Song Yuzhang stand beside him. He waved his sleeves hard. Mist rose from the mountains and rivers in the hall and spread everywhere. On the ground, a full picture of the territory under the jurisdiction of Luopa Mountain appeared. The mountains and rivers were inseparable. Although a mountain god only ruled over the mountain god had varying degrees of jurisdiction over the streams that originated from the mountain or the rivers that passed by the foot of the mountain. In the world, the river gods, especially the lower-ranked Hebo and Hippo, were often not as popular as the mountain god. The former often had to take the initiative to establish a relationship with the latter. Wei Pai pointed at the ancestral temple on the peak of Luopa Mountain. "I'll say the ugly words first. We mountain gods don't have much meaning. We just lie on the merit book and enjoy life. We don't need to cultivate our strength or mind. We just need to accumulate merit little by little and help the imperial court maintain the fate of the mountains and rivers. Compared to the last 10 years, whether there are more or less natural disasters in the territory under our jurisdiction, whether there are more or less natural disasters, whether there are any increase or decrease in the population, whether there are few Jiren and Jinshur, whether there are any cultivators who move and take root here, and if there are any auspicious signs, it's naturally better. These are the merits of the gods and the achievements of being an official." Song Yuzhang was an official. When Wei Pai talked about the affairs of the gods, Song Yuzhang quickly understood. It was easy to understand. Wei Pai smiled and said, "In short, all the merits and demerits are clearly recorded in the accounts of the imperial court. It's clear at a glance. Don't think that after becoming a mountain god, You only need to deal with me. In fact, the person you really need to pay attention to is still the Dali Imperial Court. There are a total of 3 mountain god temples in Longquan County. I occupy the mountain hall of the Cloud Pinning Mountain. You are in Luopa Mountain, and there's another one built in the northern area. This is very rare in other places. It's a situation where there are fewer porridge and more monks. In the future, you will have a headache because you need to compete for the incense of the kind men and women believers. Of course, you can't compete with me. Song Yuzhong joked. How would I dare? This is called offending a superior. In the past, when I was alive, I could still tell myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I would just resign. At worst, I would just die. But now, it's impossible. It's hard to die even if you want to. At this point, Song Yuzhong bowed again and apologized. There was a smile in his words. The mountain god has visited Luopa Mountain many times. This little god is too embarrassed to show his face. I'm really scared. It should be this little god who takes the initiative to visit Cloud Pinning Mountain. Ooh. In any case, Song Yuzhong was a low-level official who had taken root in the small town for so many years. Moreover, he liked to do things himself. After staying in the 30-odd dragon kills all year round, Song Yuzhong's official aura had long been polished away. Not to mention jesting, he even knew a lot of vulgar words. Wei Pai said helplessly. Well, Mr. Song immediately integrated from one official to another. Your comprehension is very high. Song Yuzhong asked with a smile. The one in the north? A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Even Buddha had to fight for an incense stick's worth of time, let alone them, the mountain gods who relied on incense to survive. The twists and turns among them. And the flies and dogs were not inferior to the secular officialdom at all. Wei Pai thought for a moment and said softly, He's not a good person. When he was alive, he was a Dali general with outstanding military achievements. His temper is very bad. However, I heard that he has a very good relationship with the 2 in the Martial Saint Temple of the Wenchang Pavilion. Song Yuzhong joked, It's not good to be an official like this. If you don't worship the Orthodox God and worship the unorthodox sect, you will suffer if you enter the wrong temple and burn the wrong incense. Wei Pai laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. These words make me feel better. Wei Pai stretched out his finger and gently raised it. The Luopa Mountain in the midst of mountains and rivers grew higher and higher. Finally, a fine picture was revealed somewhere. On the surface of the stream, someone had straightened a rope and tied both ends to 2 trees. A small bottle hung on the rope after the stopper was opened. Under a tree on the shore, a girl in a pink dress would gently jump up from time to time and shake the rope. The bottle on the river would sway with it. Wei Pai explained, This is a lingering bottle with a good appearance. They can absorb many beautiful sounds in the world. The bottle here needs someone to gently shake the rope by the side to help the small bottle absorb the sound of the water. If not, it will take a lot of time to fill the sound. Song Yuzhong asked, Is this the bottle of Mountain Lord Chen Pingon? Wei Pai nodded and said, Yes. What's your impression of Chen Pingon? Song Yuzhong said without hesitation, Because of Song Jisun, because of Her Highness, I know Chen Pingon's growth very well, so I have a good impression of him. To be able to become a mountain god of Luopa Mountain, I think it's very good. Oh, Wei Pai suddenly turned his head and stared at this mountain god. For the first time, he called Song Yuzhong Lord Song. Then he said with a smile, Don't tell me you didn't think of a situation where Dali needs you to monitor Chen Pingon. Maybe one day he will ask you to do something dirty that goes against your conscience. Song Yuzhong smiled and said, Of course I have guessed. I, Dali, have spent so much effort to build that covered bridge. How many members of the Dali royal family have died? You must already know. So now that Chen Pingon's misfortune has turned into happiness, how can I, Dali, not be prepared for any accidents? Dali, I was proud of it when I was alive, and I still haven't changed after I died. Perhaps this is called not repenting even in death. Wei Pai was silent for a long time. Then he withdrew the fob back into his large sleeve. Like tired birds returning to the forest, he was actually able to let Song Yuzhong feel their cheerful aura. Wei Pai smiled. Okay, then I understand. Wei Pai's figure disappeared. Song Yuzhong remained alone in the mountain god temple. He sighed. Was he really not suited to be an official? Everywhere he went, it was like this in life and in death. Wei Pai, this white-clothed immortal, brought the youth Chen Pingon around. Who didn't know the meaning behind his words? Of course Song Yuzhong knew. The statue in the mountain god temple in the north also knew. All of the immortal factions that had bought the mountain, which one of them wasn't smart enough to know. Wei Pai purposely brought the youth to walk around the various big mountains. It was undoubtedly a straightforward and unmistakable fact. Chun Pingon was under the protection of Wei Pai. You foreigners, no matter what your background is, as long as you want to ask for a bowl of rice in my territory, you have to consider the weight of the new North Mountain God. Because Wei Pai wasn't an ordinary mountain god. In the future, it was very likely that he would be the north of Lakeview Academy, half of the Aquarius continent. He would be the North Mountain God with the greatest strength, territory, and power. There was no one else. It was only the third day of the new year, but there were already people who began to go out and travel. In the mountains to the west of the small town, a young man in a scholarly robe led a youth who looked like a page boy. Each of them held a bamboo staff in their hands. Together, they waded over the mountains and walked towards the Luopa mountain. The scholar was carrying a box of books. The page boy's face was extremely beautiful. He didn't lose to a beauty and was flawless. The man he followed was a local of the small town. Now, he was an assistant teacher in the school opened by the Chun family in the Dragon Tail Commandery. He had a very small reputation and was far from those famous scholars and writers. Therefore, he couldn't bear the title of teacher. However, the children in the school liked him the most. They liked to listen to him talk about those wonderful people and strange things, such as the charming and gentle stories of the fox demon who liked the scholar. The youth was even more so. He didn't hesitate to pester him, to make him agree to be his teacher. The youth was born curious about everything. He lived alone in the ancestral home of the Yuan family in the small town. At this time, he asked, "Teacher, the Taoist saints said that my life has a limit, and my knowledge has no limit. If there is a limit, then there is no limit. What should we do?" The man in the scholarly robe was thinking about something and didn't reply for a while. The youth was already familiar with the teacher's 10,000 miles spiritual travel. He continued to ask, "The saint also said that life between heaven and earth is like a white steed passing a gap. It is clearly supporting the former. What should we do?" The man finally came back to his senses and said with a smile, "So you have to cultivate. Every time you cross a threshold, you can live for 10 or 100 years and read more books." The young man still felt that he had not been completely enlightened, although our Confucian school also advocates cultivation. Reading books is more, for the sake of entering the world and making the world better. We have never been like the Taoist school, which only pursues personal birth and enlightenment. How can that be good? Without essence and sincerity, we can't move people. The man said with a smile. He stood in the same place and looked at the scenery around him. Then he said again, "Down to earth, it is natural." When the young man heard the word naturally, he naturally thought of the Taoist sect that flourished in the eastern bottle continent. He sighed and said, "I read in a book that in times of chaos, the Taoist sect went down the mountain to save people. The Buddhist school closed the door and knocked on the wooden fish. In times of peace, the Taoist school went up the mountain to cultivate, and the Buddhist school opened the door to receive money. Teacher, it sounds like the Taoist school is really good. Alas, the Buddhist school's monks are not so good." No wonder they are not popular in our continent, and Buddhism is not popular. Oh, the man shook his head and said with a smile, that's just the angry and extreme words of some scholars. It's not that they don't have the slightest bit of truth. It's just that if you talk too little about the truth, you'll end up making a generalization. The three schools can establish their own schools, of course. They have their own strengths. Moreover, the orthodoxy of the three schools is very complicated. There are many branches and leaves, and the veins are heterogeneous. Therefore, when you want to understand the purpose of the three schools, you must go back to the origin, and then you can evaluate it. Otherwise, if you only know the surface and you see one or several bad Taoist priests and bad monks, you will kill them all with a stick. This is not good. The man in the scholar's robe looked at the top of a mountain in the distance. The three schools have a debate. There will be three people who will explain the foundation of the school. The profound and subtle principles of the three sides are unimaginable to others, so it is the most dangerous. The young man was puzzled. Teacher, how is it dangerous if the three of them talk separately? The man retracted his gaze from the high place and looked at the distance, smiling. Since it is a debate, you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of others in addition to knowing the strengths and weaknesses of your own school. Only then can you successfully persuade the other two people to recognize your own principles. In this way, when people delve into other schools of knowledge, they will either be suddenly enlightened or be given a rude awakening. Before the debate has even begun, they will have already switched schools and embarked on a different path. The delicate young man was confused and did not understand half of it. The man smiled. Don't think so much, just walk forward. The young man nodded vigorously. His name was Chui Ci. He was the one who named himself. He lived in the Yuan family's ancestral house in the small town, but he was not a member of the Yuan family. The scholar in the scholar's robe, walking in front, was Li Shixing. In addition to holding a bamboo stick that was convenient for walking on the mountain road, there was also a peach talisman made of 2 pieces of wood hanging on his waist. It was simple and elegant. It was hanging on his waist. It was very suitable. Chui Ci could not help but ask another question. Teacher, why are we going into the mountain? Li Shixing replied, because I feel that there is something that some people are doing wrong. Since it is wrong, it cannot be wrong again. I need to do something that I can. Oh, Chui Ci smiled brightly. Teacher is always right. Li Shixing shook his head. The precious principles that have been passed down for a long time in the books, no matter which school it is from, must not be left empty. The young man was hesitant. Li Shixing teased. Today you can ask one last question. The young man was excited. I saw in another book that there are 9 majestic towers in the world. Why is the last tower's name different? Li Shixing thought you were talking about the majestic tower called Zhenbai. Because Baizhe is a guy's name. If it is called Zhenbai Tower or Zhenzhe Tower, it is not suitable. The young man was scratching his heart and lungs. He wanted to ask another question, but he did not dare to. Li Shixing could not help but laugh. Just ask again. The weather is good today, and the scenery is beautiful. You can ask a few more questions. The young man was overjoyed. He jumped around. Teacher, is the Baizhe that the majestic tower suppresses related to the Baizhe illustration that almost every Qi refinement warrior has? Li Shixing nodded. Yes, they have the same name. The young man clicked his tongue. Old master, there must be a lot of knowledge in this, right? Li Shixing raised his head and smiled apologetically in a direction. He then reminded the young man, the sages of the Confucian school have warned us that it is taboo to be an elder. This applies not only to the sages in the Confucian temple, but also to the sages of the 3 schools and the 100 schools. Therefore, when you walk alone in the mountains and lakes in the future, do not simply call out his name. The young man was puzzled. Baizhe? Li Shixing smiled and hit his head. What do you think? The young man laughed and did not take it to heart. The 2 of them continued their journey to the Luopa mountain. At the shore of the West Sea of the eastern vase continent, a man in a mink coat stood at the edge of the cliff. He frowned as he turned to look to the east. Beside him stood a woman in palace attire with a curtain on her head. She was the fox demon that fell off the cliff in the snowy night. She asked carefully, "Is there a sage from the vase continent who spoke rudely to you? Do you need me to teach him a lesson?" "Oh." The man retracted his gaze and said calmly, "It's just Dolly, a sixth state chi refinement warrior. What a good saying. Change the vase before the world is in chaos." The woman was dumbfounded. She shut her mouth obediently and reminded herself to speak less. Wei Pai found Chun Pingon in the bamboo building. He was practicing the sword furnace stance in the open space under the setting sun. On the other hand, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink sat on the bamboo chair and ate the food in small mouthfuls like a master. Wei Pai came to Chun Pingon's side and did not disturb him. It was only when Chun Pingon kept the sword furnace stance that Wei Pai turned around and asked the little girl in pink to bring over 2 bamboo chairs. He said that he had some serious matters to discuss with her master. Without waiting for the little girl in pink to do anything, the little boy in green had already rushed over with 1 chair in each hand. After putting down the bamboo chairs, he did not forget to bend down and use his sleeves to wipe the chairs. He returned to the little girl in pink and stood there. Noticing her disdainful gaze, the little boy in green said righteously, "What do you know? This is called a man knows when to yield and when not to." Wei Ba and Chun Pingon sat side by side on the small bamboo chairs. Wei Ba was the first to speak. "Don't blame me for peeking at the scene in the bamboo house. At the time, you were fighting with that sword embryo. The situation was far more dangerous than you could have imagined. It was very easy for you to go crazy and die on the spot." Chun Pingon nodded and took the opportunity to untie this little knot. Wei Pai said slowly, "There are 2 things about a swordsman: sword training and sword refinement. Sword training is sword training. 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 Sword training is sword training." After Wei Ba's brief and concise introduction, he paused for a moment. It could be seen how much importance he attached to today's discussion. "Because of that sword embryo of yours, I can't see the depth of its quality, so I can't make any presumptuous assertions. However, I can briefly talk about some common principles. For example, to sharpen a real flying sword, or to temper and nurture a life source flying sword, you need to consume countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, I brought you to the various mountains to let you understand one thing. Cultivating on the mountain requires you to eat mountains of gold and silver. The rich people at the foot of the mountain are extremely wealthy. Their wealth can be described as more than enough to spend in a few lifetimes. However, on the mountain, no one has enough money to spend in a lifetime. Perhaps the patriarchs of the 3 religions are the exception?" The little girl in pink behind him sat upright and still, listening attentively. As a fire python, it had nothing to do with her, but it had a lot to do with her master. How could she not listen attentively? If her master missed something, she could help to fill in the gaps later. The little boy in indigo was bored and rolled his eyes. Of course, Chun Pingon listened carefully to Wei Pai's words. If Wei Pai didn't say it today, he would soon go down the mountain to ask Wan Xiao. Wei Bian kept his hands in his sleeves. He was similar to the young Cui Shi in this aspect. He said slowly, whether one has the aptitude to become a swordsman is the first threshold to become a chi refinement warrior. Once one becomes a swordsman, whether one has the money to cultivate a flying sword is the second threshold. And this threshold is not low at all. The toughness of a sword depends on the density of the sword body, so it needs to be hammered and tempered by a sword forger. The sharpness of the sword needs to be constantly sharpened. This is why the cliff of the dragon-slaying platform is so valuable. Even the sage Wan Jiao doesn't dare to monopolize it. He has to draw the Wind Snow Temple and the Marshall Mountain together to prevent others from coveting it. Chun Pingon sighed in his heart. It turned out that the sage also had something that he couldn't do anything about. Wei Pai pointed behind him casually. There was a huge dragon-slaying platform on a mountain far away. As long as it's a divine weapon, the requirement of the grindstone will be extremely high. This is also the reason why the dragon-slaying platform is priceless. It's a rare commodity that can be hoarded. As long as one keeps it, he will make a profit. No one is willing to sell it unless they have no choice but to urgently need life-saving money. If the bundle shop released the news that there was a palm-sized dragon-slaying platform for sale, I guess the whole Oxhorn Mountain would be crowded with people. Speaking of this, Wei Pai stretched out his finger and pointed at the boy. Chun Pingon, oh Chun Pingon, why are those snake gallstones that you give away like cabbages so valuable? It's because all medicines in the world are poisonous. Ordinary elixirs, no matter how effective they are or how good they are, will have a certain impact on one's chi residence, which is extremely difficult to eradicate. In the beginning, it can be suppressed and accumulated in some remote chi residence in the body. However, as the cultivation of chi trainers becomes higher, the accumulation of impurities will become more obvious. Under the divine sense of internal vision, the impurities will become bigger and bigger, which will hinder the great Tao. Chi trainers of the 10th realm can be called sages by the secular world, but why do they all hide like turtles? Do they like to be old bastards? Of course not. It's just that they are struggling to get rid of the impurities bit by bit. Ooh, the little boy in green was a little frightened. He straightened his back and did not move an inch. He no longer dared to look around carelessly. The girl in pink was a little guilty. Actually, she had been thinking about the third superior snake gall stone. She was only helping the old master to preserve it. She would not eat it. Wei Pai said seriously, I'm going to tell you some secrets next. Even I have to pay a hefty price to know those. Chun Pingon, I hope you won't tell anyone. Chun Pingon nodded and said, Don't worry. Other than Miss Wan and Brother Li, I don't have anyone to talk to in the small town. Wei Pai then continued, Have you heard of the inverted hanging mountain? Chun Pingon's expression changed. He did not speak, nor did he nod or shake his head. Wei Pai thought that the man in the bamboo had mentioned it before. He was not surprised. The inverted hanging mountain is the work of Tian De, one of the 3 disciples of the Tao ancestor. It can be said to be the world's largest mountain seal, with the support of majestic Tao techniques. It is indestructible. This is the border between the vast world and the savage world. It is the first pass and possibly the last. Chun Pingon asked, Why the last? Wei Pai smiled bitterly. Once the flood breaks the dam, how are we going to stop it from behind? Wei Pai raised his head and leaned back in his chair. He sighed and said, So not only the North Continent that produces sword cultivators, even the immortals who flew past the Aquarius continent and lowered their flying swords in your small town and showed their faces for a short while we're all summoned to the inverted hanging mountain, they have to pass through the inverted hanging mountain and go to a place called the Great Wall of Sword Chi to defend against the invasion of the demons from another world. Every time the demons cause trouble and start a war, they will be summoned to the inverted hanging mountain and enter the city. On the high wall, they will practice their sword Tao between life and death. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is where the most famous sword immortals in the world gather. They have the most number of sword immortals and do the most dangerous things in the world. But do you know what they lack the most? Wei Pai turned to look at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon could only shake his head. Wei Pai gave the answer. They lack swords because the battles there are too frequent and too tragic. Many peerless divine weapons that were brought there by sword cultivators from the outside world, which were qualified to be ranked among the top Dharma artifacts of the continent, were either broken or their sword wills shattered. The sword owners died, and there were countless casualties. So it is very, very difficult for the sword cultivators who were born and raised there to have a good sword. In addition, there are also a considerable number of sword cultivators among the demons who like to collect the remains of famous swords. Over time, the Great Wall of Sword Chi needs a large number of swords to defend against the sword cultivators of the demon race. They even have to constantly buy and request swords from the outside world through the inverted hanging mountain. The merchants who gather outside the inverted hanging mountain raise prices and wait for the best price. Countless people become rich because of this. Chun Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Wei Pai seemed to know what Chun Pingan was thinking. He sneered and said, "Do you think everyone is like you? You are such a good person that you would casually give away treasures. After you give them away, you are worried that they are not heavy. Do you want to help carry them?" The azure-robed child looked embarrassed and pinched his nose. He wondered if he should be moved by his conscience and treat Chun Pingan better in the future. Chun Pingan remained silent. "Chun Pingan, don't take my nonsense to heart. To be honest, I actually admire you very much." Wei Ba was somewhat apologetic. He let out a long sigh, as if he had accumulated too much in his stomach. Then his gaze turned fierce, and he sneered. "Among the great demons in that world, just based on the information I know, there are 3 famous peerless sword immortals. Their battle prowess is high, and their killing power is great. It's unimaginable. Now that so many years have passed, I don't know if their numbers have increased or decreased." Wei Pai patted his head. "I almost forgot to say. As for why the demons are so tirelessly attacking the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it is very simple. The living environment is too harsh, and the spiritual chi is thin. It is not suitable for cultivation. Their physical bodies are strong, and they are good at killing. The world is like a huge breeding ground for venomous insects. The strong occupy most of the mountains, territories, cultivation resources, and many descendants. And our vast world is like a big piece of fat meat. It is not in the mouth, but you can see that there are leftovers in your bowl and fish and meat in other people's bowls. How can you not covet it?" Ooh. Wei Pai's expression gradually returned to normal. Actually, if you want to talk about right and wrong, one is for their own survival and expansion, as well as for their descendants to live more comfortably. The other is to protect their home and defend the border. If it were a third party watching from the sidelines, there might not be such a strong distinction between good and evil. I also entered the cloud-pinning mountain and agreed to become the mountain god. It can be said that I have formed a great alliance with the Song clan. Only then can I know about this. You can just treat the following things as a fairy tale. Don't pay too much attention to it. It is said that there was a tragic battle before. More than 10 great demons came together under the Great Wall of Sword Chi and had a discussion with the top cultivators of the human race. They hoped to exchange a piece of land the size of the eastern bottle continent near the inverted mountain as a condition for a ceasefire. But of course we did not agree. Give them an inch, and they want a mile. Even a child knows the truth. After that battle, there was a gambling battle, 13 against 13. In fact, it happened not long ago, a few years ago. The demon race and the Great Wall of Sword Chi each sent out 13 experts with 7 wins and 6 losses. If the demon race wins, they can occupy the Great Wall of Sword Chi without sending out a single soldier. If we win, we can obtain all the swords in the demon race's world. At this point, Wei Pai could not help but stand up. Fight! Why don't we dare to fight these 13 battles? Do you know? Wei Pai stretched out his finger in high spirits and pointed to the south, just the battle order of the 2 camps. Our righteous world racked our brains. An ancestor of the Lu clan of the central region, which is known as half of the Yin-Yang school, paid a huge price to roughly calculate the battle order of the demon race's experts. This is a peak-level battle that has never been seen before, and will never be seen in the future. Both sides have eliminated their top 3 strongest experts so as to prevent them from getting carried away and breaking through the boundaries of the two realms, causing the two realms to be in chaos and instability. In this way, this fair battle would be meaningless. However, the Great Wall of Sword Chi had already won 6 out of the 7 battles, excluding the first battle. Under the great situation, where victory was in their grasp, they lost the 8th battle, and that female sword immortal became the first person to be killed on the battlefield by the demon race. After that, they were defeated like a landslide. They lost all the way until the 12th battle, and the Great Wall of Sword Chi thought that they would definitely win that battle because that great sword immortal was known to have outstanding battle strength and had never lost a battle before. But he still lost, becoming the second sword cultivator to die in battle. After that, our righteous world was in despair because everyone thought that they would definitely lose. It was not that the last sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not strong enough. On the contrary, he was very strong, so strong that he made people feel that he was invincible. But he was the last person of the Great Wall of Sword Chi who was publicly recognized as the top 3 in terms of killing power in the past 10,000 years. It was just that he had just come out of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, so he was not excluded from the top 3. As a result, the experts of the Yin-Yang school of Sword Chi and the Lu family did not consider this point. It was obvious that the demon race was destined to pay a great price to conceal this secret. That great demon was a sword cultivator, a peak level 13 sword cultivator. In history, the demon race had attacked countless cities. Many times, he was the first to reach the top of the city and the last to retreat. The green-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl behind had already turned pale when they heard this. Even Chun Pingon, who was much more determined than ordinary people, clenched his fists and placed them heavily on his knees. He was sweating profusely, but he did not realize it. Wei Pai laughed out loud without warning. He strode forward, his sleeves flapping violently. He pointed to the distant south, turned his head, and raised his fist. But we won! The man who killed that sword cultivator great demon, everyone called him Alliance. No one knew where he came from, or where he was going. They only knew that he killed the most demons at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Wei Pai was extremely carefree. He shook his arm fiercely and shouted to the heavens, "His name is Alliance." Chun Pingon slowly turned his head and looked at the small bamboo building that was personally named Fierce Building by a certain fellow. The stubborn youth's tears flowed down immediately. He remembered the first time they met. There was a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat. He was leading a donkey and had a saber. He smiled and introduced himself to the youth. "My name is Alliance Liang, as in kind. I am a swordsman. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember." Book Guest House Mobile Version. 190. Wei Pai chatted a little more, as he did not want to reveal any more information. Words and paintings were the same as chatting. Dressed in white, he floated in the air amidst the sea of clouds and the mountain wind. After Wei Pai left Luapa Mountain, he slowed down and picked up clouds of mist like snowballs. He kept increasing the weight until he hugged them with both hands and squeezed hard. In the end, a white ball the size of a pebble appeared in Wei Pai's palm. He found one of the sources of the Dragon Whisker River in the small town and threw it into the mountain stream. The white ball fell into the stream and was quickly swallowed by a black carp. Then it flowed down the mountain, the back of the Green Ox, the Stone Arch Bridge, the blacksmith shop, and the waterfall at the junction of the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. The river was surging, and time passed by. On the bank of the Iron Talisman River, where no one was around, the water god of the Iron Talisman River, named Yang Hua, was sitting on the willow tree with her eyes closed in concentration. The female river god, whose face was covered by armor, suddenly opened her eyes. She stretched out her hand and a lively black carp was caught in her hand. She used a finger as the blade to cut open the black carp's abdomen and found the white ball that was full of spiritual aura. She touched it gently with her thumb and first sewed up the abdomen of the black carp that was used to send the letter. The black carp slid into the river from the palm of her hand. After the black carp entered the water, it was unusually cheerful, and its scales seemed to have more luster. Yang Hua lowered her head and stared at the white ball in her palm. There were wisps of cloud root aura mixed in it. It was extremely precious and was a great supplement for any river god. In the spiritual eyes of the mountain and river gods, there were also their own delicacies. The essence of water and cloud root were all condensed from the illusory mountain and river chi. They removed the impurities and kept the essence. It was like the dragon-slaying platform to the divine weapons and the snake gall stone to the vile descendants of the flood dragon. Yang Hua raised her head and looked over. Amidst the clouds, she could vaguely make out a white-clothed man standing at the peak of the mountains. A golden earring hung from one ear. She had been here before. She had seen with her own eyes that this person and one of Dali's gatekeepers, the Mahist hero, Su Ruo, were riding on the black snake that had a mediocre skill. They went against the flow of the river and went into the mountains. However, Yang Hua did not expect that this Wei Pai would actually become the main deity of Dali's North Peak, and his rank was far above hers. Yang Hua did not know why Wei Pai wanted to show goodwill to her. His position was unstable, so he needed to win over people's hearts. Yang Hua sneered. She clenched her fist and crushed the white ball in her palm without hesitation. All the spiritual energy flowed into her body. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and the river water under her feet surged. It seemed that she was happy for her master's cultivation base to increase. Net Starter Wei Pai retracted his gaze from the Tiefu River and returned to his old nest, Mt. Xingyun. Riding the wind, he passed by various mountains. Occasionally, there would be chi refinement warriors below his feet greeting him. In the past, Wei Pai would reply with a smile. However, he was not in the mood today. He came to a chain bridge that was suspended between two mountain peaks. It was not completed yet, but it was wide enough for 2 horse carriages to pass through. No matter how strong the wind was in the gorge, it would only shake the chain bridge slightly. However strong the wind was, the chain bridge would sway to a certain extent. The chi refinement warriors and trap engineers of the school of Mo, who were in charge of building the bridge, had a rigid requirement. They would not skimp on the work. The green ebony used to pave the bridge was extremely tough. A full blow from a swordsman of the lower 5 realms could at most poke a hole in the bridge. The chain was made of high-quality refined iron. After all, at the foot of the mountain, a century-old shop would be a golden signboard. However, on the mountain where longevity was long, only shops with more than 500 years of history would dare to talk about being a century-old shop. When this white-clothed mountain deity walked on the black bridge, the contrast was stark. It made one feel that he was lofty and majestic. Wei Pai stopped in his tracks. He held on to the railing of the bridge with one hand and looked up. He knew that at least half of the reason why he was able to become the main deity of Dali's North Peak was because of the man wearing the bamboo hat and carrying the bamboo blade. This was because Dali discovered that he had mysteriously broken the restriction after meeting that person. He had returned from the desolate lord of the land to the mountain deity of Chiduan Mountain. Wei Pai himself only understood that it was the credit of the bamboo blade after a long time. As time passed, Wei Pai gradually realized that his golden body was not ordinary. Could a bowl and plate hold a vat of water? Of course not. Even if he used to be the main deity of North Peak of Divine Water Country, he was originally a superior deity who could accommodate a lot of incense. However, he was later imprisoned by the immortal of chess with his supreme divine sense. When Wei Pai first left Chiduan Mountain, he felt that it was impossible to accept all the incense and spiritual chi of Dali's North Peak. He was overestimating himself. It was hard to say that he was an ant trying to shake a tree, but it was definitely like a child trying to hammer iron. Sooner or later, his muscles and bones would be damaged, and his primordial chi would be damaged. But now, Wei Bian's control over more than 30 mountains was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, Wei Pai was willing to show his greatest kindness to Qin Pingan. He was willing to take him to travel the mountains and rivers. It was similar to sticking the signature of Dali's North Peak on the teenager. Firstly, Qin Pingan was not annoying. Secondly, he wanted to repay Alliance's kindness. Thirdly, Alliance might return to the human world. The third reason was the most important. Wei Pai was very afraid that if Alliance really returned to this world, once he felt that he had not done well enough, then the bamboo blade on Chiduan Mountain could make his realm soar thousands of miles. But the bamboo blade on Chiduan Mountain would probably beat him back to his original state. If it were the Wei Pai on Chiduan Mountain, he would not care so much. But now Wei Pai could not do it. It was because of the girl who cultivated in the Changchun Palace of Dali. Wei Pai turned his head and looked to the north. Looking at the distant north of Dali, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, "You must live well. Don't fall in love with scholars in this life. Scholars are the most unfaithful people." Outside the bamboo house on Luapa Mountain, after hearing the story from afar, the boy in green thought of eating an ordinary snake gallstone to calm his nerves. As the boy in green chewed on the snake gallstone, he thought of Qin Pingan's pitiful look when he turned his head to look at the bamboo house. He could not help but click his tongue and say, "I didn't expect our master to cry. What a sentimental person." Just hearing a story that has nothing to do with him made him so emotional. "I believe our master's future in the pugilistic world will be very exciting." He roared when he saw injustice on the road. He saved the girl, and she repaid him with her body. Our master has turned into a white stripe in the waves. The boy in green had already imagined Qin Pingan's pugilistic world to be incomparably erotic and charming. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. The thought of a stubborn and boring guy like Qin Pingan being thrown into the arms of a female hero of the pugilistic world was extremely amusing. The girl in pink was still immersed in the earlier shock. Her expression was complicated, and she felt uneasy. She asked the boy in green softly, "Say, the demons in that world are so cruel and tyrannical. Why are we able to live in peace with the immortals on the mountain here in the vast world? Why don't the chi refinement warriors just kill us all?" Ew. The boy in green thought for a moment and replied casually, "Probably because they feel that we are a pile of dog poop by the roadside, and they dislike dirty their shoes after stepping on it." The girl in pink was skeptical, but she could not think of a unique explanation that could convince herself. She could only put this worry and uneasiness in her heart for the time being. Wei Pai had already left. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to get up and return to the bamboo house. He sat quietly on the bamboo chair alone. The mountain breeze in early spring was still biting cold, blowing the young man's hair and sideburns. Before Wei Pai left, he said with a smile, "Rumor has it that Alliance is looking for a sword that matches his strength." Qin Pingan clearly remembered the first time they met by the Tiefu River. Someone held a bamboo hat in one hand and patted the handle of a bamboo saber with the other. He said in a manner that sounded like he was bragging, "For the time being, he can't find a sword that matches me. I'll use it to humiliate all sabers in the world." Wei Pai added, "Someone said that he is a sword cultivator at the peak of the 13th realm. Back when he fought the great demons, the sword he used was not the best. It was just that he was used to it and could not bear to change it. After it was shattered, he would naturally need to change to a better sword. Just think about it. If you can find a weapon that even a Liang feels is suitable for you, or even a sword that can help you increase your fighting prowess by 1 level, then one is enough. You only need to increase your fighting prowess by 1 level. Then he would have combat strength at the peak of the 14th realm. As a sword cultivator, he might even be able to fight the ancestors of the 3 sects, the Tao ancestors, the Buddhist ancestor, and the Holy Master. I can't imagine what kind of alliance would be like after he finds that sword. What kind of alliance would be like? After Wei Pai said that last sentence, he left. He was filled with anticipation and admiration, like a tiny hill looking up at a towering mountain. He had walked into Old Master Wen Sheng's landscape painting and slashed out with Qin Pingan's sword. Only now did Qin Pingan know what Alliance had given up. That rainy night, he walked down the mountain with Alliance. You took away something I thought was already mine. If you don't have the ability to carve 2 or 3 words there in the future, I'll cut you. Back then, Qin Pingan did not understand what the bamboo hat man's casual words meant. As Alliance had said it so casually, the youth did not know the true weight. Back then, the youth did not know how good the sword was. He did not know how strong Alliance was back then. If Qin Pingan had known of this before they parted, he would have definitely asked the fairy that was the embodiment of a sword spirit before Alliance left. He would have asked her if she could change owners. That man's name was Alliance. He was a swordsman and a very nice person. If Alliance had not mentioned it, the youth would not have known. Only after Alliance left did the youth learn of it. Such an Alliance. How silly. What right did he have to call him a goody-two-shoes? Qin Pingan fell into a daze for a long time before he stood up and walked towards the bamboo tower. The azure-robed child asked softly, "Master, are you all right? Were you frightened by Wei Pai's story? There's really no need to be afraid of those things. What inverted mountain sword chi? What great wall of sword chi? What alliance? What great demon sword immortal? They're thousands of miles away from us. Even if the sky falls down, we won't be afraid. The scholarly sages are not only good at talking, but also good at fighting. What's more, no matter how powerful that swordsman with a strange name is, it has nothing to do with us. This kind of person must have 3 heads and 6 arms. He's ferocious and can kill gods and immortals. Even if there's a chance to meet such a person, I don't want to meet him. He's too terrifying. I'm afraid that a sneeze from him could blow me to shrunken bones." Qin Pingan patted the head of the babbling azure-robed child and said with a smile, "I'm fine." He came to the 2nd floor, held the scholarwood sword, walked to the corridor under the eaves, raised it high towards the sky dome, and said 2 words in his heart. "I'm a swordsman." It's settled then. (191) Although Qin Pingan's longevity bridge had been broken, and he could not cultivate for the time being, there were many swordsmen in the pugilistic world. There were even masters who claimed to be divine in swordsmanship. Even chi cultivators who could move mountains and seas could still wrestle with them. Among the pure martial artists in the world, the most elegant would always be the swordsman. 2 martial arts experts who had the same strength, status, appearance, and bearing. One used fists while the other used a long sword. The latter was always more likable. Using fists would either cause the opponent's skin to split open or even cause the opponent's head to burst open and his intestines to burst open. How could it compare to using a sword? Born with the courage of 10,000 men, with the wind of this life, drinking a cup of wine with laughter, in the murderous city, swordsmanship has become a monarch, slaying dragons where there are dragons. Elegant or not, romantic or not. Of course, even a boring and old-fashioned person like Qin Pingan could not help but be fascinated when he heard Cui Dongshan reciting this poem beside the big cliff and the big river. Previously, when Qin Pingan practiced boxing, at least there was the book of Shaking the Mountain. Even if Miss Ning did not like it, it still pointed out a martial arts path for Qin Pingan. Then, when practicing swordsmanship, there should be something like a sword manual. Otherwise, Chun Pingon felt that with his talent and comprehension, he would not be able to achieve anything even if he practiced until the end of time. This made Chun Pingon a little worried. Outside the bamboo house, someone came from afar, holding a bamboo cane and a peach talisman at his waist. He shouted loudly. Chun Pingon, who was worried on the second floor, turned his head and replied loudly, "Brotherly, why are you here?" Chun Pingon ran all the way down the stairs. Li Shixing brought along Chui Si, who was considered half a disciple, and went up Luapa Mountain to look for the master of the mountain, Chun Pingon. Li Shixing took off the peach talisman at his waist and went straight to the point. "I may have to leave the town, so I hurried over to give you something in case you are in a hurry and can't speak clearly." Chun Pingon did not reach out to take it, not because he was worried that the man in front of him had ulterior motives, but because he was used to not taking things for free. He was not shameless enough to take things for free. Li Shixing said, "You know my brother, Li Baozhen?" Chun Pingon nodded. Li Shixing said, "Zhu Lu attempted to murder at the pillow post. He was secretly instructed. Of course he was wrong. When I knew it, it was already too late to stop him. Li Baozhen has never been one to admit his mistakes since he was young, but there's no other way. He's Baoping's second brother, and I'm his eldest brother. A family is a family. Since he's unwilling to repent after doing something wrong, I can only make it up to him." Li Shixing looked at the silent dark-skinned youth and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this peach talisman is only related to the assassination. After I leave the town, you have to be careful of Li Baozhen. If you have the upper hand, Chun Pingon, I implore you to give him a chance to live, to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Once, just once. Of course, if you're evenly matched and you're in a perilous situation of life and death, you don't have to show mercy. Self-preservation is the most important thing." Chun Pingon thought carefully for a moment and said slowly, "Okay." Li Shixing handed over the peach talisman with a warm smile. "In that case, accept it. It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Brotherly, you don't have to give me anything. And don't worry, I will do what I promised you." Chun Pingon waved his hand and said with a smile, "It must be very precious for Brotherly to come so far just to give it to me." And at this point, Chun Pingon did not say anything else. In fact, Alliance once mentioned that the real great opportunity of Liju Grotto Heaven was in Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Alley. Chun Pingon's intuition told him that it might have something to do with Li Shixing's peach talisman. Li Shixing saw the youth's unusual persistence and hesitated. "Can we talk alone?" After Longquan County was promoted from a county to a county, the original special county name of Longquan County, which had been tainted with Dragon Chi, was changed to the relatively ordinary Huaihuang County. The county government was located in the northern region of the Great Mountain, and the county government was still located in the small town. The county magistrate was a young official surnamed Yuan. Unlike his predecessor, Wu Yuan, who had personally handled matters, County Magistrate Yuan rarely showed his face. However, what was strange was that before County Magistrate Wu Yuan was promoted, many matters that had been stagnant, such as the location of the old porcelain mountain and the construction of the Immortal Tombs civil and martial temples, had already been methodically carried out. As a result, many people felt that Wu Yuan's promotion was very unreasonable. The new supervisor of Kiln Affairs was a young man about the same age as County Magistrate Chow. His surname was Chow, which was also the surname of a pillar of the country. For example, the elusive County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow was more willing to show himself in public. Not only did he take the initiative to visit the rich and powerful families of Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Alley, but he was also often seen at the school established by the Chun family in Longwei County. This was especially true of the school's teaching assistant, Li Shixing. As long as Supervisor Chow had free time, he would listen in. He would take off his official robes and change into a scholarly robe. He would sit at the back of the school with a large group of children. never feeling that it was embarrassing. On the post house road to the east of Huang County, the post house closest to the county town was called the Huai Manor Post House. It wasn't large, but although it was small, it had all the essentials. The 5 post house horses were all B-class war horses. For the small post house stations in other counties, this was simply a dream. Today, the Huai Manor Post House had a group of distinguished guests. Early in the morning, County Magistrate Wu Yuan had come from the Western Prefectural Manor with only 2 of his trusted civil and military secretaries. County Magistrate Yuan had then arrived in a carriage. When he saw Shengguan Wu Yuan waiting by the post house road, he didn't even greet her. He walked straight into the post house, ordered a pot of tea, and sat there drinking by himself. Afterward, Supervisor Chow came alone on a horse. He reeked of alcohol and swayed as he dismounted from his horse. He belched and led his horse forward. It was likely that he had drunk too much last night and had sobered up this morning. When he saw Wu Yuan, he hurriedly patted his clothes to get rid of the smell of wine. He led his horse to the prefectural governor and bowed with a smile. This lowly official, Chow Mao, greets the prefectural governor. Wu Yuan had been promoted to a high official, but she didn't appear to be proud of her success. She politely said, "Supervisor Chow is an official directly under the Ministry of Rights Yamen. You don't actually need to bow when you see me." Supervisor Chow Mao had a smile on his face. His face was like jade, and his figure was slender. He deserved to be called the graceful and confident Chow family's jade tree. His speech and behavior were like a spring breeze. How can this be? When a small official sees a big official, he has to be respectful. Besides, if Lord Wu becomes the Yuan family's son-in-law, you will become a dragon in a storm. You will become even more irresistible in the officialdom. I don't dare slight you in the slightest. Chow Mao's attitude was very humble, but he spoke without restraint. What he said did not conform to the rules of officialdom at all. He actually did not have much respect for Wu Yuan, a great official who managed a large province. This was not strange. As the legitimate son of the eldest branch that the Chow family had placed their hopes on, Chow Mao had plenty of reason to dislike Wu Yuan, the son-in-law of the Yuan family. The surnames of the 2 pillars of Shangjing, Yuan and Chow, were originally close in-laws. However, in the past 100 years, they had become like fire and water. Their respective ancestors, who had helped the 2 families to bring glory to their families, were once staunch allies who had fought side by side for their entire lives. They were also the key pillars of the Great Li's rise. In addition, the 2 pillars of Shangjing, Chao Gui and Yuan Kui, were from the same hometown. Therefore, they were known in the history books as colluding with each other, a pair of talents in both civil and martial arts. All the door gods under the jurisdiction of the Long Quan Commandery had been unified. The pair of door gods that hung on the wall were actually the portraits of the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families, Chao Gui and Yuan Kuang. As for whether or not the direct descendants of the 2 families had received the guidance of an expert on the mountain, or whether they had the intention of accepting some of their ancestral shade, no one knew. After all, the old locust tree had already collapsed. Its branches had all been destroyed, and the locust tree's leaves had all scattered. It really was hard to say whether or not any of the shade of their ancestral locust tree would remain in this place of prosperity of the Yuan and Chao families. Very soon, several more people arrived together. They were all elderly people. There was the old woman of the Zhao family, who held a walking stick. Her grandson, Zhao Yao, was Qi Jingchuan's page boy. Before the changes in the town had occurred, he had already taken an ox cart and left his hometown. There was also the old ancestor of the Li family, who had withdrawn his divine intent. After the restrictions of the Pearl Paradise had dispersed, the old man had successfully reached the 10th realm, obtaining 2 benevolent official positions for the clan. However, his eldest grandson, Li Shisheng, had declined, while Li Baozhen had chosen to accept. He had smoothly risen to the ranks of officials in the capital of Dali. The remaining position could only be left over. In any case, it could be left for a promising descendant of the Li family. There was also the short old man who lived in a house at the corner of the Peach Leaf Alley. He had a benevolent appearance. Back then, when Chin Pingon had helped him send a letter home, the old man had even wanted to invite the youth to his house for a drink. However, as a bumpkin from the clay bottle alley, he did not dare to agree. The other old men were also the masters of the 4 families and 10 clans of the town. They possessed varying numbers of dragon kills, large amounts of fertile land, and ordinary mountains. They were the true local tycoons of the town. An old man in scholarly robes with a laurel crown on his head gently lifted the curtain of the carriage and walked down. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked around. Immediately, everyone felt a suffocating pressure assault their faces. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. This old man possessed countless titles that contained enormous power. He was the head disciple of the sage of literature, Qi Jingquan's eldest martial brother, Dali's imperial tutor, the sage of scholarly learning, and the national Go player who had negotiated with the city lord of White Emperor City. Yucayun, the eastern Aquarius continent, was the smallest of the 9 great continents under the heavens. However, the appearance of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, had helped this small continent attract the attention of many great figures behind the scenes. After Cui Dong stepped down from the station, everyone simultaneously bowed with their hands clasped in salute. When everyone slowly stood up and raised their heads, they were surprised to see a beautiful young girl in palace made attire walking out from behind the old man with such a high status. Some people were caught off guard. Cui Dong's tone was indifferent as he said, "Everyone, return." No one dared to raise any objections. They did not even dare to reveal the slightest bit of resentment. Cui Dong's 2 fingers rubbed the jade pendant on his waist as he walked toward the Huai Manor relay station. The young girl's face was indifferent, as she followed closely behind. Cui Dong sat down at a table and asked the relay station to bring 3 jars of wine. When the post house official and his subordinates carried the jars of wine over, each and every one of them felt their mouths and tongues dry. Cui Dong waved his hand, not allowing those people to wait on him. He opened the wine seal himself and pressed down with his palm at the same time, indicating that the young girl standing solemnly at the table should sit down. He smiled and said, "No need to be so reserved. For this trip, I'm only here to escort you. You are the master of this small world." Cui Dong picked up the large white bowl and drank a mouthful of the mediocre wine from the countryside. He did not think much of it. When he had betrayed his master, he had traveled the world alone with only one sword. What kind of suffering had he not experienced? Cui Dong had always believed that he could endure hardship and also enjoy fortune. That was why he had been able to live until today. Cui Dong looked at the uneasy young girl and asked with a smile, "GQ, everything you said to Kinianjian has been recorded. I've carefully read every word. Are there any other stories you haven't told? Anything trivial is fine. For example, when Xie and Chao Shi were young, were there any other interesting people of the same age by their side? Or, for example, who suffered a calamity but did not die? Who was especially isolated from a young age?" The young girl was the servant girl of the Dali Prince Song Jisun, GQ. Her original name was Wang Zhu. Her true form was strange. It was actually a pearl condensed from the soul of the last true dragon in the world. GQ thought for a while and shook her head. No, Cui Dong could not help but laugh. He was not angry and continued to drink alone. Not long after, 3 people walked into the station. They were the rich man Chao Shi, the dull man Xie, and the Mahist ranger Su Ruo. The 2 big shots who walked out of the Pearl Grotto saw the young girl and confirmed the aura on her. Chao Shi was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and pointed at the young girl. "Damn it, I've embarrassed myself. The guy who scared me half to death back then is actually such a weak little girl. Xieshur held his fist and bowed to the young girl, Xieshur from Peachleaf Alley. Thank you for saving my life twice. GQ's face was cold. She only nodded to Xieshur. As for Chao Shi, she did not even look at him. Su Ruo crossed his arms and leaned against the door. He began to close his eyes and rest. If today's matter was settled, it would have nothing to do with him. If it was not settled, it would have a lot to do with him. Chao Shi laughed and sat opposite the young girl. He looked as if he had seen a treasure and said, "Back then, I stood at the mouth of the Iron Lock well and peed down. As a result, I only peed halfway down the well. Not only did the iron lock make a clattering sound, the water in the well suddenly reached my feet. I was so scared that I did not dare to finish peeing. I didn't even pull up my pants. The scene at that time was really frightening. Chao Shi, have done a lot of embarrassing things in my life, but this one will definitely make it into the top 3. GQ finally could not keep a straight face. She glared at him and said, "If you didn't run away fast enough, I would have made you drink the well water until you burst." Chao Shi stretched out a finger and stroked his beard. He gloated and said, "I remember that for a whole month I stood 2 feet away from the iron lock well and threw stones in with all my strength. Did I hit you? You should have at least once, right?" GQ stared at him and sneered, "Born bad seed. I regret that I didn't drown you in the stream." Chao Shi was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "When I was young, I was indeed a little naughty. Ha ha, a child's temperament. When I was swimming in the water with my peers, I would often fart. I can't help it. Since I was young, I liked to see bubbles rise from my back. But I was kind. That time when I peed into the well, I was really scared out of my wits. The elders in my family had to ask someone to summon my soul. It was so embarrassing. From the clay bottle alley to the iron lock well, I had to answer every time they called me Chao Shi. You don't know, but after that, I was laughed at by my classmates for several years. At this point, Chao Shi chuckled and poured herself a bowl of wine. She sighed and said, "The bones of those schoolmates have probably rotted away by now. However, I still remember their names." GQ sneered. "Who was the one who secretly poured half a bucket of Black Dog's blood into the iron lock well in the middle of the night?" Chao Shi laughed dryly. "Didn't I hear from the elders that Black Dog's blood can exorcise evil spirits?" GQ was annoyed when she saw this guy. Chao Shi was like this when he was young, and even more so when he was old. Xieshur remained silent the whole time. GQ hesitated. "Which one of you became a perfected lord? Who became a sword immortal?" Chao Shi raised her white bowl and pointed at Xieshur, who was sitting opposite the state preceptor of the Great Li dynasty. "He is the perfected lord of the Julu continent, and he is about to become a Taoist heavenly lord. His lineage has sects and mansions in the 5 peaks of several dynasties. In the entire Julu continent, he is the only Taoist sect. The rest are all unorthodox sects that don't amount to much. Those so-called perfected sect masters and perfected lords of countries are not even fit to carry shoes for our perfected lord Xie. In front of our fellow countrymen, Xieshur, they are all grandsons. There is no exception." Xieshur's face darkened. "Shut up." Chao Shi begged for mercy. Okay. I won't say it. You are a Taoist heavenly lord, and I am just a wild cultivator. I can't afford to offend you." Within the dynasty, the appointment of a perfected lord of a Taoist country not only required the recommendation of the emperor, but also the recognition of the continent's Taoist sect master. For example, the sect master of the eastern Aquarius continent, Qizhen, was the Taoist sect master. After that, more than half of the heavenly lords in the continent had to agree. Finally, they had to ask for an edict from a sect in the Middle Plains divine continent. The Tao lord of the Julu continent was Xieshur. The sect he belonged to was a place where incense was offered. Furthermore, the sword cultivators of the Ju-Lu continent prospered, and the incense offered by the Buddhists far exceeded that of the Taoists. As a result, not a single heavenly lord appeared. Of course, the Aquarius continent was not much better. As the smallest of the 9 continents, even though Taoism's power far exceeded Buddhism's, the Aquarius continent only had one heavenly lord, and it was a new heavenly lord who had just broken through to the 12th level. It was Qizhan of the Southern Stream country's Shunfu sect. Like Xie, all the perfected lords were decided by a single person in each continent. But in other continents, not to mention the Middle Plains Divine Continent, such as the vast South Saw continent, there were only a handful of Taoist heavenly lords. Long story short, Xie said directly, "We can let bygones be bygones for the broken natal porcelain. However, I want to ask for 3 people from your great Li." Chui Dong put down the wine bowl in his hand and smiled. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by let bygones be bygones?" Although the breaking of Chun Pingan's natal porcelain was the fault of our Dali Kiln Supervision Office. But first, when Chun Pingan's aptitude was inspected, the person who bought the porcelain had already confirmed that there was nothing special about it. There was no mistake about it. Second, when the natal porcelain was broken, Dali pursued the person who should be responsible and compensated the person who should be compensated. The person who bought the porcelain also nodded in agreement and accepted the compensation happily. Xie, your so-called let bygones be bygones is not valid at all. Xie said indifferently, the person who bought the porcelain has no right to pester endlessly, but the power behind the person who bought the porcelain has the right to be unreasonable with Dali. Chui Dong laughed and nodded without hesitation. He picked up the wine bowl again and took a sip. He clicked his tongue and said, "The world is so helpless." Chow, she bared her teeth. GQ's eyes flickered, as if she had heard something interesting. Chui Dong asked, "Then what if Dali doesn't agree?" Xie didn't realize that he was in a tight encirclement and continued, "Dali has already settled down in the south. If you don't agree, you have to worry about your backyard getting burned." "You worry about their backyard?" Dali's northern territory has already reached the coast of the sea in the north. Chow Shi's expression was playful. It seemed that some big shots in the Ju-Lu continent were determined to get these 3 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so aggressive. It was obvious that Xie was implying that the cultivators of the Ju-Lu continent would take advantage of the Great Li Iron Cavalry's expedition to the south to openly cross the sea and attack the Great Li's northern border. That young man named Chin Pingan, his natal porcelain was broken. In the end, it was just a small matter that had already been decided. It was just a lame excuse for some people. Because when the big shots began to plan for the world's general trend, small matters were no longer small. Chui Dong sighed softly. When the people on the mountain were unreasonable, they were like this. It was almost like children playing house. When they were angry, they would use all their strength to fight to the death. It was very scary, but it wasn't scaring people. It wasn't that Chui Dong was unfamiliar with it. On the contrary, Chui Dong had personally experienced it many times, so he seemed particularly indifferent. Chui Dong had to take a step back first and asked, "Which 3 people do you want to take away?" Xie drank his first mouthful of wine after sitting down. He's Xiaoyang, Ma Kuxuan, Li Shisheng. The most important order is the ranking. If Dali can hand over a few people, you can get a corresponding reward. Chui Dong laughed and said, "Reward? It's more like Thunder Fury, right?" Xie was silent. Li Shisheng was from Dali's Longquan and was the easiest to negotiate with. Ma Kuxuan was already a disciple of Marshall Mountain. In just a year, he had become famous. He was very murderous and talented, and had made rapid progress. He Xiaoyang was a proud disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. His talent was amazing, and his luck was even more frightening. Other than the Confucian scholar Li Shisheng, the other 2 were the sect's hopes. One was a military ancestor, and the other was a Taoist holy land. Even if Dali already occupied half of the continent, it might not be willing to become enemies with either side. Moreover, the Great Sway Kingdom had not been destroyed yet. Once the divine Grandeur sect and Marshall Mountain raised their arms, Dali would have to face the hostility of half of the military cultivators and half of the Taoists in the Aquarius continent. This deal was a loss, no matter how one looked at it. Chui Dong felt that this deal was over. He estimated that after returning to Dali's capital, he would have to prepare for the worst when it came to buying flying swords for the Beko Keikyung building. But Xiesher suddenly said, "As long as you agree to this, I will take people to the summer mountain near Lakeview Academy and help you intimidate the academy and the entire Southern Power. Don't worry, it's not just for show. Just like if you don't agree, the cultivators of the Jiwalu continent will attack the north of Dali. It's not a joke. As long as Dali agrees, we will not let you suffer any losses." This is the promise of the top cultivators of the Jiwalu continent, including me, Xiesher. Chao Shi was stunned. This was getting interesting. If Xiesher was really willing to lead his men to defend the mountain resort to the death instead of deliberately mystifying things, then this decision would have caused the Great Sway to lose half of its life before the war with the Great Li had even started. It could even be said that half of the eastern Aquarius continent was likely to fall into the hands of the Song clan. Chui Dong said emotionally, "So it's such a big gamble. It's really unexpected. I have to inform our emperor." Xiesher nodded and said, "It's reasonable. I can wait at most half a month. Your emperor, Dali, must give me an answer." Chui Dong suddenly pointed at GQ. "She saved your life twice. Don't you have anything to say, Xiesher?" Xiesher laughed heartily and said, "Of course, if you don't agree to this, I won't participate in the attack in the south. If you agree to this, I will take in 2 or 3 direct disciples from Dali and focus on nurturing them. All of you should be clear that I, Xiesher, will soon be promoted to a heavenly monarch. At my age, I can only be considered a young man among all the Taoist heavenly monarchs in the 9 continents. To put it bluntly, I'm already looking forward to the great Tao. Furthermore, I, Xiesher, have only had 3 lineal disciples in the 1,000 years since I started the sect." Chui Dong pointed at GQ. "She's one?" Xiesher shook his head and said, "She's not. But as long as she's willing, she won't be among those 2 or 3. Chui Dong pondered and didn't say anything. GQ was a little absent-minded. She was a little anxious and wanted to go back to the courtyard in Mud Bottle Alley as soon as possible. Even if the cage of fluffy chicks had starved to death, she would only give up when she saw their corpses with her own eyes. If they were still alive, then when she saw them this time, she would crush them with her own hands. As the little things she raised, how shameful would it be if they died in the mouth of wild cats and dogs in the future? "192. Although I took a lot of leave this month, I still wrote 170,000 words. Let me praise myself. More importantly, I need to thank everyone for your patience. You are the best readers. This is not a polite remark, but a sincere one." The two walked to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building and looked into the distance. Young Chui Si and the 2 little guys stared at each other downstairs. Li Shixing asked, "Do you know the meaning of Fu Lu Street and Peach Leaf Alley?" Chun Pingon shook his head. He only knew that the people living there were rich, very rich. The bluestone road, stone lions, and even the painted door gods seemed to be more impressive. Li Shixing raised the peach talisman in his hand. Fu Lu is a homonym of talisman. Fu actually represents the word talisman. Peach Leaf Alley is the peach of the peach talisman. If reversed, it is the peach talisman. Chun Pingon suddenly understood. This is a great opportunity for the town. Compared to the items of the 5 elements, such as the golden carp, this peach talisman may be even better. Li Shixing said tirelessly, "At the end of the year, I had a strange dream. I vaguely remember seeing many people and many things, but after I woke up, I forgot everything. It seemed like I was playing a game of chess with someone. Then I remembered the inside story of the peach talisman. The twists and turns are mysterious. I really can't explain it in detail. Li Shisheng pointed in the direction of the bamboo building. I originally wanted to hang this peach talisman on the door of the bamboo building. It may be a bit of an exaggeration, but it can indeed make this magical bamboo building even more indestructible. Also, hanging the peach talisman for a long time can give birth to all kinds of strange plant essence. Speaking of this, Li Shisheng smiled and joked, Chen Pingan, you really don't want it? You won't get it again if you miss this opportunity. Chen Pingan said without hesitation, since it's so good, Brother Li, keep it for yourself. Aren't you going on a long trip? I just went on a trip outside. There are all kinds of strange and dangerous places. I definitely need an artifact. Li Shisheng smiled and asked a question. Do you think I lack an artifact? Chun Pingan was stunned because he remembered the battle between Li Shisheng and the sword cultivator Chao Jun in the Mud Bottle Alley. But he suddenly remembered a saying in a book and said, the more the better. Li Shisheng had no choice but to put away the peach talisman and hang it on his waist again. He said regretfully, it was supposed to be hung on the door of the bamboo house. It was very compatible. Li Shisheng even turned his head and looked at the bamboo door behind him. Hanging it here really matches. Actually, it was a little childish. Therefore, Chen Pingan wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only hold it in. Previously, because Li Shisheng was Li Baoping's elder brother, Chen Pingan was willing to get close to him from the beginning. After a few interactions, Chen Pingan grew to like the scholar more and more. It was not because Li Shisheng had a bellyful of noble spirit, nor was it because he, as a greenhorn Qi refinement warrior, could directly fight on par with Chao Jun. It was because this man's every bit of interaction with this world made people feel comfortable. For example, Alliance was a swordsman. Mr. Qi was a scholar. Even if Alliance had never mentioned swords from the beginning to the end, and Mr. Qi had never talked to Chen Pingan about the great principles in books from the beginning to the end, Chen Pingan felt that they were the best swordsmen and the most knowledgeable scholars. Deep in his heart, Chen Pingan hoped that he could become such a person. However, regarding these thoughts in his heart, Chen Pingan had never spoken to anyone because he was afraid that he would be thought of as overestimating himself. Li Shisheng suddenly made up his mind. No, my conscience is really uneasy. I can't just leave like this. Chen Pingan was just about to speak. Li Shisheng suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed Chen Pingan's shoulder. With a serious expression, he said, Chen Pingan, let me say something. In the future, when you interact with others, you must not use your own code of conduct to demand everyone else. For example, you will feel that it is natural for you to refuse to accept the peach talisman because you are thinking for me, Li Shisheng, so you have a clear conscience, right? Yes, very right. However, you have to know that the same rice can feed 100 different people in the world. After you feel at ease, you have to think more about how to make the people around you feel at ease as much as you do. Li Shisheng patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. Just take it that I am forcing you. You don't have to think too much. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say this at all. But you, Chen Pingan, are different. I think you are very good and you can be better. Sometimes you even make the people around you feel ashamed of themselves. Do you know that? Chen Pingan's face was blank. Am I that good? Li Shisheng laughed heartily. He walked to the railing and waved to Cui Ci downstairs. Bring up the luggage. I want to use it now. Okay, wait for me, sir. The young man, who looked as delicate as porcelain, quickly ran upstairs and skillfully took off the bag on his back. Inside, there was a necessary treasure box for scholars. It contained a set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. They were all old things and did not look rich. Li Shisheng took out a writing brush which seemed to be used to write Xiaojie and Xiaozhuan. It was slightly small. The upper half of the brush was engraved with the words Little Wind and Snow Cone. The brush was made of bamboo, but it had been passed down from generation to generation. After a long time of accumulation, it emitted a kind of vermilion gloss. What was more strange was that the tip of the brush was hard. It was light gold and straight like a sharp cone. When Li Shisheng took the brush, Chen Ping'an took a closer look and found that there were 4 unnoticeable small words on the lower half of the brush. There is a spirit in the brush. Li Shisheng obviously also found that Chen Ping'an saw the 4 words. He lifted the brush slightly and explained with a smile, reading 100 times will reveal the meaning. Reading more than 10,000 times will reveal the meaning. There is a similar saying when you practice boxing. If the spirit is not there, the boxing will not be good. It sounds very fake, but it's not fake at all. It's all about hard work. Practice makes perfect, and ingenuity creates mysteries. Step by step, and you'll know. Once you know one method, you'll know all methods, and you'll know all methods. At this moment, Chui Ci had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have grasped something and scratched his ears and cheeks impatiently. The girl in the pink dress, who had been reading poetry since young, was muddle-headed. She only felt as if she had drunk a jar of old wine, and was drunk. Only the boy in green was sitting on the railing and picking his nose. He did not care at all. It was only when he saw the strange behavior of the 2 guys that he started to be stunned. Chen Ping'an did not feel too much. He just silently remembered these principles in his heart. Li Shisheng exhaled gently at the tip of the brush. The golden brush seemed to have become warm at this moment, although it was still sharp, and the tip of the brush was like a knife. It had spirit. Li Shisheng smiled and said, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since you don't want to accept the peach talisman, then I have to show you some of my skills. I, Li Shisheng, have not read much, but I think I am good at carving and drawing talismans. Today, I will write and draw talismans on these bamboo sheets. Don't worry, after writing, there will not be any visible words left, so it will not destroy the overall beauty of the bamboo building. But one day in the future, some scenes may appear. You will not be surprised. Today, the main thing is to teach you how to draw talismans. When you feel that you have grasped the meaning, then I will stop. Don't worry, I will write slowly and you can slowly experience it." Chen Ping'an blushed and said, "I am a little stupid. Brother Li, you should be mentally prepared." Li Shisheng moved gently and faced the bamboo building as if he was facing a wall. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the brush, he looked for a place to write. He smiled and said, "If being kind to others is stupid and being diligent and tenacious is stupid, then there is something wrong with our world. Chen Ping'an, I hope you will continue to persist in this kind of unintelligence." Chen Ping'an scratched his head. He was used to being scolded by Old Man Yao since he was young, and was used to seeing other people's wonderful lives. He was not used to Li Shisheng's praise today. Li Shisheng thought for a moment, and turned his head and said, "When it comes to drawing talismans, the Taoist talisman has always been the most respected. In fact, when we draw talismans, we don't have to adhere to the orthodoxy too much. The truth of the world can't escape from turning something rotten into something magical. Just like when you practice boxing." Speaking of this, Li Shisheng smiled and said, "It is very beautiful. A youth practicing boxing, looking at the mountains when there are mountains, looking at the water when there is water." Li Shisheng felt that there was no more poetic picture in the world than this. Li Shisheng shook his head gently and held his breath. He said solemnly, "To draw talismans, you need talisman paper. Talisman paper can be anything in the world, but you still need to follow the prescribed order and draw talismans on paper. Later, I will give you a pile of good quality talisman paper and an introductory talisman book. For the time being, you don't have to worry about the cost of buying talisman paper. But after you use it up, you will have to worry about the cost. This can't be helped. One of the difficulties of cultivation is that it consumes too much money. A sword cultivator tempering a flying sword and a talisman master using talisman paper are indispensable. Pour a bit of true qi into the tip of the brush and then draw it in one go. Like a broken lotus root, the words can be broken, but the spirit can't be broken. It must resonate with each other from a distance. Like two mountain peaks shouting at each other, there will be an echo. Chun Pingon, watch carefully. Li Shisheng suddenly switched the wind and snow cone brush from his hand to his other hand. He wiped his free hand on his sleeve. After he was done, he switched back and smiled at Chun Pingon. I learned this from you. Regarding certain things, one must have respect. I was not as good as you in the past, so I followed your example. The first time they met at the entrance of the Li family's mansion on Falu Street, Chun Pingon put down the pot and wiped his hands before taking the book from Li Shisheng's hands. Chun Pingon didn't expect that such an unintentional action would make Li Shisheng so serious. Li Shisheng finally began to draw talismans. In fact, it was more like a scholar writing seriously. Lu Guan Songhai Sunday, Li Shisheng's handwriting was very calm, but compared to the dull and tasteless of Taoist Lu Chen's prescriptions, it was similar in form, but not in spirit. But Chun Pingon couldn't tell the reason. It was just a wonderful feeling that was beyond words. After that, Li Shisheng wrote lines of poems that he thought were beautiful, the teachings of sages, Taoist classics, and the essence of 100 schools of learning. Li Shisheng would tiptoe to write at a high place, bend down to write at a low place, move again and again, and touch the brush again and again. When he was writing to his heart's content, he would even ask his book boy, Chui Ci, to bring a bamboo chair from downstairs. He would stand on the chair and write to his heart's content. Sometimes he would simply sit on the ground and write to his heart's content. He wrote that he didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of startling the people in heaven. He wrote that it was easy to break the thieves in the mountain, but difficult to break the thieves in the heart. He wrote that man is the unawakened Buddha, and Buddha is the awakened man. He wrote that the mountains and rivers are green. He also wrote that the way of the headmaster was loyal and forgiving. Before Chun Pingon said, I understand, Li Shisheng had been writing tirelessly and tirelessly. Every word would be written quickly. After that, the golden light on the bamboo wall would dissipate, but the meaning would last forever. The boy in green had already jumped down from the railing and whispered into the girl in pink's ear, What did you write? The girl in pink lowered her voice and said, I can read the words, but I can't understand the meaning. It's too big. Ew. The boy in green laughed and said, You're stupid? Chui Ci turned and glared at him, lecturing, Don't disturb my teacher's writing. The boy in green curled his lips and said, This is my house. If you continue to nag, I'll make you pack up and get lost. Chui Ci said angrily, You have eyes but can't see the real deal. You've wasted my teacher's efforts. The boy in green crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, mocking, Why do you care? Only my master has the right to lecture me. Li Shisheng wrote while Chun Pingon read. He turned a deaf ear to the noise behind him. The sky was dark, and Li Shisheng was already standing at the end of the corridor. He stopped writing and asked with a smile, How is it? Chun Pingon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Shisheng said warmly, It's fine. Let's go downstairs. Thus, the group arrived at the first floor of the bamboo house. The girl in pink and the youth Chui Ci helped to hold the candles to illuminate the writing. Even though the boy in green was nagging, he was still serious and could not take his eyes off of the writing. As the saying goes, time passes like water, unwilling to part with day and night. That was the case today. Chui Ci's hand that was holding the candle trembled. The candle had burned out and burned his fingers. The beautiful youth changed to another candle silently. When Li Shisheng wrote the words burn the talisman and break the seal, Chun Pingon suddenly blurted out, That's not right. Li Shisheng stopped writing, and turned to look at the youth, bursting into laughter. That's right. The scholarly man's face was slightly pale and filled with fatigue. However, he was still in high spirits. Taking a deep breath of air, Li Shixing stretched his back and handed the brush in his hands to the youth. Chun Pingan, I'll give the snow wind all to you. I believe that you won't disgrace it. It was only at this moment that Chun Pingan remembered the crux of the problem. I can't cultivate and can't become a chi refinement warrior. Talisman drawing requires the support of spirit energy. How can I write a talisman? Li Shixing smiled as he divulged the heavenly secret. He slowly explained, in the talisman scroll that I will give you later, there are many types of talismans. However, the quality of the talismans isn't too high. Therefore, many of the talismans don't have a high requirement for spiritual energy, but they do have a certain requirement for chi palace. Drawing talismans is equivalent to practicing martial arts in an unconventional way. Martial artists also have their own spiritual energy, and it is precisely because it is the opposite of the chi cultivator's spiritual energy. Therefore, every talisman you draw is a short test. It is like a battle of close quarters on the battlefield. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will emerge victorious. You have to condense your spiritual energy as fast as possible and finish drawing a talisman. Otherwise, even if you are just a little bit short, you still won't be able to complete the talisman. As long as you are willing to persevere, over time, you will be able to penetrate a stone with dripping water. Drawing talismans isn't just drawing talismans. Chun Pingan took the brush and nodded. I understand. The night was deep. Li Shixing turned his head and looked out of the mountain. After this farewell, Li Shixing did not finish his thoughts. He dispelled the melancholy in his heart and smiled. I originally wanted to go out and take a look. It's just that it's a little earlier. It's not bad. After that, Li Shixing did not choose to stay on Luopa Mountain. Instead, he brought the young Chui Ci down the mountain at night. The scholar did not even agree to send Chun Pingan to the foot of the mountain. Chun Pingan stood outside the bamboo house, feeling lost. The little boy in green smiled and said, Old master, this guy is really not bad. His Dao skills are high, his character is good, and he is loyal. I like him. He is qualified to be my brother. Chun Pingan said unhappily, You are willing, but he is willing. The little boy in green looked as if he took it for granted. He said arrogantly, Is there anyone in the world who is not willing to be my brother? Is he stupid? Chun Pingan smiled. I don't know if he is stupid or not. However, I know if you are stupid or not. The little boy in green laughed proudly. Old master, of course, I am extremely smart. The girl in pink looked at her companion with pity. In the past, she only thought that he was ruthless and had a violent personality. Now, she suddenly felt that he was actually quite stupid. The little boy in green noticed her gaze and shouted, Silly girl, you are not convinced? Let's fight one-on-one. The girl in pink hid behind Chun Pingan. She was not stupid. Under the hazy moonlight, Li Shixing brought the young man down the mountain slowly. After walking out of the boundary of Luopa Mountain, he washed his face with water from a stream to help clear his mind. After all, every stroke required concentration and was extremely exhausting. Li Shixing looked up and saw an old man standing on the opposite side of the stream. He was smoking a pipe. Li Shixing stood up and bowed. Li Shixing greets old Mr. Yang. The old man quietly turned his body sideways and avoided the young scholar's bow. When Li Shixing straightened up, old Yang of the drugstore said, I need you to help me read Chun Pingan's fortune. Is that okay? Li Shixing nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem. Old Yang nodded. I will repay you after this. Li Shixing did not say anything about this and gave a direct answer. The great Tao is straight. There are mountains and rivers. It is best to travel far quickly. The benefits are in the south. Old Yang smiled. I trust you. Although Li Shishin was puzzled, he did not ask. Old Yang glanced at the peach talisman at the young scholar's waist. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression, and the figure disappeared. The old man was just a wisp of purple smoke. The two of them continued on their journey. Cui Si, I asked, Mister, if you want to travel far, can you bring me along? Li Shishing smiled. Sure. The young man was shocked. Ha! He thought that it would be harder than ascending the heavens for the mister to agree to this. Who would have thought that it would be easier than leaving the mountain? Li Shishing said softly, because someone wants you to follow me. As for me, I don't think there is anything wrong with that. The young man was silent for a long time. He lowered his head and was a little disappointed. Mister, I want to know where I came from. Li Shishing sighed. That is not easy. You might as well think about where you are going first. The young man suddenly became happy. Where else can I go? I will just follow Mister. Wherever Mister goes, I will go. Li Shishing smiled but did not speak. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. He felt refreshed. He saw a gentleman, and it was beautiful. The young man clearly sensed his mister's mood, and also became happy. On the way down the mountain, his footsteps were light and full of joy. In just one night, Luopa Mountain was pressed down until it slowly sank more than a foot. Wei Pai had been on a nearby mountain, watching Luopa Mountain descend bit by bit. It turned out that the real words of the world were so heavy. Wei Pai smiled. Amazing, really amazing. Even I am a little curious. Li Shishing, who are you? Could it be that the Chen family tree really has nothing to do with you? Then who can you be? As day and night alternated, Wei Pai could not help but look at the bamboo building again. Complementing each other, the sun and moon shone together. Outside the bamboo building, since they were not sleepy, Chun Pingon and company sat side by side on bamboo chairs, waiting for dawn. Chun Pingon suddenly asked the azure-robed boy, an ordinary snake gallstone, for 10,000 taels of silver. Is it expensive? The azure-robed boy had a blank expression. Chun Pingon asked nervously, Too expensive? The azure-robed boy jumped up. Only 10,000 taels? Master, are you humiliating me? Chun Pingon was relieved. Then 11,000 taels? The azure-robed boy said angrily, Master, if you continue like this, I will run away from home. Chun Pingon naturally did not take it seriously. He asked curiously, What kind of money do the cultivators on the mountain use to do business? The azure-robed boy chuckled. Master, just you wait. I will show you the money used by the immortals on the mountain. My family has a lot of money. The azure-robed boy waved his sleeve, and the fengzuan item he carried with him had a mysterious mechanism. It started to rain. The ground was covered with mountains of sparkling jade stones, all carved into the shape of copper coins. There were roughly 3 types of jade stones of different sizes. He squatted on the ground and began to explain to Chun Pingon the origins of each type of jade stone, as well as their differences in value. This was the money used by the immortals. The miser Chun Pingon quickly left his chair and squatted beside the mountain of money, listening attentively to the azure-robed boy's detailed explanation. Finally, Chun Pingon suddenly said, I want to give Baowei Mountain to Miss Ruan. Do you think it is appropriate? The girl in pink blinked her eyes, not knowing what to do. The azure-robed boy knelt on the ground. Master, don't you feel sorry for her? You must restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. Please don't be rash. Miss Xiao is the best girl in the world. I will not deny that. But she has not been married to you yet. Chun Pingon did not care about the nonsense of marriage. He only shook his head and said, I don't feel sorry for her. The azure-robed boy wailed. But I do. One 93. There was a short old man in the school in the small town. Although he was a teacher, his clothes were sloppy, His name was Chun Jinrong, and he liked to drink. When he was drunk, he would stretch out his fingers in the air and draw something randomly. No one knew what he was writing or drawing. His drunken words were neither Dolly's official language nor the Aquarius continent's official language. In short, no one could understand him. Although the old man's surname was Chun, he was not from the Chun family in the Dragon Tail Commandery. However, Chun Songfeng, who was of noble status, respected the old man very much. The teachers in the school did not have a good impression of this eccentric old man. Today, the sloppy old man drank wine and walked across the stone arch bridge to the blacksmith's shop in a drunken state. He recited loudly in his family's dialect, supporting the river, touching the big mountain, riding the primordial chi, swimming in the void, flying in the clouds, and flying in the rain. The sky hangs, and the sea stands. How magnificent! When the old man reached the outside of the shop, he did not break in. He ran to the Dragon Whisker River to wash his face. Probably because a few handfuls of cold water could not wash away the drunkenness, the old man simply lay on the ground and put his whole head into the cold water. He shook it hard and finally raised his head and laughed, comfortable, comfortable. The old man stood up and sighed suddenly because he remembered the miserable situation of many descendants of the Chen family in the small town. They were slaves of other families. Although the old man had no relationship with them, he knew that the world was hard, and he could not blame those descendants of the Chen family who had lost the face of their ancestors. But after all, they were of the same family name. The old man was really depressed. He had to open the wine pot and hesitated. After a struggle, he looked around and sneakily drank a little wine like a thief again. He muttered if it was in the South Whirlpool continent, as long as they were the descendants of the Chen family, no matter how poor they were, they would not be reduced to working for others. They would lose the face of the mellow Chen family. When the old man said this, he inexplicably slapped himself in the face. Shameless old man, you can't control your mouth. You said you wouldn't drink, but you still drink. After slapping himself, the old man chuckled and decided to go all out. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine, but he only slapped himself twice in the face. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of the wine he bought from the beautiful woman, the old man was finally satisfied. He walked straight into the blacksmith shop and shouted Wantung's name loudly. Soon, Wantung walked out of a sword furnace, took off the leather skirt at his waist, and casually threw it to the long-browed youth behind him. As soon as the old man saw the saint of the Wan family, who came from the Wind Snow Temple, he began to cause trouble. Wan Jiao, you're not as good as Qi Jingchun. You're really far inferior to Qi Jingchun. Wan Jiao didn't care about this, as if he had already been accustomed to it. He didn't even greet the old man, and was still silent. However, the long-browed youth behind him frowned, but he didn't say anything. Wan Jiao led the way in front, and the old man walked side by side with him. He didn't want to let go of Wan Jiao's ears and nagged like a woman in the marketplace. This time, the old man used the orthodox and elegant language of the Hassa continent, which had a different charm. Wan Jiao, look at Qi Jingchun. His cultural lineage was targeted by us, but he was willing to repay evil with good and help take care of the regular tree. If it were me, I would let that girl Chinxiang see the tree on the grave first, and then trample it with my foot. Wouldn't it be nice to let us be happy for nothing? It's a pity that Qi Jingchun is a gentleman. He wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, when a certain someone went to reason with our grand ancestor, even if he stole a son from our grand ancestor's shoulder, our grand ancestor was still unwilling to shed all pretense of cordiality and allowed him to borrow it for 100 years. Look at yourself. I really don't want to criticize you. You are depressed, and your cultivation hasn't improved at all. In the end, you have only taken a few kittens and puppies as your disciples. Just look at this long-browed boy. How many years can he have by relying on the luck of his family? 100 years or 200 years. When the old man said this, He smiled at the long-browed youth. The confused youth was a little annoyed at the old man's lack of respect for his master. However, when the old man showed the kind look of an elder to him, the youth of the Xie family, who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, could only nod slightly. He didn't know that the old fox was full of evil tricks and was actually talking bad about him. The old man followed Wan Qi to a house under the eaves. There were a few emerald green bamboo chairs placed side by side. After the three of them sat down, the old man snorted coldly and said, "Little girl, you're missing a thumb. You're so stupid. Are you really one of us?" The last one is even more ridiculous. A wild boar demon just had to transform into a handsome young master. Ha ha, Wan Fei. Oh, Wan Fei, I'm about to laugh my head off. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Ooh, Wan Qi finally spoke. Are you done? If you are, I'll treat you to a drink. Wan Qi asked the youth of the Xie family to get up and get the wine. Treat me to a drink? That's fine. It's not like I want a drink. I'm just doing as the Romans do. A guest should follow the host's wishes. This is the way you, a sage, treat a guest. I can drink this kind of wine. The old man sat on the bamboo chair and turned to Wan Qi, but drinking wine is one thing, and accepting disciples is another. Since you've left the small mountain of the Wind Snow Temple, you're finally going to establish a sect. Now that you have a mountain, it's time to discuss the matter of the first disciple. If it doesn't work, I'll find you 3 disciples. Change all of them. Even if it's just the disciples of the Chen family in the Hassa continent, I guarantee that they'll be better than your 3 registered disciples. Wan Qi was unmoved. When I accept disciples, I don't look at talent or foundation. I only choose the temperament. The old man said angrily, I knew it would be such a bastard word. You, Wan Qi, are a stinky stone in the latrine. Wan Qi laughed for the first time. Then why are you still friends with me, Qin Jinrong? Previously, Wan Qi was able to replace Qi Jingchun of the Confucian school to take charge of Lizhu Grotto Heaven with his identity as a militarist. Although it was related to Wan Qi's high realm, the mellow Qin family actually contributed a lot behind the scenes. Wan Qi never denied anything. I like it. What can you do about it? The old man turned around angrily and shouted, Where's the wine? Why hasn't the wine arrived yet? What's wrong with that kid? Is he deliberately trying to anger me? Wan Qi looked at his old friend, who was making a fuss along the way, and asked with a smile, Why are you unhappy when you see the situation of the 2 Chen family descendants in the small town in Longquan County? It's not that I want to criticize you, but it has nothing to do with you and the mellow Qin family. What are you angry about? Let's not talk about this. I'm angry. The old man sighed and glanced at Wan Qi from the corner of his eyes. What about you? For Xiuxiu you wanted to hide and be quiet. Now, you've become a place of trouble. Are you all right? Wan Qi shook his head and said, It's fine. There's a wrong move. The old man sneered. It's fine if you're stubborn, but don't be stubborn. Wan Qi said softly, If there's trouble, I definitely won't be polite with you. From the corner of his eye, the old man caught a glimpse of the green-clothed girl walking over from afar, as well as the youth from the Xie family beside her. They were here to deliver the wine. The old man immediately beamed with joy and waved at the girl, Xiuxiu. Come, come, come. Why did you turn around and leave? Don't go. Xiuxiu, do you have a man you like? If you don't, I'll help you find one. Don't pick a man in a big place like the Aquarius continent. What good men can there be in a barbarian place like this? Wind Snow Temples Weijin and Dalisong Zhenqiang are not bad, but they're a little old. So if you want to find one in our South Whirlpool continent. Sigh, Xiuxiu has gone too far. The old man was dejected. Fortunately, the youth with long eyebrows delivered 2 jugs of wine. He placed one jug beside his feet and opened the other jug. He raised his head and gulped it down. Wan Shi took the jug of wine but had no intention of drinking. Your mellow Qin family, after looking around, didn't you only find Chao Jun? If I remember correctly, he's already over 100 years old, right? The old man said anxiously, What's wrong with Chao Jun? I think he's good. If he wasn't framed in his early years, he wouldn't be any worse than the Wei and Jin dynasties. In history, there were more than one great sort of mortals who matured late. Sai, if you want to blame someone, blame his ancestor Chao Shi. He's not strong enough. If it were our Qin family disciples with such talent, who would dare to plot against us? Wan Shi did not speak. He had a bad impression of Chao Jun. The old man sighed. I find it strange. They have the same surname, but why are the people in this small town so miserable? Then where did all the luck go? In the past 1 to 2,000 years, is there anyone with the surname Qin who has made a meteoric rise in the Aquarius continent or other continents? Wan Shi thought for a while. I don't think so. The old man suddenly thought, that's right. But just in case, Wan Shi acted as though he was facing a great enemy and reprimanded. When did you, Qin Jin Rong, become so unscrupulous? The old man stretched out a palm. His fingers were trembling nonstop. I can't draw a true dragon. I can only draw a soft snake with 4 legs. What true appearance? I think it's better to change it to a fake one. Ew. He drank a mouthful of wine and said helplessly, This matter, if it was in the past, my words would be of some use, but now I can't. Wan Shi said angrily, The dignified mellow Qin family. The old man interrupted Wan Shi's words. Which family doesn't fall from grace? Inside the Confucian orthodoxy, aren't there saints, gentlemen, and virtuous people? Furthermore, this matter is not as despicable as you think. Wan Shi was silent. His heart was heavy, like a mountain pressing down on his heart. There was a time when a person's strength was limited. So were saints. (194) Although they didn't need to visit relatives, it wasn't a good idea to stay in the deserted Luapa Mountain during the New Year. Therefore, Chun Pingon took the 2 little guys out of the mountain and returned to the bustling town. It was as lively as any county in Huangting country. However, without the iron lock well, the old street without the old locust tree, and Mr. Cheese School, Chun Pingon still felt a little disappointed no matter how lively and festive the atmosphere was. As they approached the alley, the little boy in green complained, Master, if I meet a fiend on the way to Mud Bottle Alley, the kind that can kill me with 1 punch, I won't go down the mountain to the old house anymore if I don't warn you. Don't blame me for not being loyal then. As soon as they reached the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Chun Pingon saw a familiar figure. She was slender and graceful, like a tender willow branch in the spring breeze. She was carrying a bucket with both hands. She must have just returned from the well in Apricot Blossom Alley. She seemed to be a little tired, so she simply dropped the bucket. Then the girl bent over and gasped for breath. The bucket fell heavily on the ground, splashing a lot of water, but the girl didn't care about this at all. She was Song Jisen's maidservant, GQ, or Wang Zhu. Chun Pingon didn't blame the girl for being his maidservant or his next-door neighbor Song Jisen, because the book said that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. That snowy night, the girl lay dying in the snow. She used the last of her strength to reach out and gently knock on the door. It was Chun Pingon's own business whether to save her or not. It was other people's business whether they were grateful or not. It was just that their reunion came much sooner than expected. Chun Pingon had mixed feelings. GQ also saw Chun Pingon. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand and looked at Chun Pingon. Her straw shoes were still the same, but she wore a hairpin in her bun. She seemed to be taller and no longer walked around alone. Instead, she was accompanied by 2 little oil bottles. The girl didn't say anything. Chun Pingon was just about to greet them when he realized that the little boy in green was grabbing his arm tightly, preventing him from moving forward. Not only him, but the little girl in pink was also hiding behind him, holding on tightly to his sleeve. The two little fellows' teeth chattered together, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was like a cowardly mortal who feared ghosts the most in his life, and then really saw a ghost in broad daylight. The green-robed little boy was filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself in the face. Who told him to jinx it? The girl in pink sobbed softly behind Chin Pingon's back. "Master, I'm scared. I'm more scared than death." Chin Pingon let out a sigh. "Then you can go to other places in the town, such as our shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. You can help us look after the business there. I'll look for you later." The two little fellows felt as if they had been pardoned, and they fled at top speed. Chun Pingon walked to Mud Bottle Alley alone. It was the same scene as it had been for so many years. The boy helped the girl pick up the bucket and walked into the alley together. GQ asked, "Those two fellows, are they your new servants?" Chun Pingon laughed. "Do I look like a master to you? They were just shouting for fun." GQ made an O sound. When they passed by the Chow family's ancestral home, the courtyard door was wide open. The old Chow Shi was squatting at the door, eating melon seeds. The young Chow Jun was squatting on the wall, still eating melon seeds. It was obvious that they were here to watch the show. Chow Shi chuckled and said, "Little Granaunt, is this your little lover? You're already whispering sweet nothings so early in the morning. Chow Jun and I, these two big men, are so envious." Chow Jun, who liked to squint at people, was still smiling. The pair of long and short swords hung at his waist. He nodded and said, "Envious, envious." GQ snorted coldly. "A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow." No wonder the ancestral home collapsed. Chow Shi was a dignified land sword immortal of the South Saw continent, and half the owner of a sea-calming tower. Instead of being annoyed, he smiled even wider. "Little Granaunt, you're right. I just don't know why after so many years there is no one in our old Chow family. I was doing well in the South Saw continent. Why did my family fall into such a situation?" GQ didn't stop walking. She turned to look at Chow Shi and smiled innocently. "You can forgive a natural disaster, but you can't live with the evil you brought upon yourself. Is there anyone who eats your family's little people? Besides, magic is forbidden in this town. It's harder to raise a little person with the help of your family's ancestral home. Maybe your Chow family has never had a little person with the help of your family, right?" Chow Shi laughed. "That's reasonable. Little Granaunt, walk slowly. The alley is shabby. Be careful not to sprain your ankle." "Ooh." GQ turned her back to the old bastard, her face gloomy. From the beginning to the end, Chin Pingon didn't say a word. Chow Jun asked with a smile, "Old Chow, what's the matter? In the South Saw continent, with your achievements, the number of little people with the help of your family should be enough to gather on the lintel and plaque to fight a war, right?" Chow Shi didn't take it seriously and said, "It's one thing that it's difficult to have little people in the Pearl Cave." She didn't lie. However, with Xieshur and my achievements, there should be one or two left. For example, the Xie family in the Peach Leaf Alley relied on a pair of little people to maintain the family tradition for hundreds of years and barely keep their children alive. Otherwise, they would have died out like our shabby house. Chow Jun clicked his tongue and said, "Because of that girl? Then why are you so kind? Don't tell me you want to sleep with her?" A fiery red fox jumped from the roof to Chow Jun's head and laughed. "Sleep with her? Old Chow doesn't have the guts to do that. That young girl is now the center of attention. Even if old Chow was a level higher, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. At most, he'd only have a few tricks up his sleeves. His silver spear is made of wax, nice to look at, but useless." Chow Shi turned his head and said with a smile, "Get away from me. You smell like a fox. You're preventing me from breathing the air of my hometown." The fox standing on Chow Jun's head stretched out a paw and pointed to the bottom of its feet. It didn't forget to stomp its feet and said, "Come on, come on. If you have the ability, take out the natal sword on your wrist and cut me. Chow Shi, if you don't cut me, you're my grandson. Just cut me to death. If I dodge, I'll be your granddaughter." Chow Jun shook his head and didn't throw the fox away. He said helplessly, "You too can be angry, but can you not implicate me? To be fair, old Chow only married the 38th beautiful concubine. If you really can't stand it, you can just peel off her skin and use it as your new clothes. You've done this kind of thing many times. You should be more familiar with it. Why do you have to take it out on me?" The fiery red fox sneered. "That old bastard likes to have big buttocks. After so many years, he hasn't improved at all. It's really disgusting." Ew. Chow She sat on the threshold again and ate melon seeds. "Money can't buy what I like." "Oh, that's right. Coquettish woman, I'll treat you to melon seeds during the new year." Bang! The fiery red fox shattered on top of Chow Jun's head and then revealed its original form on the roof. However, it exploded again in an instant. The process repeated from the ridge of the Chow family's old house to the house next door. It extended all the way until it left Mud Bottle Alley. The fiery red fox didn't suffer. Its eyes were dim. Gritting its teeth, it sat cross-legged on a raised eave and began to breathe. Chow She had run out of melon seeds. She clapped her hands and stood up. Walking back to the courtyard, she said to Chow Jun, "Don't be rash. The Dali dynasty is now a place that must be fought for. It's not as simple as you think." Languid, Chow Jun said, "I know. No, the way." Chow She chewed on the words and finally sneered. "You don't have the right to say those words." Chow Jun said cynically, "I know." Chow She strode into the house and said hatefully, "Ninth realm trash." Chow Jun's expression was calm. Chun Pingon went to the courtyard next door and handed the bucket back to the girl. He asked casually, "Song Jisen didn't come back?" She didn't answer the question. "Where are the hens and chicks in my house?" Chun Pingon said blankly, "I don't know." The girl carefully sized up the youth. Suddenly, she smiled brightly and stopped asking questions. However, she held out 2 fingers and gestured. "Song Mu is now so much taller than you." Chun Pingon said, "Oh." Then he turned and walked back to his courtyard. Chun Pingon had just unlocked the door and entered the courtyard when he suddenly saw the inverted Fu character above his house's door. It had disappeared without a trace. He flew into a rage and walked to the wall without saying anything. "GQ, where is the Fu character in my house?" Then he laughed out of anger. It turned out that the Fu character was stuck on the door next door. This thief was really daring. The girl placed the bucket in the kitchen and walked out slowly. She said innocently, "I don't know." Her answer was exactly the same as Chun Pingon's. Chun Pingon said angrily, "Give it back to me." GQ's eyes widened. "Then why did I deliberately leave the wooden figurine in the kitchen? You clearly touched it, but I didn't say anything." Chun Pingon was speechless. He was indeed in the wrong. GQ suddenly asked Chi Jing, "Mr. Chi's school, did you put up the spring festival couplets?" Chun Pingon was stunned. He nodded and said, "Yes, I did. I didn't forget the spring festival couplets, and the Fu character." Chun Pingon didn't want to continue arguing with her. He went straight to the house and took out the remaining Fu character. He built a ladder and put up a new inverted Fu character. The girl stood by the wall and reminded him, "It's crooked." Chun Pingon was unmoved. He used his fingers to gently press the red paper and paste. The girl said anxiously, "It's true. Why would I lie to you?" Chun Pingon, "Why don't you know what's good for you? If the Fu character is crooked, it's inauspicious." Chun Pingon walked down the ladder and looked up to make sure it wasn't crooked. The girl continued to chatter, "It's really crooked. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Shi and the other cultivators to take a look. They'll know that I'm not lying to you. You're just a mortal. No matter how good your eyesight is, It's not as good as ours. Chun Pingon walked into the house and slammed the door shut. After about half an hour, the youth opened the door quietly and stepped over the threshold. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the Fu character. It wasn't crooked. GQ opened the door secretly and stuck her head out. She said with a straight face, "It's really crooked." Chun Pingon was a little sullen. He took a stool and basked in the sun at the door. After a while, he began to practice pulling blanks. GQ stood by the courtyard wall and looked at the youth who was no longer burning porcelain. After watching for a while, she felt a little bored and went back to her room to sleep. She lay on the bed and swallowed her saliva. Only a small incense stick figure was born from the lintel of the Chow family's ancestral home. It was of high quality and shiny gold. It was only a little bit away from being completely golden. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Next door, Chun Pingon skillfully practiced pulling blanks. His mind was as calm as water. When he was resting, Chun Pingon began to plan for his future. Baolu Mountain, Iridescent Cloud Peak, and Fairy Grass Mountain were all near Chun Pingon's mountain. According to the agreement, they would be leased to Wan Jiao for free. They were connected together, which was equivalent to helping Wan Jiao occupy the largest piece of land in the west. For this reason, Wan Jiao had to help Chun Pingon look after the 5 mountains so that Chun Pingon would not be alive to spend money. For this matter, Chun Pingon was grateful to Wan Jiao. Not to mention Jinju Mountain, it was such a small place that even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Not to mention building a paradise, at most a thatched cottage on top of it. Probably only Chun Pingon would be willing to squander a gold essence copper coin, but the management of Luapa Mountain did require effort. Chun Pingon was well aware of the unusualness of the bamboo house. Luapa Mountain also had the mountain temple to help guard the mountains and rivers. It was truly a place of feng shui. Moreover, there was a black snake who was determined to become a flood dragon. It played the role of guarding the house. Now that there were 2 more flood dragons, he wanted to use ordinary snake gallstones to exchange for silver from the green-clothed child. Not to mention turning Luapa Mountain into a treasure bowl. In any case, it would give him some hope of supplementing his family in the future. Chun Pingon loved money because he knew that it was not easy to earn money. This did not mean that once Chun Pingon had money, he would tightly hold onto his money bag. The sword needed to be practiced, but before he could determine how to practice the sword, it was useless to be anxious. Of course, he had to continue practicing the mountain-quaking fist diligently. After all, it was still too early to reach the promised 1 million punches. The matter of drawing talismans was tantamount to another way of practicing martial arts. The former focused on the body, while the latter focused on the internal tempering of the Qi Fu and aperture acupoints. The two did not conflict, but instead complemented each other. Chun Pingon was only allocating a portion of the time he spent on practicing the stance to drawing talismans. But drawing talismans required talisman paper, and talisman paper was real gold and silver. This inevitably made Chun Pingon feel a little weak and apprehensive. In the end, he still earned too little money. Besides these, Chun Pingon's greatest regret was that he was temporarily unable to control the feng shui item given by the sword spirit. Although he was relieved to leave most of his property in the blacksmith shop, it was still inconvenient. Chui Dongshan and the green-clothed child's feng shui item and feng shui item let Chun Pingon see the preciousness and practicality of this kind of treasure. No wonder not everyone on the mountain had one. Chun Pingon looked to the south, wondering how Master Ruan's sword forging was going. Wan Ting had promised Miss Ning that he would help her forge a divine weapon. If the forging was successful one day, she would have a handy sword, and he himself would have a locust wood sword. Chun Pingon felt that it was a good idea to name them Subdue Demons and Exorcise Demons. In addition to the sword embryo, Although Master Wensheng called it Little Fengdu, Chen Pingon felt that it was more appropriate to rename it First Day or Morning. After all, it came to this world in the form of a flying sword for the first time in the morning of the first day of the first lunar month. When Chen Pingon's mind gave birth to such an idea, the sword embryo, which had been silent for a long time, immediately began to stir up trouble in his qi. Chen Pingon's face turned red in an instant, and he began to suffer. Chen Pingon took a deep breath. It was too late to go into the house, so he could only use the sword furnace stance to deal with the sword embryo's swift and violent retaliation. It was unspeakably painful. At the station closest to the town, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong, had been staying there recently. He neither wantonly announced nor deliberately hid his whereabouts. Today, the imperial tutor walked out of the station. He did not let swordsman Su Ruo follow him, and went on a long journey alone. Every step Cui Dong took him 3 to 4 miles away. Finally, he stood in the middle of a winding path and stopped an old man in ragged clothes. The old man, who was battered and exhausted, looked at the Dali imperial tutor in a scholarly robe. His eyes were cloudy, and he was still not awake. The old man only relied on the last bit of telepathy left, and asked a strange question. "You are not my grandson. Where is my grandson?" Cui Dong's eyes were complicated. He wanted to say something but stopped. The old man, who was covered in grass and mud, continued to ask, "Where is my grandson?" "I don't want to see you. I want to see my grandson." Cui Dong put his hands behind his back. His 10 fingers were crossed and slightly trembling. The old man, who was in a daze, suddenly shouted angrily, "Where is my grandson? Where did you hide him? Give Jean Eyre back to me." Speaking of this, the old man's aura suddenly fell to the bottom. He murmured, "I want to change my grandson's name. Give him a better name." Cui Dong looked sad and said self-deprecatingly, "It feels like a lifetime ago." "It is not as if. It is clearly a lifetime ago." The old man in ragged clothes reached out and pushed Cui Dong's shoulder away. He walked straight forward. "Get out of the way. Don't delay me from looking for Jean Eyre. I want to find his husband and ask him if my new name is good." "Ooh." Cui Dong stood in the same place and did not stop him. Cui Dong looked into the distance. A middle-aged monk with a resolute face was slowly approaching. Ascetic monks measured heaven and earth with their feet. They were Buddhists. (195) In the eyes of GQ, who was separated by a wall, Chen Pingon was sitting on a small stool. He was swaying as if he was dozing off. However, in the perception of Chao Jun, the sword cultivator, Chen Pingon's spirit was shaking violently. He was like a small boat in the river, in danger of capsizing at any time. The red fox stood on Chao Jun's shoulder and teased, "Although I don't know the origin of that sword embryo, I can be sure that it is of very high quality. Even I would covet it. You just suffered a little loss and you want to give it up? This is not like you, Chao Jun, to do things." Chao Jun threw the melon seed shells into the yard next door and shook his head. "I won't fight for it. Old Chao is right. It's better not to move in the near future. If I die, everything will be in vain." The red fox said bewitchingly, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. You still have 1 chance. Let's fight for it. A horse can't get fat without wild grass, and a man can't get rich without a windfall. Since you, Chao Jun, suffered a big setback in your early years, your heart lake was stirred into a muddy pool by someone, causing your cultivation to stagnate. If you don't take the unconventional path now, how can you achieve great things?" Chao Jun was silent. He just lowered his head and ate the melon seeds. His eyes were gloomy. Chao Jun had been famous since he was born. He was originally a once-in-a-century great sword deity embryo in the South Saw continent. In his heart lake, he was born with wisps of pure sword energy. He was slender and elegant, just like a lake full of lotus flowers. He only needed to wait for the day to bud. However, later on, he encountered an unforeseen event. His heart lake was smashed by a peak powerhouse. Most of his sword energy withered and became a withered lotus. Since then, Chao Jun became the laughingstock of the entire South Saw continent. The sword geniuses of his generation who were left far behind by him in the past had now surpassed him one by one. The red fox sighed and patted Chao Jun's head with its paw. Poor boy. His sword foundation is broken, and his future is ruined. After so many years, he doesn't even have the heart to wrestle with God. Chao Jun was slightly surprised. He turned his head to look at the young man's ancestral house. This guy's temperament is not bad. I didn't see it before. He actually found his own convenient method. There were many things in the world that were not frightening to the knowledgeable mountain immortals, but they would still find interesting. The red fox was slightly surprised, too. It jumped to Chao Jun's head and craned its neck to observe the battle between the young man and the sword embryo inside his body. It said softly, "Yes, it's similar to the Buddhist horse post that helps the young man's soul boat function as an anchor. This young man's body was in tatters and had to be mended. It was not easy for him to reach this stage. However, it wasn't enough to subdue the sword embryo. Chao Jun, before you were tricked by others, your life was too smooth. After that, it was too bumpy. Perhaps your experience today will be a bit of inspiration for your path of cultivation." Ooh. Chao Jun no longer smiled in front of others. His expression turned serious. Cultivation depended on the size of one's talent. Even if some people's bowls were very big, if there was too little rice in them, they would still not be able to eat their fill. Naturally, their achievements would be limited. On this long journey, from the South Whirlpool continent to the barbarian Eastern Aquarius continent, Chao Jun had gained a lot. Every little thing benefited him. In the process of wrestling with the sword embryo, although the young man was mentally tough and had the help of the anchor to calm his heart and not let his soul drift, the sword embryo's essence, chi, and spirit were too strong. It was aggressive and rampaging. It was a barbaric way of defeating 10 people with brute force. The red fox slapped its claws together and gloated, "He is going to lose." Miserable. Miserable. He might have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. The sword embryo has obviously just developed spirituality and doesn't know how to use its own talent. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Although Chao Jun's cultivation was not as good as the fox demon above his head, different professions were different worlds. As a sword cultivator, who once had the hope of reaching the top, he had his own unique insight. Not necessarily. The red fox was surprised. There are 3 deep cities in the young man's body. Could it be that he is a good sword cultivator embryo? No, it should have been carved out after birth. However, it is completely natural. What a big deal. No wonder I misjudged him. Deep city was a common saying to describe a person's foresight. It was a slightly derogatory term. However, on the mountain, it was a great compliment. The acupoints were like cities and mansions. Naturally, the higher and bigger they were, the more spectacular they were. The red fox sighed softly. Such an unremarkable young man has a strange character that can't be underestimated. Chao Jun, you should listen to the old bastard. Don't cause trouble for a while. Although this broken dragon pearl cave is a Taoist field in a snail's shell, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is not good to be too arrogant. Chao Jun nodded. Yes, I have to tuck my tail between my legs. The red fox was so angry that it stepped on Chao Jun's head. You little bastard. I kindly reminded you. Why are you scolding me? The young man's aura gradually stabilized. For some reason, the sword embryo that had the upper hand suddenly retreated. It quietly swam in a towering chi mansion. Chao Jun no longer peeked at the scene. He smiled mischievously. I heard you have a younger sister called Qingying. She is one of the ancestors of the Fox clan like you. She has a chance of giving birth to a ninth tail. Old Chow has been drooling over her beauty for many years. Is she really beautiful? The red fox raised its tail and used it as a fan to gently fan the wind. It bared its teeth and said, "Beautiful, my ass. She has a dead face. She has never liked to smile since she was young. She is also arrogant. One look, and I know she has no good fortune. With the old bastard's taste, even a sow would be as beautiful as a fairy as long as it is big." Chow Jun hesitated for a moment. He asked softly, "I heard she has been wandering around the Grand Town Tower for 100 years. Is she hoping to become that fellow's concubine?" The red fox released its tail and laughed as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. Master Bai would like her? Master Bai is one of the oldest monster kings in the world. He has traveled to the corners of 2 worlds. What kind of female hasn't he seen? Why would he like such an ordinary little fox? The Zhenhai Tower stood on the coast of the South Sea in the Hassa continent. The Chow family happened to be one of the gatekeepers, so Chow Jun knew a lot of inside information. The red fox said in a low voice, "The saints of the 3 sects treated our Master Bai unfairly. It is obvious that Master Bai helped." "In the house, Chow," she shouted. "Bitch, do you want to die?" "Shut up." The fiery red fox abruptly returned to its senses and realized that it had misspoken. It actually raised its head and looked towards the sky before putting its palms together and bowing as if it was sincerely bowing and apologizing. It didn't even dodge and allowed its body and skin to be blasted apart by a strand of sword chi from Chow Shi's finger. 20 words. Accept the punishment obediently. Chow Shi used 20 sharp sword chi in succession. The red fox didn't dodge even once. In the end, Chow Jun held the dying fox with both hands and walked back to the house. Chow Shi was still angry. She pointed at Chow Junhuai's fox and scolded, "If you want to die and jump into Wantung's sword furnace, Wantung will still remember you. Don't make a ruckus here and drag my Chow family down with you. The world is vast, and the 3 sect masters can ignore it. But what about their disciples? Putting everything else aside, don't you know the temper of the owner of the inverted hanging mountain? You wastrel." The red fox's head tilted, and it fainted. Chow Jun said softly, "It's almost enough. Without it, you wouldn't be here today. You can be a bad person, but you have to have a conscience." Chow Shi suddenly stopped. Her eyes were gloomy as she stared at her grandson who had lost his smile. Chow Shi looked disgusted. She waved her sleeve and said, "Go tell that little bastard Chow Mao not to lower himself to the Yuan family's level. His vision is as small as a grain of rice. He only cares about the gains and losses of the Dali Temple. A bunch of useless people. Why don't they die? He still has the face to see the ancestor. Tell him to get out." Chow Jun held the fox and turned to leave with an indifferent expression. Chow She stayed alone in the ancestral residence and began to slowly walk around the courtyard. Once upon a time, there was a sickly old man who lay in the dimly lit room all year round. There was an unfilial drunkard who had a headache all day long about the expenses of the funeral. There was a meek woman who had no opinions of her own. She had to get up early and work in the dark. Not only did she have to do the household chores, but she also had to work in the fields. She was 30 years old and looked older than the other women in Mud Bottle Alley who were 40 years old. However, at that time, there was a mischievous and shabby youth who was not afraid of anything. He laughed and laughed every day. He didn't study or do anything. He was just daydreaming. He always felt that sooner or later he would buy the biggest house on Falu Street. As for whether or not his grandfather and parents would still be alive, even if there was a day where he could make a name for himself, the young man was too busy idling around and daydreaming to think about that at all. The old man, who was no longer a youth, took out the old rusty copper coin and held it high above his head. He looked through the holes in the copper coin and then through the square roof courtyard. Thinking back, There seemed to have been such a conversation. "Mother, when I become successful in the future, I'll let you sleep in the mountains of gold and silver." "Alas, mother, I'm telling you the truth. Quickly put away the copper coin. If your father sees it, he'll take it away again." Chow, she collected her thoughts and looked around. She said self-deprecatingly, after becoming an immortal, "My human aura is gone." Chun Pingon locked the door and left Clay Bottle Alley. He came to the shop in Riding Dragon Alley. The boy in green was sitting at the door in a daze. When he saw Chun Pingon, he could only greet him weakly. Chun Pingon stepped over the door and saw the girl in pink standing on a bench. She looked solemn and serious. Behind the counter, she was working on an abacus in front of the account book on the table. Her fingers were like butterflies twirling around flowers. It was a dazzling and crisp sound. She was surrounded by a few women and girls from small towns who were full of shock and admiration. When the simple women and girls saw Chun Pingon's figure, they smiled and greeted him. "Shopkeeper Chun." The girl in pink looked up and said, "Master, I'm helping the shop with the accounts. It'll be done soon." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. He went behind the counter and asked someone to bring him a pen and paper. He began to write a gift list. Before he left the small town, he asked Wan Xiu to help send gifts to many neighbors. Back then, before Chun Pingon went to the dragon kiln to make porcelain, he grew up eating rice from hundreds of families. For example, he often went to Gu Kan's house to freeload, and often received some old clothes that other young people could not wear. To Chun Pingon, every meal and every piece of clothing was a life-saving grace. He told Wan Xiu that as long as he was alive, he would send gifts door to door every year. He would not give too much each time, but to the small families near Clay Bottle Alley, gifts ranging from 7 to 20 taels of silver were definitely not little. At that time, Wan Xiu asked why he did not give more money in one go. It would be more refreshing and make those people feel grateful. Chun Pingon said that it would not do. He grew up at the bottom of the street. It was not that he did not understand people's hearts and the ways of the world, but it was just that he could not speak of the principles. For example, the kindness of a dough of rice must be borne by a dough of rice, and the seemingly trivial matters were the most eroding of filial piety and kindness. Therefore, he carefully explained his little logic to Wan Xiu. In this small town, the situation of every household was actually similar to that of a farm. They all had a difference in age. Some of their children and grandchildren were successful and did not lack money. In some cases, a family that was originally quite well off might collapse all of a sudden due to a sudden change in circumstances. Therefore, the things that Chun Pingon prepared could be eaten and worn. If there was a need for money, he could even convert those things into money and give them to the well-off families. They would be happy. If he gave them to the poor families, they would cherish them even more. Whether it was icing on the cake or sending charcoal in the snow, they were all good things. However, this was something that Chun Pingon only understood after he learned how to read and write. When Wan Xiu heard about it, she smiled especially happily and said that it was different up and down the mountain. There were fewer people on the gift list this year. There was a difference in the amount of kindness. Some of the friendships left behind by their parents were just nodding acquaintances. In fact, they could not be considered as kindness. Chun Pingon was not so generous as to give out gifts every year. However, for some of the older neighbors, even if Chun Pingon did not have any friendship with them, he still chose to keep them on the gift list. No one's money fell from the sky. This had nothing to do with how much money one had in their pockets. Chun Pingon thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would still have to build bridges and roads. After the girl in pink finished checking the accounts, she began to ask about the business situation of the shop. Chun Pingon did not get involved in these matters. After thinking about it, he passed the gift list to her and told her not to rush to purchase things. The girl in pink accepted the gift, lists solemnly and promised that she would handle it properly for her old master. Chun Pingon rubbed her little head and sat down beside the boy in green. The latter was worried and sighed, repeating the words, "The pugilistic world is dangerous." The handsome young man named Chui Si came to the shop with his luggage. He said that his master could not leave at home and asked him to deliver something. He wanted Chun Pingon to take it seriously and keep it well after accepting it. The boy in green didn't like this young man. He squinted at Chui Si, who was acting like an old man, and suddenly got angry. He stood up abruptly and said, "Your teacher and my master are friends of the same generation. You are just a little boy. Show some respect. It's not like my master has received some great favor. Why are you so arrogant?" Chui Si's face flushed red. Chun Pingon tried to smooth things over. "Chui Si, tell your master that I'll accept the gift. I'll practice drawing talismans properly." Chui Si nodded with a straight face. He turned to the boy in green and snorted coldly before striding away. The green-clothed child punched and kicked the young man's back from a long distance away. Only then did he vent his anger a little. He sat back on the threshold and said with a worried face, "Master, this town is such a dangerous place. How did you manage to survive until today? If it were me and that silly girl, we would have been skinned alive long ago." Chun Pingon lamented, "I don't know." The girl in pink came to the doorstep and said with lingering fear, "Old master, who was that big sister carrying the bucket? She's so scary. I don't think she's any worse than your students." The boy in green shook his head vigorously. "I won't go to Mud Bottle Alley even if you beat me to death. I'll be a lamb in a tiger's den." Chun Pingon changed the topic. "I'll give you the locust wood sword and another sword that Master Wan is forging. I'll name it Exorcise Demons. What do you think?" He lowered his voice. "For that sword embryo, I think first day or early would be more suitable." The two of them exchanged glances. Chun Pingon smiled. "I'm good at naming things, right?" The boy in green's mouth twitched. He then squeezed out a smile and gave a thumbs up. "Old master, your naming skills are very deep and unfathomable. Returning to one's natural state, vulgarity is elegance. Scholars are knowledgeable." The girl in pink wanted to say something but stopped. She touched her chest and thought for a moment. It was better to go against her conscience and not say anything. It was the first month, and she could not dampen the old master's mood. Chun Pingon looked at the girl in pink and asked doubtfully, "Isn't it especially good? It should be passable, right?" The girl in pink kept her mouth shut. She was already going against her conscience by not saying anything. If she said that it was good, she would not be able to get over it. The boy in green said indignantly, "Old master, what's wrong? You don't believe in my judgment? That means your judgment is really bad." Chun Pingon asked tentatively, "What's wrong with the name?" The boy in green shouted. He finally could not help but speak up for justice. He stood up and placed his hands on his hips. He said passionately, "Old master, subduing demons, eliminating demons, which swindler Taoist doesn't talk about this. Early? I'm still in the afternoon. What about the evening? The first day? The 15th day?" "Master, these three names are all common names on the streets. Not only are they not imposing, they are not novel at all. Look at other people's sword names. Old master, your student's Jean Sui. It fits the image and is not common. There's also Chao Jun's by you, Mo Zhao. Look at your subduing demons and eliminating demons on the first day. If I was an enlightened sword spirit, I would spit out blood." "I agree." Chun Pingon thought for a long time. "I won't change the name." The green-robed little boy slapped his forehead and said earnestly, "South of our Aquarius continent, there is a famous immortal mansion, and the founding ancestor gave it the name of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, and it has been a joke for many years. Master, your naming method is different, but achieves the same result. But luckily, Old Master does not look like a genius sword cultivator. I reckon that in the future, the name of your sword will not be heard by many people. So as long as Old Master is happy. Chun Pingon was about to speak when his heartstrings trembled. He stood up quietly. All of you stay at Dragon Rider Alley. I will go to other places to walk around. Chun Pingon went to the backyard of the Yang family store. After Chun Pingon sat down, Old Man Yang said slowly, "Let's talk about some small things first. The two little snakes that are following behind you, tell them to leave the town and go to Luopa Mountain quickly. Next, Wan Chi is going to forge a sword. It will be very loud. I'm afraid that all the monsters in the Long Quan County will be in trouble. At the very least, the sound of the forging of the sword will shatter the 100 years of cultivation that they have worked so hard to accumulate. They might even be beaten back to their original form, and their souls might even scatter. Afterwards, the Dragon Spring Commandery and Waihuang provincial government would notify all the recorded demons to either temporarily leave this place or seek refuge in the two martial temples and mountains. This was because these places contained wind and water and were abundant in spiritual qi. They could help block the aftershocks of Wantung's sword forging. Those two little things of yours don't think that they can really live peacefully just because they have a peace and quiet plate." Chun Pingon's face was heavy. "All right, I will go back and inform them." Old Yang smoked his pipe as if he was mulling over how to phrase his words. Chun Pingon sat upright and still uneasy. Old Yang finally said, "Chi Jingchun has secretly hidden away a little person from incense, something that I have bitterly sought. Yep, it's the little fellow that lived in your scholarwood sword before. It's now mine, and as a reward, I need to protect you once just this time. Right now, the situation in the town has changed, and it's definitely not a place where you can show your face in public. As a result, it's not good for you to stay here for long. I've also found someone to divine your fortune. Once Wan Tong succeeds in forging a sword, you will travel south. As for where you go, it'll depend on your mood. Whether you go sightseeing, traverse the Jianghu, or go to the battlefield to temper yourself on the martial path, it'll all be up to you, Chun Pingon. In short, don't come back for 5 years." Chun Pingon opened his mouth slightly. Old Yang continued, "The ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, the 5 mountains including Luopa Mountain, the shop in Dragon Rider Alley, and so on. You don't have to worry about them. It's better for you to manage them yourself." Chun Pingon's lips moved slightly. Old Yang smiled. "Isn't there a little girl called Ning Yao among your friends? I don't mind telling you that she comes from the inverted hanging mountain. To be precise, it's the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In her hometown, what they lack the most is a good sword. If you have the guts, go there and deliver a sword for her." Chun Pingon took a deep breath and asked, "When do you want me to leave?" Old Yang thought for a moment. "Pack up. When Wan Tong takes out that sword, and you get it, leave immediately." Chun Pingon asked, "If I don't leave, what will happen?" The old man said sarcastically, "What will happen? What else can you do? You'll die. The little property you accumulated with great difficulty will be used as a wedding dress for others. A group of people will sit down, and you will divide the mountain. I will take the sword embryo, and he will raise the python. Everyone will be happy. As for you, it will be difficult for people to collect your corpse. And this is not the worst result. What's worse is that I'll tell you now. It's not a good thing." Chun Pingon stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks. Suddenly, he asked a question that seemed to have nothing to do with business. "Old Mister said before that the size of the town is beyond my imagination. I want to ask, how big is the town?" Old Yang blew out smoke rings and said with a fake smile, "If I'm not wrong, you've already seen the Sky Bridge, right?" Chun Pingon was immediately frightened. His heart rippled. Old Yang said indifferently, "For the sake of the little golden incense man, I can reveal some secrets to you. For example, In the small temple, the town's children who wrote their names by coincidence have mostly died. However, those who survived are all heroes and heroes of their own regions. For example, Xie Shi, the Lord of Heaven from the Julu continent, and Chao Shi, the Sword Celestial from the Pasua continent. As for me, I'm just a rent collector. Year after year, I just have to watch the harvest of the fields. Another example is the place you call the Crab Memorial Arch. It's actually equivalent to a contract. After the dragon-slaying battle, everyone will sit down and be rewarded according to their contributions. The earliest contract was signed here. The three sects had a total of 4 saints. Ma Kuxuan was related to one of them. Other than that, the real function of the memorial arch has long been unknown. It should be called the Sword-Suppressing Tower. It's one of the 9 mighty towers in the world. As for what kind of sword it suppresses, you and I know. However, in order to fool people, there's also a sword-suppressing tower in the Jinjia continent. Although the tower is an imitation of the real thing, and the suppressing sword is very impressive, it's still a fake. However, you can just treat this kind of secret as a story. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it before. It's useless even if you have. Old Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky, although it's called the Sword-Suppressing Tower. In the beginning, this was considered an ascension platform. However, that's a long time ago. It's useless to talk about it. Old Yang retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Because of your existence, I've done a lot of business these years and made a lot of money. Back then, I taught you the breathing technique because I made a profit from a business deal. Therefore, you don't have to be grateful. Business is business. Perhaps one day, if your enemy sits here and takes out enough bargaining chips, I'll still talk business with him and sell you." Chun Pingan was silent. He was a little sad. In the end, he was still a teenager. No matter how much hardship he had suffered, no matter how far he had traveled, he was still a teenager. After the new year, he would only be 15 years old. Old Yang pointed at the hairpin on Chun Pingan's head. "Although it's just a normal hairpin, I like the words on the side. Therefore, I'm prepared to make a small business deal with you. You use this hairpin to exchange for a square-inch item. Even a martial artist of the second realm can use it, just based on this point alone. It's rarer than most of the square-inch items in the world. Next, you'll go south alone. No, this time, you'll really have no one to rely on. Without something to rely on, you won't be able to go far." Ooh. Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. Old Yang quietly waited for an answer. Chun Pingan asked softly, "If one day I want to redeem the hairpin, can I?" Old Yang smiled and said, "Others probably can't. You, Chun Pingan, have helped me earn so many times. I can make a small exception this time. However, I'll say the ugly words first. When the time comes, it won't be a square-inch item that can be redeemed." Chun Pingan took off the jade hairpin and handed it to the old man. The old man took the normal white jade hairpin and put it into his sleeve without even looking at it. In the next moment, before Chun Pingan could withdraw his hand, a jasper dagger less than an inch long appeared in his palm. Old Yang smiled and said, "I think the name you gave the sword embryo is pretty good. Chi is a very good sign. It's just that those 2 little guys didn't know what was good for them. Coincidentally, this pocket flying sword can be nurtured into a high-grade natal flying sword. It can also be used as a square-inch item. It's called 15. Chun Pingan asked in a low voice, "It's very precious, isn't it? Just accept it." Old Yang's mouth twitched. Who doesn't eat dumplings for the new year? 196. The small, dark green sword in his palm was named 15. Why did Chun Pingan feel that he was too careless in naming it? Chun Pingan could clearly feel a slightly cold aura seeping into his skin, but then it actually made him feel warm. His entire body felt warm, as if he was basking in the winter sun. Chun Pingan sensed that mysterious aura flowing along his meridians. slowly flowing through his chi palace and aperture acupoints. In the end, it stopped at the place where he had previously hidden a wisp of sword, aura. It flew into it and leisurely circled around the spacious mansion, resonating with the other aperture acupoint where the silver sword embryo was resting. Old Yang blew out a smoke ring and nodded. This is beyond my expectations. This sword can be considered to be fated with you. Originally, it shouldn't have gone so smoothly. I was thinking of helping you to the end, and first subduing this flying sword in one of your aperture acupoints. Afterwards, you'll have to rely on your perseverance to make it obey your orders. The old man used his supernatural powers and saw the unusually docile and peaceful flying sword in Chunpingan's Chi Palace. He hesitated for a moment and asked, I really don't know, so I'll ask you 2 questions. It's up to you whether you're willing to answer or not. Chunpingan, you've been practicing martial arts for so long, but you only have 1 foot on the threshold of the 3rd realm. Are you anxious? When you practice martial arts, do you have any thoughts that have supported you to this day? Chunpingan answered honestly, I am anxious, but I know that it's useless to be anxious, because it's like burning porcelain. The more anxious you are, the more mistakes you will make. So I don't think too much about it. Sometimes I really can't stop my thoughts, so I let my mind go blank and follow my instincts. Or I choose a place with a wide view and practice the sword furnace. If that still doesn't work, I will read and practice writing. If that still doesn't work, I have no choice but to let my thoughts run wild. For example, I think about how much money I have right now. At this point, Chunpingan was somewhat embarrassed. Old Yang's expression remained the same. Continue with the 2nd question. Chunpingan instinctively straightened his back. He didn't intend to conceal it, and he didn't want to conceal it at all. He was like a poor man who was showing off the most valuable thing in his house, and he was filled with unreasonable confidence. I fought with someone at Embroidery River, and I became even more certain of one thing. When I feel that I'm right, then no matter who my opponent is, I can be extremely fast every time I punch. Every next time, it will only be faster. Ooh. Old Yang asked, soon? Even if I give you 10,000 punches, 100,000 punches, can you even touch the corner of my clothes? Chunpingan was not discouraged at all. He naturally blurted out, I'll follow myself first. When I feel that I have a clear conscience, I'll follow others. Old Yang nodded. You're right to think that way. Ma Kushwan, who also came from a small town, was at the peak of a different path. He pursued the true path of being the leader of 10,000 people and leading his peers. This wasn't because Ma Kushwan was too conceited, but because his innate talent was too good. If he didn't dare to think that way, it would be a waste. If he didn't take what the heavens gave him, he would be punished instead. As for the youth in front of him, who had just taken off his jade hairpin, he should be on a different path. At first glance, he was inconspicuous, but he was still inconspicuous. No matter how many times one looked at him, at most, they would feel that he wasn't too bad. In fact, he wasn't that stupid, but he still had some tricks up his sleeves. After that, most people would no longer pay attention to him. Old Yang sternly said, I'll teach you 2 sets of chants to control 15. One will be used to nurture the sword energy, and the other will be used to open and close the door of objects. Chunpingan asked in advance, if I have 2 flying swords in my body at the same time, won't there be a conflict? Old Yang sneered and said, Wantua doesn't have 2 natal swords. This is because he has to use a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in order to forge the sword and seek the Tao. He also has to be distracted by some personal matters. Otherwise, with his talent and family background, it wouldn't be a problem to nurture 2 more. The natal flying sword depends on fate. If the time isn't right, you can't even beg for 100 years. If the time is right, you can't stop it. However, the natal flying sword isn't a weapon on the battlefield. The more the better. It's a realm that sword cultivators dream of. It's said that one sword can break 10,000 techniques. Why don't you say 2 swords or 3 swords? For a sword cultivator who has reached the peak of the Tao, it's enough to have one flying sword that suits his heart. Any more would only be a burden. As for you, Chimpingon, I'm too lazy to guess why you practice the sword. However, for the mountains and treasures outside, you're like copper coins. Do you think there's too much money and it's too tiring to carry it in your pocket? Do you know how to do it? Chimpingon was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "How big is the square-inch space of 15? How many things can it hold?" Old Yang laughed and said, "It's about the same length, width, and height as your Y-wood sword. It's all right. It's already a little better to hold an ordinary square-inch object. A mountain of gold and silver won't be able to hold it, but at least you don't have to carry a big bamboo basket in the Jianghu. Remember, don't put living things into a square-inch object. For example, if you forcefully absorb that sword embryo, you'll break some of the rules of the blessed enclave. You'll have to destroy it. When that happens, you'll feel bad." After that, Old Yang passed on 2 sets of incantations to Chimpingon. He repeated them twice. After Chimpingon engraved them in his heart, the old man continued to smoke his pipe. The smoke rose in spirals. In the dark, Chimpingon seemed to have built a bridge with the small jasper sword in his chi palace. He was able to communicate with it. That kind of feeling was indescribably wonderful. Chimpingon's mind stirred. His spirit trembled slightly, and the flying sword came out of his body without any obstruction. However, he couldn't stop it, and it went straight to Old Yang. Old Yang didn't even blink. The sparkling, dark green pocket-sized flying sword seemed to have hit a high wall. It rebounded dizzily back to Chimpingon and disappeared in a flash. It quickly slipped back into the Chi Palace. It was like a sulking child, unwilling to respond to Chimpingon's call. Chimpingon was a little panicked. Old Yang felt that it was a little funny. He slowly said, "The previous masters before 15 were all famous figures. I have never met a master as stupid as you. You're so bad at controlling the sword. Naturally, it would feel embarrassed and unwilling to come out in public. Don't worry. As long as you practice diligently, the connection between you two will be even closer. When you win its true recognition, you will have more authority as its master. Even if you want it to shatter on its own and dissipate between heaven and earth, it won't be difficult." Chimpingon nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could do better by immersing himself in his work, Chimpingon wasn't afraid. What he was afraid of was that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do things well, such as burning porcelain. Old Yang suddenly said, "Do you know why 15 is willing to share honor and disgrace with you despite knowing that your aptitude is ordinary? It's because you thought of the important word, fast. This is the root of 15's sword intent, which is naturally connected. 15's flying sword is fast. It has to be fast enough to catch all opponents off guard. It has to take the initiative and be invincible." Chimpingon suddenly understood. At the same time, he thought of the sword embryo that was originally called Little Fengdu. The reason why it clashed with him was probably because he had yet to comprehend its sword intent. Old Yang waved his hand. "Don't move around too much. Just quietly wait for one phase news." Chimpingon wanted to say something, but hesitated. The old man said in annoyance, "New Year's gift? Let's not talk about whether or not I'm willing to make an exception and accept it. Do you have anything that I'm interested in? Taking a step back. Even if there's something that I like, are you willing to give it to me? Go, go, go. Once you're done with your business, hurry back to Luopa Mountain. As for your belongings at the blacksmith shop, I'll get someone to bring them to you. It's too eye-catching for you to appear near the sword furnace. It's not suitable." Chimpingon knew the old man's temper. Without any hesitation, he got up and left the Yang family medicine shop. But just as he stepped out of the medicine shop, Chimpingon couldn't help but turn back. After passing through the side room, he saw the old man who was sitting there smoking. Chun Pingon bowed to the old man. Old Yang accepted it calmly. After Chun Pingon left again, the old man tapped on the yellowed bamboo pipe, his thoughts flowing. In the long years, the old man had secretly done countless transactions. Even now, he still didn't think highly of the young man. Some people really had a good life, so good that it could be described as a flood of good fortune. Often, it would continue to be good until one day, when bad luck came, the mountains would collapse and the earth would split. But if one's life was hard, it would still be difficult to stand out. Up and down and up. If one really wanted to go high, it would be very difficult. It was very easy to be pulled away by those proud sons of heaven, and could only eat dust behind others. Chun Pingon was like a weed beside a field of crops under the old man's eyes. In the wind and rain, it was pressed down time and time again, struggling at death's door. Perhaps a dog didn't even like to go near it, but every time the spring breeze blew, it would be a new year. Therefore, old Yang was willing to take advantage of the situation. There was no harm in betting on this young man that he didn't think highly of. A small gamble was fun, and if he lost, it wouldn't hurt him. If he won, it would be an extra surprise. If one's life was good, one had to do it in one go. If one's life was hard, there would be more strength. But old Yang knew the direction of the general trend. In the era of great competition, the 100 schools of thought would contend, and heroes would rise together. It would be a great year for geniuses to emerge, and it would be a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. On the road of cultivation, one step slower and slower. It would be very difficult for you, Chun Pingon, to stand out. Chun Pingon walked along a side street and muttered to himself, 15, I'm sorry for making you lose face. In the future, I'll definitely work hard to practice the sword control incantation and strive not to make a fool of myself like today. Chun Pingon was indeed somewhat guilty. When others showed him kindness, Chun Pingon would feel uneasy if he couldn't do anything about it. The emerald flying sword in the Chi residence jumped slightly, as if its mood had improved in an instant. It forgave Chun Pingon for his previous laughable, clumsy sword control. Chun Pingon couldn't help but smile, thinking of the irascible Chi. They were both natal flying swords, but 15 was much gentler. In the end, just as Chun Pingon had such a thought, the sword embryo Chi began to leave its nest. It was so painful that Chun Pingon bent over and stood in place, unable to take a single step. 15 sensed that something was amiss and flew out of the Chi residence. It flew all the way, quickly passing through numerous passes, and finally arrived at Chi's door. It hovered in the air, gently spinning, as if hesitating whether to pay a visit. Chun Pingon couldn't move normally, so he could only move with difficulty and sit on the steps at the intersection of the streets. Probably attracted by flying sword 15, the sword embryo Chi let go of Chun Pingon. The two natal flying swords, which had met the wrong person, each hovered outside the Chi residence's door. It looked like an aggressive confrontation, but also like a hesitant meeting. Chun Pingon took advantage of this gap and hurriedly gasped for breath. After a short rest, he jogged to the dragon-riding alley and called for the green-clothed child and the girl in pink to return to Luapa Mountain. Chi didn't see 15. They parted on bad terms. As they approached Chinju Mountain, Chi beat Chun Pingon again, making Chun Pingon almost roll on the ground. He could only clench his teeth and squat on the ground, sweating profusely and almost fainting. Chun Pingon could only desperately circulate the 18 stops breathing technique. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck between 6 and 7, Chun Pingon was able to vaguely maintain a bit of clarity during the tug-of-war between him and the sword embryo. However, the price he had to pay for this was that he could clearly feel the immense pain brought about by the shaking of his spirit. This kind of torture was no less painful than the pain of being skinned and the pain of being cut into pieces. 15 was eager to make a move, but he still didn't leave his resting place. It seemed that before he made up his mind, he still intended to watch the fire burn on the other side of the river. By the time Chu-yi had contentedly regained his calm, Chun Pingon had just been fished out of the water. He continued on his way, stumbling as he walked. However, even Chun Pingon did not realize that the formless fist, intent flowing through his body, had become even more solid and vigorous. At the top of the mountain, there was a barefoot old man in ragged clothes. His vision was muddy, and he was running around like a headless fly, stumbling and constantly repeating, "Where is Mr. Kwan? Where is Mr. Kwan?" In an instant, the crazy old man's eyes suddenly brightened. After looking around, he did not rise from the ground, nor did he fly away. Instead, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully examined the direction of the mountain. Then he took a step forward and directly walked to the front of the three people. The old man looked at the sweaty teenager and asked, "Are you Chun Pingon?" Chun Pingon's body was tense, and he nodded. "Yes. Is there anything you need from me?" The cyan-robed little boy's eyes were dull, and his heart was as dead as ashes. What? After leaving the small town, he thought that he could fly freely in the sky, and then, walking on the desolate path in the mountain, he began to encounter immortals and monsters who could kill him with one punch. The old man's expression seemed to be burning, and he hurriedly asked, "I am Chui Dong. I am Chui Dong's grandfather. Are you his teacher now?" Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment and became more cautious, sort of. The old man spoke very quickly. "How is he now? Will he be bullied?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment, and it was difficult to answer this question, because the young imperial tutor, Chui Dong, or rather, Chui Dong, who went to Cliff Academy, did not have a good time during that long trip. Chun Pingon did not want to lie to this down-and-out old man, who called himself Chui Dong's grandfather, but he did not dare to speak the truth. Subconsciously, Chun Pingon felt that the old man in front of him had a very similar aura to the mountain-moving ape from Jinyang Mountain. However, the only difference was the difference in their cultivation levels. As for that mountain-moving ape, it was higher, but the old man in front of him was higher. Chun Pingon's cultivation level was too low, and he could not see through the old man at all. The old man only frowned, and Chun Pingon and the two little fellows felt a suffocating pressure. The old man snorted coldly, "Although you are my grandson's teacher, and I should respect you, how can a pure martial artist who has not even reached the third realm be my grandson's teacher? In the future, when my grandson encounters trouble, as his teacher, are you going to be helpless and watch from afar?" "No, absolutely not." The sloppy old man's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared fixedly at Chun Pingon. "Take me to a place that you think is safe, and I will help you." Without waiting for Chun Pingon to nod or shake his head, the old man stood beside Chun Pingon and grabbed Chun Pingon's shoulder with his 5 fingers like hooks. "Speak quickly. Time waits for no one. I will be awake for, at most, 5 minutes. Don't waste time." Chun Pingon was confused. However, the old man's casual grip not only caused Chun Pingon's heart to ache, but even the 2 flying swords, Chuyi and Shiwu, buzzed and whined incessantly. After all, the power they could exert was closely related to Chun Pingon's cultivation level. Therefore, they could not go out and stop the old man's aggression. The little boy in green and the girl in pink did not dare to move. It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. Legend has it that pure martial artists who reach the top, such as the peak of the 9th realm, condensed their aura and released it like a torrent of sword energy. They were unstoppable. Just a shout of anger could shatter the enemy's courage. It was not rare to see such a feat in the martial world or on the battlefield. The old man shouted angrily, "Speak quickly. If you dilly-dally again, I don't care if you are my grandson's teacher. I will break your limbs with one punch." Chun Pingon's eyes were resolute. He gritted his teeth and circulated his chi, ready to fight to the death and fight for a chance of survival. The old man looked at him and laughed loudly. He let go of the young man's shoulder and took a step back. He laughed loudly and said, "Little child, you have some skills. Not bad, not bad. You are good material. If you were to fall into the hands of some *T martial arts master, no matter how much effort they put into carving you, you would not be able to achieve anything. However, I am different." Wei Pai, dressed in white, appeared on the mountain path like an immortal. After a moment of silence, he smiled at Chen Pingon and said, "Why don't you bring this old gentleman to the bamboo house? If you agree, I will lead the way." The old man looked at Wei Pai and said, "Oh, I haven't seen such a dog-like mountain god in a long time. Interesting, interesting. When this old man recovers some strength, if there is a chance, I will definitely look for you to exchange pointers." Wei Pai smiled and said, "Old gentleman, don't look for me to exchange pointers. You should focus on polishing the martial arts of your grandson's teacher. I think he will be busy enough." The old man's face was full of sarcasm, and he said, "Cut the crap. Take me to Chun Pingan's territory. It is called Luo Mountain. I know a place suitable for sharpening swords there. Lead the way." Wei Pai was not annoyed by the old man's imposing manner. He nodded with a smile and snapped his fingers. The mountains and rivers reversed, and a group of people instantly appeared outside the bamboo house on Luo Mountain. Chun Pingon looked at Wei Pai, and the latter nodded gently. The old man grabbed him by the shoulder and lightly leapt to the second floor. Then he led Chun Pingon in and pushed open the door. The old man raised an eyebrow and happily laughed. "Good place. This is really a good place. You can stay awake for at least 2 hours a day. It really doesn't lose out to the heavenly paradise at all. You finally have the bearing of a gentleman in my family." The old man took several steps back and said, "Chun Pingon, can you endure hardships?" Chun Pingon, who had been baffled from beginning to end, subconsciously nodded and said, "I can eat." The old man asked again, "Can you endure great hardships?" Chun Pingon didn't dare to answer this question. The old man was a bit unhappy. He cursed, "You're like a little girl." Fine, no, it's not a big deal. It's too unpleasant. If it were anyone else, this old man really wouldn't be willing to serve them." Chun Pingon silently told himself that this old man's brain wasn't very bright. He didn't need to take it to heart, and just let him say whatever he wanted. The old man took a step forward and assumed a simple boxing stance with one fist in the air and the other fist close to his chest. It was simple, but in an instant it became astonishing. The old man said in a deep voice, "One can only be a man if he eats hard. Us martial artists, if we want to go forward, before we reach the top, we have to be a wild dog on the side of the road. You have to tell yourself that if you want to live happily, you have to compete with the heavens and earth, compete with bullshit immortals, compete with martial artists of the same generation. In the end, you still have to compete with yourself. Fight for that one breath. When you spit out this breath, you have to make the heavens and earth change color. You have to make the immortals kneel and kowtow. You have to make all the martial artists in the world feel that you're the heavens." At this moment, the white-haired old man, who looked even worse than a beggar, had a majestic aura and a flourishing spirit. It was as if the old man was clearly telling the young man a truth. The person in front of him was invincible. (197) Recently, there's a million-word event. You can follow the official WeChat account from 1985. I hope everyone will participate. Chun Pingan's breathing suddenly stopped. This was a kind of instinct, just like when the little boy in blue and the girl in pink met GQ. It didn't even have much to do with the level of cultivation. It was purely a kind of powerful suppression of aura, pure martial arts. To a certain extent, this was the essence of the word pure. Vassal King Song Zhengqiang had once been able to make the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao, who had a high cultivation, feel as if his skin was being pricked by needles without doing anything. There was a loud bang. Chun Pingon was just about to move to guard against the unexpected, but he was already sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall of the bamboo building and fell limp to the ground. He struggled twice, but could only lean against the wall. He couldn't stand up, no matter how hard he tried. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The old man, who had kicked Chun Pingon in the stomach, crossed his arms and looked down at the miserable straw sandals youth. He sneered, "You dare to be distracted in a confrontation. You're really looking to die." Chun Pingon wiped the corner of his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the other side of the wall as if he was facing a great enemy. The old man said indifferently, "The world only says that there are 9 realms in martial arts. They don't know that there are great sights above the 9 realms. You've only touched the threshold of the 3rd realm for now. In fact, even the foundation of the 2nd realm is ordinary. If this old man didn't appear, you'd probably destroy the foundation of the 9th realm once you reach the 3rd realm in your pursuit of breaking through quickly. The path of martial arts doesn't tolerate the slightest bit of fanciness or exaggeration. What you did before was not bad, but it's far from enough, because your dispersing of chi in the 1st realm was very bad." Chun Pingon's breathing gradually smoothed out. In the end, he was a youth who had never slacked off in tempering his body. His foundation was very good. It had to be known that the ordinary and not bad from the old man's mouth were very high evaluations. If a secular martial artist like Zhu he could receive such an evaluation, he would probably be moved to tears on the spot. Chun Pingon still hadn't understood all these twists and turns. He only said in a trembling voice, "I've learned a lot." As the old man took a step forward, the entire bamboo building shook slightly. The invisible characters that Li Shixing had drawn on the green bamboo slightly appeared and flowed with an imperceptible pure radiance, just like the scene when the moonlight bottle poured on the water of the stream. It was especially moving. The old man's thoughts moved, but he did not care about these things. He stared at Chun Pingon and said, "The mud embryo stage is to find that breath of Xiantian Qi and build the framework of martial arts. Qi is the pillar, Qi is the high wall. However, before he could do it, he had to disperse the Qi thoroughly. He had to get rid of all the filthy Qi and even the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Pure martial arts. What was the meaning of purity? It was pure and unadulterated, to compete with the world. Don't learn from those Qi refinement warriors on the mountain. They are sneaky and sneaky. In the end, they are just watchdogs who have to obey the orders of others." Chun Pingon only understood half of it. Moreover, deep in his heart, he did not completely agree with the old man's words. The old man's lips curled up, and he sneered. "The 2nd stage is commonly known as the wood embryo stage. I think it's better to call it the mountain splitting stage. Immortals on the mountain and immortals on the mountain. Martial arts just have to split the mountain with one punch. This realm strengthens the bones and tendons. If the foundation is good, one's future achievements won't lose to the Buddhist's invincible Vajra body or the Taoist's immaculate body of azure glass. We martial artists can also temper our bodies to the extreme. As for the military school, it's neither fish nor fowl. The methods they use are like thieves and shortcuts. It's extremely laughable. The military school did indeed have a shortcut to heaven. Other than being able to invite the immortals to descend from the mountain and be possessed by the immortals, they could also nurture a heroic spirit in the battlefield in the Qi residence. A heroic spirit was a kind of innately powerful lean spirit that would not dissipate even after death. Once it successfully merged with the spirit of a cultivator, the cultivator's body would be like a Taoist furnace, blending water and fire. It belonged to another path and was an extremely powerful cultivation method. However, in the words of this sloppy old man, the path of the military school was simply not worth mentioning. The old man hooked his finger at Chun Pingon. Come, come, come. This old man will suppress his realm to the third stage. Use all your strength and beat me to death. If you can beat this old man until he moves half a step, you win. Chun Pingon was somewhat hesitant. He did not understand the situation at all. The old man had appeared out of nowhere and claimed to be Cui Dong's grandfather. Now he was inexplicably asking for a fight. Chun Pingon was completely confused. With Cui Dong's current status, did he need the protection of a half-baked teacher like himself? Moreover, the old man himself had said that there were no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. His talent was also lacking. Whether or not he could reach even half of Cui Dong's height in this lifetime, Chun Pingon did not even dare to hope. Wasn't the old man's words contradicting themselves? The old man said unhappily, "With this kind of personality of yours, it's really extremely boring. If I want you to fight, then fight. What, do you want this old man to kneel down and beg you to punch me?" Chun Pingon's stubborn personality finally revealed itself. He still maintained a defensive posture, not moving at all. The old man's eyes were dark and unfathomable. This old man will only ask you one thing. Do you want to ascend to the third stage and become one of the top 3 in the world? Chun Pingon nodded and said without hesitation, "Yes." The old man tilted his head slightly, stretched out a finger, and pointed at his head. His expression was extremely domineering. "Then fight here. Your temperament is not to this old man's liking. However, for Chinchin's sake, I'll give you one more chance. If you fight with some momentum, I'll give you a hand and let you experience the true glory of the third stage." Chun Pingon said slowly, "Then I'll really fight? I won't hold back when I punch." The old man laughed loudly. "Less nonsense, little girl. How did your family produce such a coward like you? Don't you have a handle in your pants? Your parents must be cowards, right?" Chun Pingon's anger rose spontaneously. People who seem to be kind and soft-hearted must have a heart as hard as iron. In the midst of suffering, they stubbornly supported that seemingly foolish kindness. The youth from Clay Bottle Alley was like that. He had traveled thousands of miles, practicing martial arts day and night without rest. Chun Pingon took a step forward and in an instant exploded with astonishing speed. He arrived in front of the old man, and his right fist landed on the old man's forehead. It seemed like one punch, but in the end, 2 bangs sounded. In an instant, Chun Pingon retreated a few steps, his arms drooping, and then he retreated again and again. It turned out that after the first punch landed on the old man's forehead, the huge rebound caused Chun Pingon's left arm to ache. However, at the same time, his ruthless strength burst forth, and an even stronger left fist followed, landing on the old man's head. Unfortunately, after 2 punches, the old man did not move an inch. He yawned, looking bored and hateful. Looking at the embarrassed youth not far away, the old man mocked, "Your full-strength punch is just scratching an itch? Am I your wife, or are you my wife? I was right when I said that you were a little girl without a handle. If I were your parents, I'd be angered to death." Chun Pingon's face was gloomy. "What? Are your parents dead?" The old man said, pretending to be enlightened. "That's even better. They'll definitely come back to life because of your anger." After the sharp pain, Chun Pingon's arms were completely numb, but Chun Pingon still stepped forward quickly. This time, he jumped high, twisted his waist, and hit the old man's left head with a whip kick. Except for a dull sound, the old man was still fine. Chun Pingon took advantage of the momentum to turn in the air, and the second whip kick landed on the old man's right head. This time, after Chun Pingon landed on the ground, his legs were weak and his shoulders were high and low. He had to stabilize himself several times. The old man stared at the lame youth as if he was an idiot and asked, "Since your left leg has suffered enough, why did your right leg exert more strength the second time? Don't you feel pain?" Chun Pingon did not speak. His face was pale and his shoulders were undulating. His legs must have been seriously injured. The old man nodded. It seems that this is your bottleneck. How disappointing. Chun Pingon rushed forward for the third time, using the 6 stances of the mountain quaking fist. Although his speed was slower than the previous 2 times, his momentum was not reduced at all. The old man was slightly surprised. He stood in place and waited calmly. After countless stances, the spirit of the mountain quaking fist had already merged with Chun Pingon's soul. Even if his hands and feet were injured, his momentum was still strong when he started his stances. After the pale-faced but determined youth skillfully completed the boxing stance, he leaped high into the air, raised his head, and suddenly hammered down on the old man's forehead. The youth fell backward and fell to the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Smart people know how to retreat. You're far from that. But not smart, that's right. If you want to be a pure martial artist, you don't need to be too smart. Cleverness may lead to a disaster. For this reason, a look of admiration flashed across the old man's face. He walked forward step by step, his face full of smiles, and said, "I'll reward you with a kick." The kick was as light as lightning, just enough to hit the side of Chun Pingon's temple. Chun Pingon used all his strength to raise an arm to block the vicious kick. In the end, his arm was pressed against his head, and his whole body was kicked to the foot of the wall. He curled up there, his whole body in pain. The old man stood in place, looking down at the poor youth. "I've already thoroughly understood your martial arts foundation. That was just the appetizer. What comes next is the real pain. Go outside and tell them to prepare a large bucket of water, the best nourishing herbs, and the best wound medicine. Of course, it would be best to prepare a coffin as well. Ha ha! This old man is afraid that you will take things too hard and commit suicide by hanging. That's good. The family can be reunited underground." Chun Pingon rested for a full incense's time before he could get up and limp out of the house. In the corridor outside the house, he saw the little boy in green and the little girl in pink looking at each other, as well as the slightly gloating immortal in white. When Wei Pai saw the battered and exhausted Chun Pingon, he held back his laughter and said, "I'll go prepare the best medicine vats, herbs, ointments, and elixirs. Don't worry, the Oxhorn Mountain has everything. As for the money, I'll help you pay it first. You can pay it back when you have the money. There's no rush. Friends are friends, but business is business, so there's still some interest." Chun Pingon squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded. After Wei Pai disappeared, he sat down in the corridor with his back against the wall. The little boy in green asked softly, "Master, is it hard to practice martial arts?" Chun Pingon sat on the ground, paralyzed. His body could not help but tremble slightly as he said bitterly, "It's so bitter." The little boy in green had seen Chun Pingon's walking and standing stance in the snow. He believed that with Chun Pingon's second realm martial artist physique, there was no way he could endure such torment. It was too torturous. It was not the kind of torment where one's arm was chopped off with a swoosh, bleeding profusely and wailing loudly. It was another kind of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. Every breath he took was like drinking astral winds and eating a knife. However, if even Chun Pingon felt that he was suffering, the little boy in green could not imagine the torment. The little girl in pink turned her head and sobbed silently. About an hour later, the old man who was meditating in the house stood up and said in a deep voice, "Chun Pingon, start practicing martial arts." Chun Pingon sighed, pushed open the door, and entered. The little boy in green swallowed his saliva and helped close the door gently, and he didn't even dare to look at the old man. After closing the door, the little boy in green jumped onto the railing and sat down, feeling extremely melancholic. "To think that I've dominated the pugilistic world in Yujiang for hundreds of years and am a famous hero in the entire Huangting country. I can summon the wind and summon the rain, and I have many friends. Why am I hitting walls everywhere in this tiny Longquan County? My luck has been too bad recently, hasn't it? In the future, will I accidentally splash some deity when I go out to pee and get punched to death? This doesn't conform to my expectations of killing everyone in the pugilistic world. The little boy in green had a sullen expression as he slammed the railing with both hands, extremely frustrated. The little girl in pink was on the first floor. Together with the mountain deity Wei Pai, they helped to start a fire and boil a huge vat of medicinal soup that was fragrant. The huge vat of medicinal herbs was not expensive. If converted to silver, it would only cost Wei Pai 80,000 taels of Dali silver. The poor learn literature, while the rich learn martial arts. The ancients did not lie. Of course, most martial artists in the world would definitely not be as extravagant as Wei Pai. Otherwise, no matter how rich they were, they would be emptied. In the room on the second floor of the bamboo building, the old man glanced at the young man, who was in good spirits. Other than helping you completely dissipate your qi, I'll also temper your body and soul at the same time. As long as you persevere to the end, breaking through to the third level will be a matter of course. If you're lucky, it's not impossible for you to reach the fourth level. If he was lucky, when Chun Pingon heard that, he felt that there was no hope. The old man smiled. From today onwards, I'll pay attention to the strength of my attacks. I won't let you feel that it's unbearable at the beginning. However, the feeling at the end, you'll have to experience it yourself. Chun Pingon had an ominous feeling. The old man's smile disappeared. His state of mind suddenly became tranquil. He slowly made a simple and ancient fist stance. When I was young, I liked to travel far and wide. I never carried any divine weapons. I only relied on my fists to fight my way up and down the mountain. I once saw a Taoist master beat the spring drum. According to legend, in ancient times, the god of thunder drove a carriage and beat the drum. It deterred all the evil spirits in the world and purified them. The old man's face was calm. After one observation, I had an epiphany and comprehended this style. It's called the god-beating drum style. Chun Pingon listened attentively. He did not dare to miss a single word. The reason was very simple. He could not suffer for nothing. The old man said sternly, "Boy, stand firm. Take 10 punches first." There was a crisp sound of firecrackers exploding in the bamboo building. 10 continuous punches landed on 10 places on Chun Pingon's body. The force penetrated his qi, causing his qi to become unstable. It was like a broom sweeping through, causing dust to fly everywhere. After he stopped punching, the old man smiled strangely. Chun Pingon, who was prepared for the worst, was a little surprised at first. He thought that the old man's punches were not heavy, and that his body could withstand them. Then Chun Pingon suddenly bled from his 7 orifices. He fell to the ground and began to roll. Chun Pingon bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from crying out loud. When he was practicing, besides hearing from Zhu, that one should not drink alcohol in the early stages of martial arts, he had also heard many times that one should not give up. Chun Pingon finally learned a little bit of boxing theory. He cherished it very much. Until today, he still persevered. Even after he heard from Lin Shuyi that Alliance's wine pot contained a great fortune, Chun Pingon did not regret anything. The old man looked at the young man rolling around and sneered. "How is it? Not bad, right? The essence of this fist is that the fist momentum can be multiplied and accumulated. Even if you are a Daluo golden immortal with an indestructible golden body, as long as you punch fast enough, you will still be smashed to pieces." After saying this, the old man looked a little absent-minded. When he was at the peak of martial arts, he had always wanted to know one thing. If the Tao ancestor and Buddha were willing to not fight back, then with the accumulation of this move, could they withstand hundreds of punches? And he himself could deliver hundreds of punches? The old man quickly came to his senses and explained, "Don't worry. I have used a lot of strength in these 10 punches. They will not hurt your body, but only your soul. Just grit your teeth, and you will probably be able to endure it. The youth rolled on the ground for half an incense stick's worth of time, then sat on the ground, relying on the breathing technique taught by Old Man Yang and the qi circulation technique taught by of Liang. After an incense stick's worth of time, he slowly got up, covered in sweat, like a drowned rat that had just come ashore. The old man nodded and smiled. It seems that 10 punches are okay. Then take 15. After a while, Chun Pingon continued to roll on the ground. This time, he hit the foot of the wall and did not even realize that his head hit the wall. Chun Pingon lay on the ground for half an hour. He could not even sit up, let alone stand up and say anything to the old man. The old man quietly observed the subtle changes in the young man's body and continued, "Martial arts are also Tao. Qi refinement warriors always look down on pure martial arts. They only talk about martial arts, but not Tao. They think that martial arts can never reach the height of Tao. I don't believe it. I went to read hundreds of ancient books. One day, I read a paragraph of content. There was a picture of a graceful lady with a beautiful figure. The text said that this lady was the Rainmaster. She cared about the common people and did not hesitate to violate the laws of heaven. She sent down rain without permission. Her golden body was detained on a God-striking platform and suffered day and night. In the imperial edict of the celestial emperor, there were the words, "Reap what you sow." I slammed the table and stood up, scolding him for being a scoundrel. Unable to calm down, I walked outside. It was raining heavily. With one punch, I pushed the rain curtain up by hundreds of feet. Therefore, this punch of mine is called the Steaming Cloud Swamp Style. The old man quietly stood beside the young man and stepped on Chun Pingon's abdomen. He sneered, "If you can't get up, just lie down. I can still let you know the beauty of this punch." In Chun Pingon's Qi Si, there was a loud bang. It was as if it was ushering in a drastic change. Back then, he followed Cui Dongshan back from the great Sui dynasty to the Huangting country. They passed by a land of great water with rising mist. It was a very spectacular sight. From Cui Dongshan's scholarly words, he learned about the majestic atmosphere of the great steaming clouds lake. However, a beautiful scenery was a beautiful scenery. After enduring the old man's swift and violent stomp and experiencing the ups and downs brought about by this picture scroll, it was truly a paradise. The old man's stomp caused Chun Pingon's Qi Si in his lower dantian to swell up. Chun Pingon felt as if his liver and intestines were being cut into pieces. In the next moment, he was about to vomit out all his internal organs. Every time the Qi Si in his body rose up, Chun Pingon felt as if he was being pulled up by someone. His body bounced up from the ground and then fell to the ground. The cycle repeated. In the end, the old man seemed to find the bouncing young man an eyesore and stepped on him again. "Stay still." Chun Pingon was firmly pressed to the ground by that foot. The young man's limbs twitched. His face was ferocious and his eyes were cloudy. Countless tiny blood droplets slowly seeped out from the pores of Chun Pingon's skin and pores. In the end, they condensed into a piece. The old man angrily shouted, "Chun Pingon, listen carefully. The breath at the beginning of martial arts has already been found by you. Is it just for show? So what if you can't move? Only this breath can't be stopped." Chun Pingon vaguely heard the old man's angry roar in his muddle-headed state. Almost instinctively, he silently made a sound in his heart lake. It could be considered as a command to let the mysterious qi that was like a fire dragon move on its own and go wherever it wanted to go. Because he really couldn't control his body and limbs anymore, he couldn't even control a finger. The old man lowered his head and looked. In his line of sight, a qi that was as thin as a silk thread and like a fire dragon began to crazily run through the meridians in his chest. He laughed and said, "Good." The old man took back his foot. With one hand behind his back, he flicked his finger at Chun Pingon with the other hand. I once watched the confrontation between the two armies on the mountain peak. It was really wonderful. It was like a dragon and an elephant fighting. The dragon was the strongest in the water, and the elephant was the strongest on land. That battle could be said to be the masterpiece of 100 years on the battlefield. I comprehended a fist technique called the Iron Cavalry Chisel Formation. Every time the old man lightly flicked his finger, Chun Pingon would forcibly break a rib. This was the first time Chun Pingon cried out because of pain, because the real pain was not only in the physical body, but also in the depths of the spirit. The little boy in green sitting on the railing outside the corridor was so frightened that he almost fell down. The little girl in pink downstairs was in a daze. She suddenly squatted on the ground and held her head, not daring to listen anymore. Finally, looking at the youth who had completely fainted, the old man expressionlessly walked to the door. After opening the door, he said to the little boy in green, who was trembling in fear, "Carry him downstairs and directly soak him in the medicine barrel. Don't even take off his clothes and straw shoes. Don't underestimate this little weight. For the current Chun Pingon, if he wants to stabilize his state, he can't touch them. Also, remember to tell that mountain deity, who looks very feminine, not to paint a snake with feet and add any elixirs. Otherwise, this old man doesn't care, but this brat's suffering today can be considered to be in vain." After seeing the old man and hearing his instructions, the little boy in green was so frightened that he did not dare to take the stairs. He directly jumped down. He only dared to let the little girl in pink move Chun Pingon. He did not even dare to walk past the old man. However, after arriving downstairs and giving Wei Pai a superfluous reminder, he did not say anything else and jogged all the way to the little girl in pink outside the door. The little boy in green gritted his teeth and leaped out with the tip of his foot. With another tap, he floated up to the second floor. He braced himself and walked into the house before she did, carrying the bloodied Chun Pingon on his back. He carefully placed Chun Pingon into the medicine barrel. The tear-stained little girl in pink asked softly, "Mountain God Wei, is my master really all right?" Wei Pai glanced at the unconscious Chun Pingon. If he can persevere until the end, he will be fine. If he gives up halfway, not only will all his efforts be for naught, there will also be many repercussions. For example, he will be stuck at the second or third realm of the martial Tao for the rest of his life. Because his foundation is too solid, if he wants to raise his realm as a whole, it will be no different from a child lifting a stone block. It will be impossible. The little girl in pink was a little confused. The little boy in green walked out of the house alone and sat on a bamboo chair outside the house. He rested his chin on his hands and stared blankly. In the evening, Chun Pingon, who was soaked in the medicine barrel previously, was like a pitiful person who could not wake up from a nightmare. Even though he was in deep sleep, his breathing was extremely chaotic. Now, it finally stabilized. The little girl in pink stood on her tiptoes and slumped over the water barrel, sweating profusely. She was afraid that her master would die from the pain, that he would drown, or that he would never wake up after this sleep. She just stared with widened eyes, but there was nothing she could do. As night fell, the little girl in pink walked out of the first floor in relief and sat on the bamboo chair beside the little boy in green. The two of them were silent for a long time. Suddenly, the little boy in green said softly, "Silly girl, I've decided. I'm really going to cultivate properly." The little girl in pink was not in high spirits and asked weakly, "Why? Didn't you say that we only rely on our talent to cultivate? You even said that you could raise your realm by lying down." For the first time, the little boy in green drooped his head. "I don't want to meet someone who can kill me with a single punch every time I go down the mountain." The little girl in pink found that very difficult. However, Since her old master was already in such a miserable state today, she did not want to deal another blow to this fella beside her. After all, it was still the first month of the new year. He raised his head and raised his fist. I'm going to fight for those fellas so that they can kill me with 2 punches. The little girl in pink was a little awkward and felt that something was amiss. Lofty ambitions? That didn't seem right. Short-sighted? That didn't seem right either. The little boy in green encouraged himself. I'm a hero who values the righteousness of the pugilistic world. I don't want to have to hide behind Chun Pingon every time I meet those fellas. That's too much of a disgrace to my reputation as a chivalrous gentleman of Yujiang. I'm going to let Chun Pingon know that I'm truly loyal and not just all talk. This time, the little girl in pink extended a small fist sincerely and waved it gently. Good luck. It was only at this moment that the little boy in green, who looked down on the fire python from the bottom of his heart, was touched. Even though this silly girl was a little dumb, she was actually rather cute and likable. Instantly, he returned to his cheeky self and asked with a cheeky smile, "Silly girl, have you thought about what we talked about previously? Be my little wife and roll in the bed with me for no reason? Even if I don't like you very much right now, feelings can be nurtured for couples in the secular world through matchmaking and a prenatal marriage. It's fine as long as you like me. Then, as long as you're sincere enough, I'll be as fond of you as you are of me. Thinking about that makes you happy, right?" The little girl in pink was on the brink of tears. "You're shameless. I'm going to complain to old master. Our old master is sleeping and can't be bothered with you." The little boy in green chuckled. "You don't even know how to catch a pie falling from the sky. Forget it, forget it. You're truly a silly girl. It's only Chun Pingon who hasn't seen the world and treats you like a treasure. If it were me, I'd give you a superior snake gallstone at most." The little girl in pink puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "Please call him old master." The little boy in green fell silent. He held the back of his head with both hands and looked into the distance. He said softly, "Yes, Chun Pingon is our old master." Chun Pingon woke up in the middle of the night. He could walk without any problems, but the condition of his body could be said to be tragic. For some reason, his broken ribs had been reconnected. Of course, he had not fully recovered, but it was enough to see that the 80,000 taels that Wei Pai spent was not wasted. In fact, if it was someone else who bought it from the baggage shop, they might not even be able to get it for 160,000 taels of silver. This was the value of the North Mountain god. Chun Pingon changed into a new set of clothes and did not dare to walk out of the bamboo building. The little girl in pink considerately brought over a small bamboo chair. Chun Pingon sat quietly near the threshold. He did not say anything and sat until the sun rose from the east. He practiced the sword furnace dance for a while before getting up and going to sleep on the small bed on the first floor. That afternoon, the old man opened his eyes and stood up. He said in a low voice, "Start practicing. Today, I will only train your soul and let you get rid of the impurities." Chun Pingon opened his eyes and woke up. He sighed and silently walked up to the second floor. After that, he was carried out of the second floor by the little boy in green. He woke up in the middle of the night again and ate a meal. Even though he did not have any appetite, Chun Pingon still forced himself to swallow. Seeing her old master's hand holding the chopsticks trembling and dropping the food back onto the plate after picking it up a few times, the little girl in pink's face was filled with tears. The little boy in green just buried his head in the rice. This time, Chun Pingon rested for a while. He sat at the door and practiced the sword furnace dance with trembling hands. Soon, he went to sleep. For a full 10 days, 3 days to train his soul, and 1 day to train his body. Every time the old man made a move, it was just right. It was guaranteed that Chun Pingon would suffer more than the previous day. Therefore, there was no possibility of him getting used to the pain. Chun Pingon turned increasingly silent. Most of the time, he would not say a single word when he was awake. Occasionally, the little girl in pink would ask something or try to cheer her old master up. At first, Chinpingon would smile and shake his head. Later on, he would frown, and finally, his face was filled with anger. Although it was clear that Chinpingon was suppressing his emotions, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink were extremely shocked. At that time, Chinpingon wanted to say something but stopped. His lips moved slightly, but he did not say anything in the end. He went to his bed and lay down with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was awake or asleep. In fact, one might not even know if he was alive or dead. The little boy in green once tried to ask Wei Pai how much pain Chinpingon was in when he was beaten up. Wei Ba thought about it and said that the pain Chinpingon suffered on the first day was probably the same as an ordinary person's 10 fingers being chopped off with a knife. Even the bones and flesh were chopped into minced meat. Moreover, he had to do his best to keep himself awake. After that, it got worse every day. It was just the first day. After that, the little boy in green never asked such questions again. He began to cultivate. He became even more diligent than the little girl in pink. On this day, Chinpingon was sitting on a bamboo chair at night and leaning against the back of the chair. Wei Pai slowly walked over and stood beside him, looking at the bright moon hanging in the night sky with him. Chinpingon asked in a hoarse voice, "Wei Pai, can you please help me ask when Master Wan succeeded in forging the sword?" Wei Pai could not laugh this time. He just sighed and nodded. "I'll go and ask. Let me make it clear in advance. This is the first time Wan Ting has made a sword since he left the Wind Snow Temple. He must attach great importance to it. Therefore, Wan Ting probably doesn't want to be distracted and may not be able to reply to me." Chinpingon nodded. Chinpingon could no longer care about spending money like running water. In the first few days, he would still silently record it in his heart, but later, he completely lost the mood. Recently, the little girl in pink and the little boy in green intentionally or unintentionally let Chinpingon be alone and did not disturb him. When Chinpingon got up, he said softly, "Help me tell them that I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Sometimes I really can't help it." Wei Pai asked, "Why don't you say it yourself?" Chinpingon was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile, "I don't know why. It seems that just thinking about it makes me very tired. I'm afraid that if I say that, I won't be able to hold on tomorrow's boxing practice." Wei Pai nodded and said, "It's a little strange, but I can barely understand it. Don't worry, I'll help you. They will also understand." There were probably not many martial artists in the world who cultivated martial arts. It was normal to do it a few times at a time. However, there were definitely not many people who had to suffer like this every day. The old man stood silently under the roof of the second floor. After hearing the conversation between the two, he only smiled and turned to return to the house to sit down. It was normal that Wei Pai could not understand it completely. After all, the old man's punches were a type of deity drum beating stance that was constantly accumulating. It was a hidden tempering that went deeper in one's heart, tempering one's body, cleansing one's meridians, and regenerating one's marrow was the first step. Strengthening one's courage and soul was the second step. The true test was still the heart. The old man was like a sharp awl that was ruthlessly hammered into the young man's heart time and time again. One could imagine how it felt. The old man was actually very surprised as well. Firstly, the young man had not lost his mind yet. He was still gritting his teeth and enduring it, unwilling to say, "I don't want to practice boxing anymore." Secondly, the mysteries of this bamboo house were truly indescribable. Chinpingon lay on the bed. After rolling up the blanket, he curled up and faced the wall, covering his mouth with one hand. There were whimpers in between his fingers. Another 10 days passed. During this period, the calamity they suffered became even more tragic. Among them, the old man asked Chinpingon to peel off the skin and pull out the tendons himself. He did it himself. One night, Chun Pingon, who was bandaged up like a dumpling, suddenly stood up from the bamboo chair. His body swayed slightly as he walked towards the cliff outside the door. He seemed to want to practice the walking stance that he had not practiced for a long time. However, after one practice, he could only give up. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked towards the direction of the small town. His lips trembled as if he wanted to cry. He suddenly asked, "Wei Pai, I know you are nearby. Can you bring me a pot of wine?" Wei Pai nodded. "I have it with me." An opened wine pot slowly fell in front of Chun Pingon's eyes. After Chun Pingon reached out and caught it, he turned to look at the bamboo house. "Can I drink?" A sneer came from the second floor. "Drinking wine is nothing. If you have the ability, you can arm wrestle with Tao Zu and Buddha. That is heroic." Chun Pingon turned his head. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. He looked at the distant mountains and rivers in the south. He lowered his head and sniffed the wine. He once carried a drunk old scholar on his back. The old man patted him on the shoulder and shouted, "Young man, you want to drink wine?" The young man, who looked dull for a long time, suddenly smiled brightly. He gulped down a mouthful of strong wine and coughed nonstop. He raised the wine pot high and shouted with all his strength, "Drink wine! If you want to train, then train." After a while, the young man could not help but cry from the big mouthful of strong wine. He complained in a low voice, "Wine tastes terrible." However, the young man still forced himself to drink a big mouthful. He coughed and said loudly, "The book said that a beauty gave me a golden knife. How should I repay her? The wine tastes bad, but this sentence is really beautiful." In the end, the young man blushed inexplicably. He did not know if it was because of the wine or embarrassment. He softly said hello to a distance. The young man seemed to be quietly asking a girl he liked. It was as if he was saying, "Hey, did you hear me?" (198) As the sage once said, when heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a man, he must first suffer hardships to strengthen his will and work his muscles and bones. Wei Pai would run to Luapa Mountain almost every day to bring Chun Pingon precious medicinal herbs from Bao Bao Zhai. Although Wei Pai could not empathize with Chun Pingon's miserable situation in the past 2 years, Chun Pingon's tenacity and the old man's ruthlessness made Wei Pai feel surprised. How big of a great responsibility was that he had to suffer such a calamity? It couldn't be that Chun Pingon, a young man, would be asked to become a million master with one sword when the world changed and bad news came from the inverted hanging mountain. When this thought came to his mind, Wei Pai felt that it was ridiculous. The sky was so high and the earth was so vast. It should be known that the Aquarius continent was the smallest of the 9 continents in the vast world. Moreover, the continent closest to the inverted hanging mountain was the Hassa continent with beautiful trees and luxuriant foliage. For example, Chao Shi was a land sword immortal with extremely high combat power, but in the South Hassa continent, it was still difficult to be called the top. The real cultivators, who could be the top, were the ancestors of the Chun family in Yingyin. The mountain god of Luapa Mountain, Song Yuzhang, took the initiative to meet Wei Pai once during this period. Wei Pai just chatted with him for a while, far less polite and warm than the first time they met. Both sides knew the reason. Song Yuzhang wanted to be a loyal minister and had to be foolishly loyal. Everything was for the benefit of Dali. When they were in the mountain god temple at the peak of the mountain, Song Yuzhang talked about Chun Pingon directly even in front of Wei Pai. Wei Pai was not a clay bodhisattva without any anger, so they parted on bad terms. Today, Wei Ba was carrying a bundle and leisurely climbing the mountain. When he arrived at the bamboo building, he noticed that Chun Pingon, who was standing near the railing before the sparring session on the second floor, had just finished practicing the sword furnace stance. Unexpectedly, Chun Pingon was still in the mood to greet him. Wei Ba gently tossed the bundle worth 100,000 taels of silver to the girl in pink. He glanced at the little boy in green who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff and lightly jogged up to the second floor, making a series of thumping sounds. He did not seem like the righteous deity of Beiyue, who was about to receive the golden edict, but more like a waiter. Although Chun Pingon was about to rush to the execution ground, he still smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Immortal Master Wei, it's not hard at all. It's just a few steps. I can walk around and enjoy the scenery every day. Besides, I'm a mountain god and have the responsibility of patrolling." Ooh. Wei Pai leaned his elbow against the railing and turned to look at the young man. "You only drank half a pot of wine. Is it so effective?" Chun Pingon blushed and said, "I don't know why, but after drinking, my mood is very different." Wei Pai nodded and said, "That's good." The old man's deep voice sounded, "Come in and enjoy life." Chun Pingon smiled helplessly and said goodbye to Wei Pai. Wei Pai also smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Enjoy life? Only the old man could say that. The phrase, taking off one's armor, sounded very interesting, but what was the reality? It meant that Chun Pingon had to tear off the surface of his skin and lift up his fingernails. The phrase, pulling out silk, meant that Chun Pingon had to pull out his own tendons and veins. This kind of cruel method really tested one's heart. It meant that Chun Pingon had to do it himself. Furthermore, he had to open his eyes wide, and his movements could not be fast. Bit by bit, he had to pull out silk from his own cocoon. However, while Wei Pai's scalp was numb, he was also full of expectations for Chun Pingon's martial arts realm. How strong would his foundation be if he could reach the three realms in such a way? How strong would his combat power be when he fought with his enemies in the future? Chun Pingon took off his straw sandals and walked into the empty house. After closing the door, he found the old man sitting cross-legged and flipping through the book. The old man frowned as he looked at him. Today, when Chun Pingon was practicing the sword furnace, the old man suddenly had an idea and said that he wanted to see the manual of the sword furnace stance. After Chun Pingon explained, it was similar to what Miss Ning had said. The manual was kept on behalf of someone else and did not belong to him, Chun Pingon. The manual was kept on behalf of someone else and did not belong to Chun Pingon. The manual and the pictures recorded in the manual were not to be divulged. This is the manual of the mountain quaking fist. The old man casually threw the manual back to the youth and laughed. His face was full of sarcasm as he said, "At the beginning of the manual, there is a little bug in my hometown called Swan and I. Throughout its life, it is different from its kind in other places. Ha ha ha! So it is a martial artist from the Jianghu in the southeast of the Julu continent. Listen to these petty words. It is full of the smell of dirt. You can imagine. How great would the martial artist who wrote this manual be in his lifetime?" Fortunately, this fellow has some self-awareness and knows that in the manual, it is clearly written that it has never been ranked among the top martial arts manuals in the world. Otherwise, this old man would really scold him for being shameless. "My fist technique is determined by life and death, not victory or defeat. It focuses on the fist intent and not the moves. TSK, TSK. This sentence is really like a toad opening its mouth and wanting to swallow the heavens and spit out the earth. What a big tone. Chun Pingon, do you know why the manual states it like this? It is very simple. Because when it comes to victory and defeat, it is always more likely to lose than win. That is why it talks about life and death. At worst, it is just a matter of death." Chun Pingon said unhappily, "If the manual is so unsightly, why is Senior still willing to remember the fist principles in the book so clearly?" The old man laughed heartily. "The fist techniques recorded are really sparse, but this brother isn't afraid of biting his tongue when he speaks. This old man is quite happy to see it. Just treat it as a messy travel book of mountains and rivers." Chun Pingon did not refute anything, but He was somewhat unhappy. He cherished this manual very much, very much. Deep in Chun Pingan's heart, he was grateful for the mountain quaking fist. It was not inferior to the 3 strands of sword energy of the sword spirit. One was a life-saving medicine. The other was a life-saving talisman. There was no distinction between the two, and there should not be. Chun Pingan had a rough idea of the pros and cons of the Mountain Quaking Fist Manual because Ning Yao felt that it was very ordinary. She could learn it step by step, but she did not feel that there would be any great achievements. After that, he also witnessed Chun Pingan's walking and standing stance with his own eyes. Similarly, he did not feel the least bit stunned. But Chun Pingan did not care about this. Even if Chun Pingan had another 10 years or 100 years, no matter how high his martial arts achievements were at that time, his fondness for the manual would only increase, not decrease. The old man smiled and asked, "Before you practice today, this old man will ask you a small question. If you answer correctly, there will be a surprise. If you answer incorrectly, Chun Pingan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little scared. The old man stopped smiling and asked, in a deep voice, in the manual, aside from the moves and stances, "What do you think is your favorite sentence?" Chun Pingan did not hesitate and said, "Those who practice the Mountain Quaking Fist in the future, even if they face the ancestors of the 3 sects, remember that our fist technique can be weak, we can lose the momentum to win, but only our fist intent. Never retreat." The old man suddenly stood up, practiced at the blacksmith shop in the south of the town. A young girl was complaining to her father, "Why don't you want me to help you forge a sword?" The man glanced in the direction of the brand new sword furnace. "Do you know why father promised that young girl to forge this sword for her?" The young girl nodded. "I know. She gave us such a large piece of the beheading dragon platform. It's enough to buy a good sword." Wan Tong shook his head. "Not only that. Father hopes that the first sword that Wan Tong, establish a sect, no matter who it is forged for, will be able to amaze the entire Aquarius continent, and even the sword cultivators of the Ju Lu continent know of the incomparable sharpness of this sword." Speaking of this, the blacksmith man, who even dared to tease the wine lady of the town, exuded a strange brilliance from head to toe. He was like a teacher talking loudly, like a Taoist discussing the Tao, or like a monk preaching. The man sitting on the chair clenched his fists and gently beat his knees. His eyes were sharp, and he did not have the usual rough and dull feeling. Then who is the most suitable to give it to? Originally, Wei Jin, who came from the Wind Snow Temple, was half a family member. It was reasonable and appropriate. Unfortunately, before Ning Yao appeared, Wei Jin had been in seclusion. Since Ning Yao took the initiative to request to forge a sword, and even took out the beheading dragon platform. Of course, I will not refuse. After passing through the inverted mountain, it will be even more amazing than the holy lands of sword cultivators in the Ju Lu continent. It will be able to win the attention of sword cultivators in the world. The existence of the inverted mountain was known as the world's largest mountain seal. It was originally a small seal, but after it fell from the sky, it became a towering mountain. This was obviously to disgust the scholarly saints. The second disciple of the Tao ancestor of the Tao court, who was elsewhere in the world, not only hammered such a nail into the vast world, but also required all qi cultivators from various continents who passed through the inverted mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to sign a mountain alliance. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After all, it was almost at the edge of the vast world. For example, the ordinary mountain sects in the Aquarius continent were located in a remote corner, and they would never hear of these 2 names in their lives. If they went further, they would have heard of it before, and then they would just brush it aside. It would be a very difficult topic to talk about in depth. Firstly, the news was blocked. Secondly, after all, they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. But even the Wind Snow Temple, which was the sect at the top of the Aquarius continent, still felt that the scenery was covered by clouds and fog. It was because of the inverted mountain, and also because it was the work of the second disciple of the Tao ancestor. It was like a private courtyard built in this world. It was really domineering to the extreme. The entire vast world is the door of your scholarly school. I just want to open up a small garden in your home. It was no wonder that before the sage of literature became a sage, he went to the border between the two worlds and cursed at the second disciple of the Tao ancestor. It was one of the proudest feats of the scholarly school. According to some old sayings, after you went to the inverted mountain, you could look and walk as you pleased, but you could not spread certain things outside. If you spread it, the disciples and grand disciples of the Taoist master would naturally come to settle the score with you. Moreover, when it came to this matter, the 3 academies of Confucianism and the 72 academies would not interfere too much. At most, they would mediate a few words. As for why the sages in the Confucian temple chose to turn a blind eye to this matter, it was probably related to a great deal of inside information. These 3 words, heaven knew. Wan Xiu was puzzled. Father, you said so much, but does it have anything to do with whether or not you want me to help you forge the sword? Wan Ting nodded. The quality of the sword is too high, and the material is too good. Your current state is enough. I'm afraid that if you really get angry, it will be too scary. Now that the small town is filled with crooks and honest folk, if there is any movement, half of the Aquarius continent will know about it. Wan Xiu was even more puzzled. I'm just forging. How can I forge a peach blossom cake? Wan Xiong snorted. If it's just a peach blossom cake, it will save me a lot of trouble. Wan Xiu awkwardly gave a huh and did not speak anymore. In the past year, she had not eaten many pastries, and whenever she talked about it, she would drool, and it was a little embarrassing. Wan Ting held it in for a long time, but still could not hold it in. When that brat heard that he was gifting the sword to Ning Yao, he agreed without hesitation. He did not even ask how far the Aquarius continent was from the inverted mountain. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. He does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wan Xiu turned her head and said softly, Father, he just likes a lady. There's no need to care about their social status. It's not like we're getting married. At that time, it's still reasonable to care about one's social status. Now, it's just who he likes. The heavens do not care. Wan Ting was startled. You know he likes Ning Yao. Wan Xiu's eyes opened wide. I'm not blind. And Father, you know that I can see through people's hearts, so I knew long ago. Wan Xiong was so angry that he could not say a word. He wished that he could walk to Luopa Mountain Bamboo Loft and punch that Clay Bottle Alley's bumpkin to death. No one bullied their own daughter like that. Wan Xiu suddenly laughed. Father, don't tell me you think that I like Qin Pingon? Yes, the like I'm talking about is the kind of like between a man and a woman. Wan Ting was confused. Although he was feeling guilty, he still pretended to be relaxed and said stubbornly, How can you like that, brat? It has nothing to do with your social status. Father is also a poor brat from a poor family. I don't need to say much, but Qin Pingon's looks, talent, personality, and temper, Father really does not like him. How can he be worthy of my Xiu Xiu? Wan Xiu replied with an O, both of her arms stretched out, her fingers interlaced, and looked into the distance. So, Father, you don't like him? A dignified military saint was almost angered to death by his own daughter's words. Wan Ting braced himself and asked, Then what about you, Xiu Xiu? Wan Xiu's answer seemed to be somewhat irrelevant, and also seemed to be avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. Qin Pingon will only like one girl. I know that better than anyone. When she said this, the girl smiled happily. This made Wan Ting somewhat confused. He did not know what Xiu Xiu was thinking after all. He was not Xiu Xiu's mother. These matters of love, as a man, it was not good for him to get to the bottom of it. Wan Xiu narrowed her watery eyes, giggling. The peach blossom cake is really delicious. Wan Ting suddenly stood up and said sullenly, Father will go to the small town to buy it for you. Wan Xiu said weakly, Okay. Wan Ting was angry as he walked. That damn Chinpingon. He caused my Xiao to be gluttonous for half a year, not eating any snacks. My daughter has lost weight. Regarding the matter of Saint Wan Ting opening the furnace to forge a sword, those monsters and wild cultivators who entered the territory last year had been secretly informed. Whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the mountains in the west. As for whether they could successfully enter the mountains and use the luck of the mountains and rivers to resist the sword intent emitted by the sword furnace, it still depended on the attitude of those forces on the mountains. Therefore, most of the monsters who came to take root here did not look good. Some of the monsters who did not take this matter seriously thought that their cultivation was profound. How would they be frightened by the forging of a sword far away by the Dragon Whisker River? So they insisted on staying in their newly purchased houses in the small town. The local officials from the county government and the local government did not force them. They just handed the list to the Dali spies in the territory. The mystery of the Great Tao was that Wan Ting's sword forging this time was quite strange. He claimed that it would only have a great impact on the monster race and would not affect the qi cultivators of the human race. Even the relatively weak mortals in the marketplace would not be affected by the aftertaste of Wan Ting's sword forging. No wonder there was an old saying at the foot of the mountain of the immortals: if you don't enter the mountain, you won't enjoy great fortune, but at the same time, you can save a lot of troubles. For example, in the case of Liju Cave, Saint Qi Jingchun, Li Huai, the old ancestor of the Li family, and all the ordinary qi cultivators were actually suffering, but the ordinary people were not aware of it at all. Then, nearly 100 wild cultivators who hid in the marketplace of the small town had several conflicts on the way to the mountain. If they did not agree with each other, they would fight to the death. The Dali imperial court did not intervene. As long as the two sides fought and did not destroy the feng shui of the mountain, they all turned a blind eye. However, a 6th-level monster who did not want to move in the small town had a dispute with the county magistrate who went to report to him. It was so fierce that it punched the magistrate until he vomited blood. It also injured a Secretary Wu, who accompanied the magistrate. In less than half an hour, a message was sent by flying sword to the newly built county office in the north of the mountain. County Governor Wu Yuan personally gave the order to kill the monster on the spot. From the beginning to the end, the county office did not use the old ancestor cultivators of the few big clans in the small town, nor did it order the other monsters who lived under others' roof to absorb spiritual qi. Instead, it sent 3 high-ranking secretaries, Wu, to cooperate with 200 elite Dali soldiers. Under the leadership of a general, they besieged the monster's mansion so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. On the ridge of the roof, there were archers with superior strength. The arrows used were specially made by a secret government office of the Ministry of Works. In the end, they killed the monster on the spot. The famous hero of the school of Mo, Su Ruo, and his trusted subordinate, Lu Yu, stood side by side on a ridge not far away. They did not cross the line and did not interfere. At that time, there were many people who watched the battle from afar and many foreign forces who bought the mountain. If the Great Li had sent out a powerful cultivator to crush and kill the unruly demon, the impact on the spectators would be far less than what they had just witnessed. The military secretary of the Great Li, who was a military cultivator, cooperated with the valiant soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles. Everyone advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and they killed the demon with ease and ease. The 2 groups of people who were on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain were able to cooperate seamlessly. This was the real horror of the Dali dynasty. Today's boxing practice was only to refine the spirit, but Chen Pingan suffered more. When he was carried out by the little boy in green, his hands and feet twitched, and he foamed at the mouth. Even after he was put into the big medicine barrel downstairs, he was still so miserable. When Chun Pingan climbed out of the medicine barrel and changed into a clean set of clothes, it was late at night again. He picked up the flagon, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, stretched, and sat between the little boy in green and the girl in pink. Chun Pingon drank a mouthful of the strong liquor. It was still choking, but it felt good, better than the first time he drank it. Chun Pingon drank the liquor in small sips, squinted his eyes, and was a little tipsy. With the help of the liquor, he asked, "I know there is a sword-cultivating gourd in the world. Do you think the baggage shop sells it?" The two little fellows looked at each other. The little boy in green sighed. "Master, it's not that I don't want to lend you money. Let's not talk about whether the baggage shop sells it or not. Even if they do, first, you may not be able to get it. Second, even if I sell everything I have, I may not be able to afford the most common sword-cultivating gourd." Chun Pingon was a little shocked. "It's so expensive." The little boy in green nodded vigorously. "There's no most expensive, only more expensive. It's so expensive that all the chi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms feel the pinch." The little boy in green stood up and said in a serious tone, "My brother Imperial River Water God's biggest dream in his life is to have a sword-cultivating gourd in his left hand and a sword-cultivating gourd in his right hand. He's not a sword cultivator. He's going to anger those arrogant sword cultivators to death. In the end, he's only managed to save up a low-grade sword-cultivating gourd. Of course, this has something to do with his extravagant spending. Just that fairy alone made him squander 4 to 500 years of savings. There are also many people who admire him. He also spends a lot of money for them. Sigh. Femme fatale. That's why, Master, you're considered lucky. You don't have much luck with women, so you don't have to worry about these." The girl in pink hurriedly retorted, "No, Sister Wan likes our master." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "That's because Miss Wan is nice. It's not that she likes me. Don't say such things in the future. Otherwise, if Sister Wan really gets angry, I won't help you." At the same time, Chun Pingon secretly clicked his tongue. It turned out that the sword-cultivating gourd was so valuable. Then, the first thing he'd do when he went down the mountain was to send a letter to Li Baoping at the relay station. He'd ask her to take good care of the silver-white sword-cultivating gourd and not knock it. He knew that Baoping was very playful. Maybe one day she'd run around the mountain with the red string and the small gourd. Maybe the small gourd would be smashed away. The two little guys stared at each other and didn't say anything. Chun Pingon thought carefully and added, "Miss Wan is different from ordinary people. I don't know the specifics. If Miss Wan likes me, then I also like Miss Wan. But this kind of like is not what you think." The little boy in green was relieved. He was a little worried that the middle-aged man who didn't like to talk and didn't look like a saint would one day come to lop up a mountain aggressively and kill Chun Pingon with one punch, and then kill him with one punch. The girl in pink was a little disappointed. Of course, she liked her master the most. Then, she also liked Sister Wan. If the two people she liked could like each other, wouldn't that be great? Then, who did the master like? The girl in pink knew that the master secretly liked a certain girl. For example, now she was secretly looking at the master's side profile, looking at Chun Pingon's eyes and expression. She knew that the master was starting to miss that girl again. Chun Pingon's mind was thousands of miles away. There was a girl with brows like distant mountains. Other than being very pretty, she was also very good. Even if she just sat in the shabby house in Mud Bottle Alley and didn't say anything, she could make the young man full of hope for the future. But Chun Pingon also knew that whether he liked her or not was his business. Whether she liked him or not was her business. No matter what, Chun Pingon felt that he had to tell her face to face. Just like when she was already far away, she suddenly felt that she had to say goodbye to him. Then she would turn around on her sword and say goodbye to him face to face. Chun Pingon didn't dare to say that he would only like one girl in his life, but he definitely wouldn't like 2 girls at the same time. So he wanted to travel far away for himself. This was the first time the young man wanted to do something for himself, So much. The next day, before practicing, Chun Pingon casually asked if he needed a good sword manual to practice his swordsmanship. As a result, the old man was furious. Originally, he was going to train his body, but now he was going to train his spirit. And before that, he used the excuse of learning from each other to test the effectiveness of his practice. Using the deity drum beating style, he gave Chun Pingon a total of 25 punches, almost making him cry for his parents. Chun Pingon, who was on the verge of death, laid on the ground half dead. He had mistakenly thought that he was really going to die many times. The old man looked down from above and sneered. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. You haven't even mastered your fist, and you're already thinking of practicing your swordsmanship. Chun Pingon, whose face was covered in blood, and whose face couldn't be seen clearly, was devastated. As he vomited blood, he answered hoarsely, "I wanted to ask how I should practice my swordsmanship after I've mastered my fist." The old man was obviously stunned. When he saw that the young man's eyes were burning with anger, the old man smiled awkwardly and knocked the young man out with a kick. Helping to train his body didn't make much of a difference whether he was unconscious or awake. As a result, that night, Chun Pingon came out of the medicine barrel and changed his clothes. From the first floor, he started cursing at the second floor. His face was ashen and his teeth were clenched. His curses were not vague at all. As expected of a young man from Mud Bottle Alley, the green-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl were sitting by the side, munching on sunflower seeds. Even the green-clothed child was beginning to admire his master. After practicing martial arts for so long, just his courage and spirit alone was already very effective. After that, Chun Pingon sat on the bamboo chair and drank the remaining half of the pot. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.